Old Spice commercial, that is.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so Rio will be here in like 2 minutes. So listening to audio, I think me and Nero are on the same level essentially.
I gave it to a private message, correct?
Maybe I'm a bit louder, but that's fine. I should be. Yep. Hello, Rio.
It seems fine so far.
And that's why I use Old Spice. Damn you, Terry. And Asaya Mustafa.
Are you there with us, Rio?
I think he's getting his mic sorted.
You emote so much in that. What can you do? Lizard wave, lizard sip, lizard re. Those are blocked.
I think you have to be a subscriber to do them.
I can do
And
this.
Why the hell does she got a re?
No, oh, I have to log in first. Yeah, log in, please.
Why do you have a re, Liz? Why?
There you go. I can do hearts. I just did them.
Re. Session 2.
That's the dog. It's a cute dog. So without touching my mic, it's not detecting on Discord. Well, obviously, as we are supposed to test the audio, his audio doesn't work. Perfect.
Going all.
It worked last night, he said?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did work last night. Well, try to figure it out.
You have. A little bit.
I guess we'll just wait for Vivaldis, who should be here within 10 minutes.
Yeah.
By the way, Liz, you have some music on your stream, right? Okay, your own. Cool.
She probably.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I have this problem where music is usually the last thing I think about, because I have a lot of other things, obviously. And I don't hear it as well, because I have it muted, personally, because I need to focus and hear you. That kind of creates a problem for me where combat music is going after combat, because I forgot to switch it to calm music. When that happens, please just let me know, like privately or somehow, and I'll then switch it so it fits the mood better. And this is to all of you, obviously. When you realize a situation like this occurs, you can just whisper to me or whatever, and then I'll try to adjust. Rio, what? It doesn't recognize your voice, but it does loud tapping? What? I don't... We don't hear you at all. Oh!
He's
We
tapping.
hear the tapping.
He's tapping.
Yes.
I hear tapping.
He's communicating through tapping.
Yeah. Soon we will hear beep 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 beep.
What's happened?
He's going Morse.
Hmm.
I think he's saying something. Oh, here comes the Morse code.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. Really?
4, 2. 4, 2. Three.
3.
Huh.
So we got 4, 2, 3. Okay, so he said 4, 2, 3. What could that mean?
No idea. It's not Morse code because Morse code is separated between 3 different agencies of length. Huh.
That was just static, but that was closer.
More static.
Yeah. So how the fuck did he fuck this over? How the hell did he do that?
No, he probably didn't. It's just his PC being derpy. Lumi, speak to us. This is fucking hilarious. I'm loving this so much. I'm sorry, this is funny to me. I shouldn't, but it is really funny to me. Wait. I know. I have a solution, I think.
He does.
Give me a second. This might help.
You can still hear us, right?
No.
Yay, there we go! Oh my god, what the fuck?
The secret ingredient was cockshick.
I suppose it is. It's
Yeah,
always the
because
answer
the
to our problems.
Oh yeah.
Hello!
Hello.
It basically means Rio has no permission to talk until Cocksick is on.
Yeah.
Okay, we have
And I
everyone here. So
thought
we
that
can
the
start.
fanfare was
Yep.
for me.
Yay.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I hope you had a
Hello.
splendid weekend, or have, or will have a splendid weekend.
Well, it's just
And-
starting.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so a small reminder of what happened last session. Is everyone ready to play? First, let me just ask that. Any questions? Admin? Something?
I'm really
Alright.
sleepy.
Oh, don't worry. The elves always are. They're fine. So,
I guess I'll have it in common today then. Let me check. Please. Yeah.
Loud noises.
It's listen. There you are. Let's see. Stream is starting.
It's starting.
so for comparison, this is my typical tone of voice. This is my level. Cockshick, what's yours?
Hold on, Twitch
Um,
Prime is fucking me in the butt at the moment.
typical level of the volume of my own voice, then that's this one.
Great. Nero, say
Well,
something.
okay, I say something. What do you want me to say? Say something like this? Is this saying something? Okay.
Perfect. Okay. And now, Lumi, say something normally for 2000.
Hello, my name is Luminous. Give me all of your magic items,
Never.
or I will slay you where you stand.
I would
That
say
good?
it's, yeah, listening to the stream, I think it's fine. You're very slightly more quiet than I am, but I would say it's fine.
I think that's
It's
just the accent he's using.
exactly. I think it's fine. Thank you, and thank you, Faye, for taking care of that. It's very nice of you to do that for us. Okay, so I'm going to roll a dice to see who's doing the small reminder of what happened last session.
Please don't me, please don't me, please don't me.
5. Faye, I don't even recall ever you talking about what happened last session. So your turn.
That was very early.
Dangerous than we thought, going long distances where he has never been before. Upon arriving on teleportation, some of us were unconscious and some of us gravely wounded, but we ended up plopping onto training grounds where some monks were training, and we startled them. Immediately they thought they were under attack, and thus began to beat us up, quite literally. Well, those of us that were still up, and thankfully, in time, everyone was okay, beat up but okay, and through a small misunderstanding, Nero met an acquaintance of his, or at least that he knows, and for now we are safe, and we are awaiting for some medics, and perhaps soon they will want an explanation of exactly why we are here.
Yeah, that is correct. So you are all wounded. Some of you still feel like some of their bones are broken, although Faye has cast a curative spell on pretty much everyone, bringing you to the state of not bleeding internally. So you're no longer coughing blood, and you don't no longer feel like you are actually broken. You are, however, bruised and bloody, panting and exhausted. The last thing was Telamon approached the edge and said that this is a nice view. And the view that you are seeing right now is something akin to this. You are on top of a hill that is overseeing this building, so I don't have the right perspective on it. But this doesn't change the fact that you can see in the background the valleys and hillsides of the general look of the kingdom of Ur as you see it from here. It is just now downing on the east, so you do see this giant golden globe rise from behind the horizon and beam light at you.
Wait, so we're basically behind the building, basically where the tent is, right? Or
Well, I mean, you're not on the map anywhere, but
no, but I mean, like, if we look at this thing, we're basically at where the tent would be, basically.
yeah,
Okay.
something like that. Yeah,
Okay.
That one?
No.
something like that. Higher
That
up
one.
it would
That
be.
one.
But I'm showing this here for the decor of the buildings, the general decor of the buildings, and the area behind, as you can see, the landscape. So you have some imagining of how it looks.
Fair enough.
Well, anyway, as you do this, Salomon kind of decides to sit down because he's tired, might not be the right word, just battered. and doesn't have any comment as of right now. What you do here is two people approaching from one of the buildings. So it's the man who Nero has spoken to, who was really surprised that it's Nero that's come back, and then behind the man walks a dwarf. Well, as all dwarves, he's rather muscular, but this one takes it to 11 because there is, it would seem, basically no fat on his body, and his chest is completely naked. He only wears pants, and what really stands out about this dwarf is the fact that he has his entire body covered in purplish in coloration tattoos of dragons that flow down his arms, down his shins, down his skull and back. And this man was exchanging some words with Insun, and now he's like looking at all of you and says, cracking his knuckles, "Right, I'm the medic. Who's wounded?"
I just raised up my arm. Bora, I think my left arm needs to be popped back in.
Oh,
Everybody.
boy.
I believe I need some help too, please. It's hurting quite badly. I'm not used to it.
I'll get to you, he says, while pointing at Nero and then, at Theodren and then at Lumi. As he approaches Nero and grabs your arm, saying,
Bavardis just points to everyone else as being the wounded ones. Like, help him, help her. Yeah, this matters scratch.
So he approaches Nero and looks at him and says, "Your arm?"
Yep. Please
Left
pop
one.
it back. The left one.
Okay, he
I
says.
would like a massage too.
And he does grab Nero's arm and just says, 3, 2, 1, and then pops it back into your socket.
Oh, son of an Orlean whore. Oh, and I just move it. Oh, God, that worked. That always works.
He like pats you above the, like basically in your lower back. He just gives you a pat and says, "You'll be fine. Who's next?"
I suddenly feel in no
looks
help of
around.
healing.
He's next. I point at Luminous.
Let's get it over with. And I walk up to him.
That's the
Dwarf.
best approach.
Yeah, he cracks his knuckles and like inspects you medically.
A
Oh,
fine
God.
specimen.
Well, you look fine to me, boy. Maybe some bandaging. That will take time.
That sounds like an amazing idea. I agree.
You all need some bandaging and some rest. By the
That is
way,
true.
who the hell are you? He says, looking at everyone, except for Nero.
We are friends. And we are very sorry for interrupting your training session. And on behalf of my friends around me, we're very sorry for interrupting. We simply meant to arrive here and continue on to our point of destination. So we are very sorry. And I give a little bow/nod.
Insan, the man with bald man with a beard and a yellow toga-like clothing, also very muscular, but not as much as Borra.
I would also
He,
echo the bow.
Yeah. He crosses his arms, exposing the fact that they are very muscular, and that like shifts weight from one leg to another and says, "Right. Well, if you mean no harm, then you'll have no problems in giving us all your weapons. Now."
I take the hilt of my dagger and hold it out towards him. You know, I walk underneath someone to go there. And I extend my arm with just the hilt because, That's all he can see.
He just looks at you and then points at the ground and says, "Just drop it."
And I say,
I gently put it on the
Oh.
ground.
Okay.
I say, you know, I'm a little bit injured, and surely you should not take a man out of his walking stick, should you?
Roll me a deception.
Oh,
Well,
all right. Let's see.
it's more deception than persuasion because the bad
Obviously.
walking stick. Yeah.
I mean, I assume that's an excuse they themselves sometimes use.
Yeah, you're using an excuse where most people use a walking stick to kick your ass with.
Yeah. So he just says, "I'm sure you'll be able to walk when you drop it. You won't be able to walk if you don't drop it."
Fair, I suppose. And then I look towards Gungnir. Could you give me a hand, please? And I throw my staff on the ground.
Yeah. What's happening? Asks Gangdir, like looking at him.
Can you just support me for a while? I'm feeling a little bit nauseous. I'm not very used to this treatment.
Yeah,
And I
sure.
look
take
towards
my
Seven.
spear. He just gives you his spear so you can prop up on his spear.
Sure, why not? And I lean toward on the spear.
You do realize that Bora is not happy with this exchange, and clearly this will not, would not pass.
Surely he's gonna ask for the spear too. Yes, I know.
Yeah. So he just waits patiently, then looks at everyone else. What does everyone else have?
I still have my sword next to me, so I just put it in front of me while I'm still sitting.
So Telamon is in fact unarmed. He's staffless.
My staff is in Gunnier's back.
And
Oh,
Theodren, do you have anything that you would need to drop?
I have the crossbow still.
Okay. Just remember, if you have any daggers or those sorts of things, like secondary weapons, then those are expected to be dropped as well.
Oh,
but
yeah,
you can
no.
also hide them, in which
No,
case...
no, I put the dagger also there, and the crossbow, and the hand crossbow I have also in front of me.
I only have a knife, but not of a kind that would have the damage die attached to it.
I mean, it still can be considered a weapon, but the question is, do you have it on you in a very exposed way? Because if not, then they will
it would
not
be like in a
frisk you.
backpack.
Yeah.
Guess I'll keep my quill then. And I have a quill.
Okay.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
Then it depends entirely on you if you want to be so transparent as to drop on your knee and take the bag and then drop everything off the bag. That's your choice. They don't seem to be pushing you to do that. They just don't want you to have weapons on you immediately. They also don't frisk you. They
guns.
just...
And, I flex. No,
Yeah.
I joke.
What's a gun?
They also don't frisk you, but the man says, "Name's Insan, and I take care of this place. If any of you do anything stupid, I'll have to kill you. I hope you understand."
They won't do
So
anything
don't
stupid.
do anything stupid.
I rarely do something stupid.
They won't do anything stupid.
I don't know. Sometimes, I mean,
She's honest.
That's true.
But if
Honest
we're
is
going
good.
to do anything stupid, any threats won't stop us. I'm just saying, don't threat us, and I'm not saying we'll do anything stupid.
That sounded pretty stupid. In any case, we're not planning anything, and we're not going to retaliate and attempting kicking you guys' butts. We want to do this as peacefully as possible.
I mean, is
And
there
we're
an in
cooperating.
outside of here? Can we could just be on our way.
That would be ideal.
It's just ignore them. Is Grandmaster Grot or is Orion still somewhere?
Yes, Ryan is here. I'll go fetch him, but in the meantime, you just don't move. Get healed, he says, as the dwarf again cracks his knuckles, likes doing that, smiles, looking for a patient.
Can I sit down?
I come forward.
There is no answer if you can sit down, but Telamon just does. He's like an old man. Oh gods, this was more than expected.
It was. It really was.
Oh, at least I told you enough. So I think if I told you less, this could have ended worse, wouldn't it?
So Inson leaves, and as he does, he jumps off this platform, which is elevated slightly above everything else. It's like 2 feet above the ground level, so he has to like make a step down. Other monks approach you in a closer like formation, and they pick up your weapons and kind of move them away from you. As another group of monks, those who are not there to guard the weapons and specifically to guard you, like approach closer. There are also spectators around. As you can see, more monks have kind of woken up because this is like 5 a.m. or something, and they would be close to waking up anyway. And they just kind of look at all of you while whispering to each other. You clearly are an interesting event here. And Inson leaves. You have a bit to talk, albeit no privately. And Bevadis, you said you wanted to go to the dwarf.
Yes.
And he likes looks at you and says, "Ooh, they beat you up nasty. It's impressive you're even standing."
It's not the first time I've been beaten to unconsciousness. It is, however, the first time that I stood up from it twice.
Tough man, he says as he's smiling and like checking your ribs, which one of them is broken, so you kind of squirm very slightly, and he says, "Well, you'll need to rest on that. I'll get some balms. I'll be back."
Are you
And,
sure you're allowed to leave in this situation?
Well, I think you recovered plenty, he says as he kind of smiles to you with a vicious
there's
smile.
only
And
15
there's
of
literally
them.
like 20 monks around you, so
Don't worry, Luminous. He is more likely to patch your wounds than cause them.
okay. So
Fair enough.
He leaves. Then looks back. Not like 2 minutes later, to in fact provide you with some healing. The problem is this is not a healing that would in any way change the fact that you need a short rest to actually regain health. But it is like bandaging, so you feel more comfortable and you don't feel like you have open wounds and all that. He does this one by one to everyone. Gangnir being the most like, what are you doing?
Can even reach.
Yeah. And Gangnir, by the way, when one of the guys took the spear, he said, "You take good care of that. It's good weapon. Don't destroy it." And you Bora takes care of you. And in the meantime, he does say, in fact, like, "So, name's Bora. I'm the medic here. I take care of these boys. And I took care of this one." He points at Nero when he was a wee bit smaller.
But what's
Yeah.
not that small?
He turned out well.
Did he? He like smiles and looks at Nero like squinting.
Thanks
Yeah.
for that. I missed you too, mate. I missed you too, Bora.
Yeah, so enlighten me, boy. What was the plan exactly? As he looks at all of you.
Right now, well, we are going to Valploris, and we somehow got lucky that we could get here, as this was the closest to get there.
Ooh, Valploris. That's a nasty place.
I know. I hope we don't stay there long, but there is something there that we're looking for.
Well, I suppose for now, you can enjoy the hospitality of Ur, he says, while...
What exactly is the hospitality of Ur?
I squint at the dwarf.
Don't tell
So
him.
if you were to look in my direction, just giving a seething kind of look.
I get it, yeah. He might be, in fact. Let's actually roll for that. Maybe he's like actually taking care of you. I'll roll him a wisdom check. Where is this? Yeah, no, that's it.
Ooh, they added initiative.
I added initiative.
button.
I worked on the macro. Yeah. I'm learning to do macros now.
Nice.
He's a macro man.
I didn't know that there are universal macros for entire party.
They can be universal, but these ones are baked into your character sheet specifically.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
So they're
There you go. Cool. So where is this? It's here. Medicine. Cool. Yep.
Yeah.
And wisdom. I was rolling wisdom to see if he sees you looking. Actually, perception. Yeah. No, he didn't notice you squinting at him. He was taking care of someone else, and he's not a particularly good medic as well. He's like doing the basic stuff, but people here are tough. Like looking like, say you're the closest to them, so you would notice this. These men that we were fighting are actually boys between the age of 15 and 20, but they are pretty damn chiseled, you know? They've been training for 5 to 10 years already, probably, and they are very well built, if a bit lanky. Like, they are not heavy, they don't have much muscle, but what they do have is muscle. They don't have any fat, they don't have any like spare weight onto their bodies.
Oh.
And they have this disciplined look in their eyes as they look at all of you, and maybe not antagonistic. In fact, they are curious about you, all of you. So there you go.
So what did he reply?
What was the question? Sorry.
What are the hospitalities of Earth?
Well, we're very friendly people. When you don't drop on us like that, we even have, like, all of the boys here, they can attest to the fact that life here is very good. You just need to listen to your masters and train, and then you have a place here.
Fair enough. Yeah, I would also not appreciate if someone dropped on me.
especially if we use magic. That's not something we usually use here.
But
I mean, I
enough
would
to
not
beat
appreciate someone dropping on me
us
either
to
way.
a pulp?
Yeah.
Well, we
Deserve that.
look, and now we're healing you. We're going to give you food. We're going to give you rest until you'll be healed. Then you can go or stay. We're not going to shun you away. You're
Oh.
friends of Nero.
There are some questions I have to ask. And
Are you friends of Nero? He says.
They
like,
are.
looking at
They are. They are. Don't.
For now.
Don't. Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
He seems pretty nice.
What's that
A little bit
supposed to mean,
young.
Theo?
You will see. Next time you should mention that the people from your homeland are so willing to attack the obviously injured.
Yeah, I mean, I will tell them to not attack those who suddenly show up in the middle of them.
Yes, but
Children.
some of us were bleeding and even unconscious. I would
I
love
know,
to
and that's
people
why we
fighting.
tried to stop them. Why do you
The
think?
old man is an old man who obviously had a concussion. I watched them punch him in the head. Well, he had a concussion. I'm pretty sure he's missing a tooth.
Are you missing a tooth, Telemon?
Telamon like licks his teeth and says, "Yeah, actually, where's my tooth?" And he starts looking around for it.
Oh,
Like,
it's somewhere around over there.
I'll help look. It means I will just stand around the place he got, fell down, and scan the area without actually, visually.
roll me a
doing
perception.
Oh god. The magic tooth, man.
anything. Is it considered as low light vision or darkness now?
No low light. Actually, this would be day, to be honest, because the sun has just.
Then no disadvantages. So that would mean advantage because of my robe.
Super rope. Yeah.
Are you gonna give it to the tooth fairy?
Just making.
You just have advantage, right, with the rope?
I'm trying to make sure the rope lets you see in all directions, and you have advantage of wisdom perception checks relying on sight. Ain't that great?
Yeah, haven't found it.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But at least I was careful not to step on it. I checked the place right beneath my feet.
And neither has Telamon, so he's not just walking. Okay, so but as responding to the question, the dwarf like raises his hand in like but not in a defeat, and then points at this boy, like, "Is this true, boy? Did you just attack them?" And the kid kind of looks around and says, "Well, yes, master, but he just appeared. We did what you taught us to defend." He says, "Not against them, you goat. This is Nero. He's one of us."
Or
Then he looks at
don't
the elf
blame
and
him.
says, "Look, we just did what we had to do to keep this place safe. We are constantly under attack. That's our life. That's why we train. It's sometimes hard to get who's friend and who's foe. We figure that out after they are unconscious. Sorry, again." Yeah, and that's all he says to you.
Well, none of us are dead, which is very good.
"Do you want some tea?" he says. And at
I
this
actually
point,
do.
And at this
What?
point,
Go
Insan comes out again. And he says, "No, no tea.
on.
Damn it.
These people will have to explain themselves," he says. What behind Insan walk two half orcs, both of them taller than him, and he's smaller than Nero, but probably heavier. These half orcs are like Gungnir's size, essentially. There's one male and then one female. The male is bald. The female has half of her, like, I don't know how to call this,
Side
haircut.
cut?
Yeah, like a side cut. There you go. She has this alternative look to her.
For
They
Chef
both
Beard.
look mean, obviously, and all three of them like pounce in here. I jump on the platform and approach you.
The moment I see, I just stand up. Yeah.
I still sit.
And Insan approaches you, Nero, specifically. He says, "We will need to talk. Why did you bring them here? What are you looking for? And what are you planning to do?"
Why did I bring them here? Well, this was the closest place to Valcloris that I knew. And seems that teleportation, the more you know about a place, it's easier to get there. What we are looking for, well, that is in Valcloris, and that's also where we are going towards.
"Well," Insan says, "the gate is open. You can leave." At this point, the male orc approaches and says, "Not so fast, Insan. We're not going to throw them away like this. Give them a chance to rest. Feed them.
I just bow
They
towards.
meant no ill will to us. They will be treated like guests."
I just bow towards him. Grandmaster Grotz, it's good to see you again.
Whenever Nero bows to someone, let's just assume that Bivardis also bows to that person.
The half-orc woman approaches as well, and she says, "Nero, I hope you didn't break my sword."
I'm looking at the one who's holding it, the monk, or who took it with him.
Yeah, that's the one monk like looks at the sword as well.
Would you mind giving me the bit?
The monk approaches her, and she approaches him. She takes the weapon and inspects it.
I've done my best to maintain her, but I think
Well,
she's on her last legs.
Yeah, you've clearly been using her a lot, she says, like leaning it to the side, inspecting the edge of the blade. "A bloody life you had." This was a question as she looked at you.
A bit, yeah.
I'll take this to the forge. I need to sharpen it.
Thanks.
Oh, so we are staying?
I think for a day at least to get these wounds patched up. Plus, Luminous, I also need a map of Earth just so we can decide which way we go, because I know to go to Valcloris.
Yes, I agree.
One is safer, one is faster. That's the more thing we're sitting with. But both take a whole different route.
And also, perhaps we shouldn't leave Master Telamon here now.
Was
Ah,
also
found it! You hear as Master Telamon picks a tiny tooth from the ground. He then
I'm happy for
inspects
you.
it, puts it in his mouth. Nope, this one isn't mine.
Yeah, I was kind
Throws it
of
away.
I
Oh.
was kind of hope that we could leave once he has gone back.
Yes, I think I agree. Going back would be a very good idea. I just need to rest a bit. But this was very educative, and now I know what to expect. Very interesting place, this Ur. You said very friendly and full of hospitality and open borders and all that. Yes, yes, I can see.
I also said magic is rare.
Right. Well,
That's a
it's going
shame.
to be more rare when I leave.
Indeed.
I'll still be here.
Okay. At this point, some kind of raises his hands and says, "Very well. I'll just bring you to the living quarters. We'll give you beds. We'll give you food. Rest, then leave."
Oh, that's very kind of you.
He looks at you, Lumi, and he expected antagonism. Upon hearing that it's kind, he just doesn't know how to respond and then nods energetically and then turns around and says, "Everyone, back to training. Give back their weapons. But you," and points at your entire group, "don't do anything stupid."
They won't. Stop thinking that, Insan. They won't do anything stupid.
Well, if they're anything like you, they will. And then he walks away.
That's true.
Okay.
He must really like you, Nero.
Yep.
I will explain it later, okay? Anyway.
Like father, like son. Well, probably not, but hey.
Okay.
Luminous,
So you
you're
are
not
being
helping.
given back your weapons having this conversation.
Anyway. Grandmaster Grodd, has anything happened these last 11 years?
He looks at you and then blinks and says, "You realize how stupid that question is."
Well, yeah, that's why I'm just asking it. Because this is the first time I can ask it.
We should leave the training grounds if you want to have that conversation. Let's just walk. Walk and talk.
Sure.
I take my walking stick and I go and inspect this tree because it looks fucking interesting.
Mhm.
It's glowing.
Oh, it is blooming with pink reddish flowers and leaves that are dropping all around. So this is not glowing. This is like everywhere below your foot are like leaves the size of a human hand that are pink in coloration.
I turn to the dwarf and say, "Excuse me, could I pick one of these flowers?"
What? Yeah,
Point
sure.
towards the tree. Thank
She
you.
just walks away.
And I'll take a flower.
She walks away with your sword, Nero. But Grot is staying here as everyone else is kind of going into the training ground and assuming positions. Gangir kind of sheepishly walks behind you, people very happy that he has his spear back, essentially. Telamon also walks behind you, still inspecting his absence of a tooth, with his tongue, and he's muttering under his breath with about
Fireball!
Yeah, very hospitable, very friendly. Yeah. He's like doing that.
Yeah, teleport. It will be fine. They said. Oh, yeah. I mock him.
Okay, so
With a half smile, just to make him know that I'm just joking.
yeah. So Grot is, if you're walking with him, is leading you towards this building on the top here.
I would like to watch them practice.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just
I would just analyze their techniques, their imperfections, and see what their instructor would tell them to correct?
Right. You find a template that these people are. You see the same type of fighting that Nero has, but Nero has a specific flair to it that he has learned through traveling outside of the monastery. Whereas in the monastery, this is all more formulaic. Still, they are very impressive, and you know how to fight against a man with a baton. You know how to fight against a man with a sap. You know how to fight against a man with a dagger and with a blade that's armored and from the Empire. These people would be more difficult to fight against because they don't fight the same way. Especially the fact that they can stab you with a blade and then put you in a leg lock or something like that, or like slam their fists into your lower abdomen. They are very. It seems like improvisation to you, but you realize it isn't. It's just very well trained moves that are very difficult to counter or predict. That being said, you could probably take them one on one. Yeah, that's how you feel about it.
Yeah. I would stay here for longer to satisfy my curiosity. Just,
Okay.
a few minutes will not be enough.
I'll
But
just assume.
go ahead.
Yeah. I
Describe
would just
his
assume that
body.
Gangir would stay with you, just because he would. It seems like Gangir thing to do.
I would want to do two things.
Yes, what are your two things?
First of all, I'm going to use my fighter ability, Second Wind,
Okay.
just in case. You never know.
Mhm.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
So you felt hurt, but it was basically like a crick in the neck, and you just stretched, and you're fine. Way better than you thought you were.
Almost full. And the last thing I would like to do would be to inspect this building I'm standing in front of and ascertain what kind of build and craftsmanship it is. Is it human-made, elven, dwarf, a fusion, something like that?
I understand. Well, I guess roll me a investigation.
Let's see.
Bringing you back to
Oh wow, my rolls have been shitty with that lately. 14.
the architecture is as seen on the picture. There is no real way of saying what type of what hand has made it. You would guess human. I mean, that's a safe guess. There is no suggestion that it's elven or dwarven in any way. It is sturdy, defensive. The entire structure is. If there was one thing that it would be susceptible to, it would probably be fire because of the tiling. It seems to be at least partially wooden, which would be a problem. But that is that.
So it's no masonry and stuff like that?
Well, yeah, it's brick on the outside, but still, it's filled with wood. The roofs are wooden, So,
Right.
yeah.
Telamon is next to me, right?
Yes, Telamon would be walking with you. So it's basically like pairs have been created right now because it makes sense, right? That Telamon would be with you.
Right. So I turn to him and say, "So, Master Telamon, have you seen buildings like this before?"
No, boy, and I don't actually think I would like to anymore. I think I've seen enough of Ur, he says, while moving his jaw to the side, like checking if everything works.
I understand, but surely it's not the building that punched you in the face.
It might as well have, to be honest. But, yes.
I like this architecture. It's very beautiful. It's very different from what I've seen before. I would like to study it more, but I don't want to impose on the what do they call themselves? Monks?
I believe so. I mean, I would think you need to talk to Nero about this. I don't know.
Well, we have more urgent matters in hand.
Like he said, there is not much magic here, so I'm not that interested.
Perhaps. There might be. Curious indeed. Do you think they mind if we walk around the premise?
I mean, nobody told us not to. He thinks about it twice. You know what? I don't want to push my luck. So maybe let's not do that.
My curiosity is killing me, however.
Yep.
But
You know
for
what can
now-
also kill you?
No, tell me, why don't you?
Like points. He like pats your shoulder, turns you around, holding your shoulder, and points at the 20 monks training with their blades. We're guests here. I think we should probably behave.
Yeah, that is fair.
I
Perhaps
just want to rest. So where's that man? The orc one?
they walked over there, and I point towards the rest of the group heading in.
Well, don't get lost. He like
I'll try. I might get lost in thoughts, however.
he walks away. At this point.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Okay. So what else? Elves, do you do anything?
He thought Nero was gonna go towards the resting area, but I'm assuming not.
I don't know.
We
I'm walking with Grot.
were we even shown where we could rest?
Not yet. This kind of petered out into a different situation, but Grot is going somewhere, right? This guy.
And I'm following him, expecting he's showing us to where we can rest.
Okay. He, by the way, Grot says, so, by the way, I am not the Grandmaster anymore.
Wait, really?
Tina would be. Yes, 10 years. It's a long time.
What? Sorry.
I'm not as young as I was. I'm almost 50.
Right. Tina, you said. It was always impressive how quick he was.
Oh well, I think you were close to get to his level at some point, but then you left. So, how is the world? Did you
It's
enjoy it?
beautiful. That is. It's
At this point, because this conversation is happening, you would walk into this building, so you would as well. So follow the token to the building up here.
I mean, it's beautiful. There's a lot of different things to see.
So as you walk into
Yeah.
this building, you see that its tiled wooden floors give way to a bridge that crosses over, like two bridges that cross over a big koi pond with golden fish, like ruby golden fish. It's just quite large ones as well, like 3 feet long fish, just kind of swimming under the floor. It's a very serene place with high ceiling, about 15 feet up, stairs to the left and right leading upstairs. This is like a grand hall with separate monks cleaning the floor, some novices like just kind of talking. There is a low chanting of a conversation everywhere. But Nero, you look across the room while talking to Grot, and you do see at the end of the room, in front of the catafalque with the sacred blades, that is lit with 2 braziers, you see Insan talking to Orion. And Orion kind of looking at you at this point as you entered, with the typical calmness that Orion has. Doesn't smile, doesn't really do anything, just continues to talk to Insan. So yeah, back to the conversation.
I mean, it's beautiful outside. It's a lot bigger than you would think it is. But the Empire's weird in a way.
How so?
Well, they're very. Then I just look at Tira. Tira, how would you say? Just unfair against non-humans?
Yeah,
I've,
they're fair against everybody.
I've heard of that, yes. It's unfortunate. One of many reasons why I never decided to leave the monastery. It is a good place for me and for others.
But it's still beautiful land, and there's really a lot to see if you really want to look for it.
Well, as you continue to walk over the pond, the fish kind of accumulate over the places on the bridge that you are walking over, like maybe hoping for a tiny little crumb of food or something. But other than that, they are completely non-threatening, non-active, beautiful fish. And he continues to walk you through a corridor up here, here and up. And he says, "We have a couple of empty beds in here. You can stay here."
All right, I will make sure to tell the rest that also.
Mm.
As
Did the elves follow, or did the elves kind of peruse the area out of curiosity? Sorry, peruse might not be the right word.
Following him.
I just sat by the steps at that point. She's probably exhausted. She's like, I don't want to just walk around a ton, so she's
Okay.
just sitting on the steps.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Help her.
So yeah, as you Grot kind of pats you on the back and says, "Many things have changed in the years that you were not here.
how you
Many things."
how you mean? Stuff usually doesn't change.
Except when it does. Sometimes you don't even notice.
All right.
Like Hani, you remember Hani?
Yeah.
You remember Gatak?
Guitar.
They Gatak.
Yeah.
They disappeared some time ago. Nobody knows what happened to them. Maybe killed on the road? We don't know.
Oh, honey, you always want to. Wait, were they out just training, or did they just leave the temple to roam?
They were on a mission to kill a Naga and died.
All right, that's
It happens.
indeed.
Well, good to see you, he says as he pats you on the shoulder and then just kind of walks away. So you since the elves haven't followed you, you're left alone.
Yeah, I just walked back looking for Theodore and Tay.
Okay, cool. You would find them at the entrance, I think.
Yeah. Hey, everything all right?
Alright, as in broken bones. Besides that,
Do you want your staff? I mean, I can get it out if you want.
no, it's fine. The last thing I want to see is that thing knowing,
All right. Well, you guys want to at least come in, or you just?
Oh, I wasn't sure if that looked like a meeting hall of some sort.
Well, there is someone I at least want to meet. Plus, I also need to ask a few questions. Plus, with what you know about that eye, it might help if we also meet the one who knows all here, some way. Maybe he has heard stories about this vile eye.
I'm not sure if we should be really telling anyone, but I mean, if you believe so, but
I do not believe it's maybe stories are one thing. You might know them or you might not.
all right, but we should definitely just rest and leave.
Yeah.
Do we know where the resting area is? Or
Yeah, I could show you in a moment.
all right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go there.
Well, that is not an issue. You are brought to the mat on the floor. Not exactly perfectly comfortable. Good enough for your needs right now. Feel very comfortable once you can stretch your back properly and rest, because this was a very active morning. You do realize that the damage, like the bulk of the damage dealt to you, came from Telemon, not from the monks around. You felt terrible upon arrival. It's not like they made it a lot worse. But yeah, there is this aura of curiosity around all of you. Not specifically around you elves, just around outsiders, But the looks that you do catch are very, rare and scarce because they are trying to do their job, all of them. And this is clearly a very rigid structure, this monastery, where everyone has a role that he has to do, and it's a lot of cleaning as well, like for discipline probably. So yeah, you can have a short rest if you decide so. And Bevadis and Gangnir, you would be at the training ground until the training would have ended, and the monks would have went for field training. At which point they left the monastery through the gates with one of the teachers. In no way is the monastery like devoid of other monks and people, but yeah, you have nothing to watch anymore.
I'm just well, I've showed the elves quickly. I'm just gonna rush a bit outside to see if I can find the rest to at least show them where they can rest up.
Okay. Well, you would find Bevadis and Gangnir kind of standing there. Gangnir would say, "Impressive. They have very good training, but why do they all do the same move at the same time? Seems weird to me." That's how you catch them,
That's because that's how you get trained here, Gungnir.
But I mean, that's stupid though. Why would you not do different moves to, actually train?
Well, it's more that they just train in unison and that they can get used to it. I mean, once they fight, it's different. I mean, do you see me always fighting the same way?
I mean, honestly, a bit, yeah.
Yeah, okay, not in that way. Just how I move. You don't see me always move in the same way. You don't see Bavardis move in the same way. This is more so that they can get used to it. Anyway, I see you two here, but where are Telamon and Luminous?
Oh yeah, by the way, that was pretty cool. The way you stood up twice. He says to you about this. Koksik, are you here? did we lose him? Maybe.
No, his microphone is syncing. It's just stopped.
Koksik!
Let's give him a second or two. He said he's back.
Bavardis, where are you?
His mic goes on, but there's no sound coming from it.
Yeah, I'm saying that.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Hello?
I've been talking all the time.
Yeah, sorry.
Welcome back.
I guess it was Discord problem.
Probably. Yeah. So,
Usually is.
yeah, before this, you were just complimented, but you heard.
First, I was answering to Gangnir how important it is to master basics, that you can, then improve your own way, or make your own. Then what was the last thing? Where did we left off?
Yes,
where are the mages? I would point towards the direction of where Luminous went. Like not even looking where I'm pointing because I already see where I'm pointing. Luminous went that way, and I think Master Telemon followed you guys.
I think he did.
I mean, yeah, I wasn't moving the token, but Telamon would at this point be in his bed. he would get to the room with the beds and he would be like, "Oh, very well, yes. Oh, so good."
Well, Bavardis, Gungnir, and I just point to a building at north. Could you wait at the bridge there? I will just see if I can find Luminous so I can show you where you can just safely rest a bit.
Sure thing.
And Greg?
Yes.
Is that the only thing I find?
Yes.
Yeah, I just go
Where did he guide me to go?
north
northern
towards the
building.
bridge. So here, basically, I point you there.
Okay.
Is you said it was inside?
I mean, the faint arrow was coming from the inside, but you didn't go inside.
Yes, right. No, I mean right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would I have found Luminous already?
Yes, you would have found them relatively quickly, just kind of walking around and looking towards the buildings of the actual because this is the top part, the training area and training buildings for the new monks, but the entire monastery and the city connected to it is the one that's actually on the dramatic picture. So I can show you essentially. 2 seconds.
Yeah, Luminous. Seems you're the only one who's been enjoying this a bit. Well, except for Vardis.
Well, I'm feeling quite good actually. It's been helping. I know some things and ways how to make myself feel a little bit more healthier in situations like this.
That's good.
But I yeah, I felt like the rest would just want to rest up and see
Yeah.
see to that and leave as soon as possible. But I, however, am very intrigued by the architecture and you know my my curiosity as a wizard is very big, and I seem to have found some interesting things about this monastery. Say, how much do you exactly know of this monastery?
That is up to Greg.
I mean, you lived here for a very long time, but there's a lot of like things that you don't need to know. Like when you become a teacher, there's another level of knowledge that you never got. But when it comes to saying like, yeah, this is the building that we eat in, this is the forge, this is the room with the horses, this is the trading center. That stuff you know, everything about that sort of stuff.
Okay.
It very much depends on the question. You feel like you know a lot, you know.
Yeah, I want to further advance my question then and point towards where I feel the aura and say, what exactly is this building?
He's pointing at the sword forge. It's the
That's
building where all the swords are being made for all the Kensei. It's a sacred thing that you know nothing about. It's actually to be a sword maker for the Kensei is a very high privilege, and only teachers can do that. So you don't know much, but you know that the building is the forge.
it's the forge, Luminous. It's where all our weapons get made.
All of them?
All our weapons that we use in this monastery, yeah. I mean, my weapon came from there.
Interesting. But they are not basic weapons, correct? They must have some sort of.
No, they're basic. I mean, maybe their design is their own, but they are just.
What I'm trying to
basic.
get it as. Are they magical?
No, mine was never.
Really?
Else, it would not have been beaten up this much. I mean, I've been using it for 11 years, and thank God I learned to maintain it thanks to Baldar. But that was it.
But your blade is a fine craft. Was it
Yeah.
crafted here as well?
Yeah, it was crafted, yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, if you want to ask her, we can do that in a moment, but I think it's better if I first show you where you can rest at least.
Ah, yes, of course. It's just curiosity and all, you know. It's.
That's good.
Do you think they? I don't know. Allow me inside to inspect this
Well,
because it reminds me of something I've felt in the past and it intrigues me.
I can ask.
Fair enough.
There's some people who I can ask it to, so that will not be a problem. I mean, I wanted to go there anyway myself, just so I can talk with Kali about it a bit, because, yep,
Oh,
it's being used a lot. And I'm afraid that weapon is on its last legs. I don't think sharpening will be enough. And she might agree.
sorry to hear that.
Well, it's been 11 years. They should not last too long, right? Especially if you use them enough.
That is fair, but why exactly? Is it a special craft that she made for you specifically, or?
No, it's just
the design. It's just just a lot lighter than what you use in the Empire, but it still holds the same strength. If you get what I mean.
Right. But surely it holds some sentimental value to you.
Bit, yeah. It's the only thing I had from here when I left.
What are you going to do with it in case they can't repair it then?
Well, I still got my fist, still got a dagger, so I can still fight normally.
Fair enough. Are you going to request them to craft a new one for you?
That will take a while, and I don't think we will come back here that quickly.
Fair
so
enough.
requesting a whole new one will be impossible.
Well, we don't know how long we'll be gone in Falcoris.
Oh, that's
Floris.
true. Still have to ask a map for that, to show the way. Anyway, let's walk back a bit while I can show you where Bavars and Gunny are also waiting at the koi pond.
The koi pond?
Oh yeah, I show you. And I just show him the way.
I follow suit, I suppose.
Towards where Bavars and Gunny were waiting.
Cool. Okay, well. So, yeah, I'll bring you back to that map.
Cool.
Before I do, I'll just move things around slightly. Nothing serious though. Okay, cool. Poof. We're back on the... Okay. So, by the way, you find Bavardis sleeping, sorry, not sleeping. He's just sitting at the edge of this bridge, his legs over the edge of the bridge, kind of looking mindlessly into the water, just kind of sitting there, calm, breathing very slowly.
I walk in and say, "Hello, everybody."
That actually echoes through the corridors.
Hello.
One female monk that's walking through with some scroll kind of looks at you, kind of startled.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you okay?
I just saw Faye Stoken kind of looking for the room, and she wanted to say, "Wrong room!"
Wrong room, yeah. She freaking like peaced out. She was like, "Oh, wrong one."
Doesn't have 2 beds.
Yeah, that's the room you're looking for.
Yeah, and then she's like, "Oh God, thank God!" It's like she didn't know exactly where to go, so she was busy trying to find it.
Yeah. So those are your beds.
Basic monk run away?
I ran away.
Yeah.
They ran away.
It's kind of difficult to recognize them because the men here have very short or completely bald heads, very short hair or no hair.
But are they all male?
No, there are females who don't have completely cut hair. They have braids.
Oh.
So yes, like I said, one of them is kind of startled as upon your like hello, and she's like quickened her pace. So the room is actually empty, excluding the two.
It's not yet hello from the
Fama Furchi.
Bexley,
yeah.
Hello.
So purely visually, you only see the two monks who look at you only because of idling as guardians in front of some table with some swords lying on it on a piece of cloth.
I want to go up to the pond, lay down, and play with the fish.
Roll me animal handling check.
Oh shit! Are they magical?
No.
They're kois.
Fair enough.
Although there is a story that a koi becomes a dragon.
Natural
so, there is Chinese history that a koi becomes a dragon. No, wait, that's Japanese. That a koi becomes a dragon.
They are about 3 feet long.
Oh shit!
2 to 3 feet long, and one of it like kind of approaches you, and like pat the water. You like extend your hands, kind of interested in what he'll do, and then it just goes no, and just grabs your entire hand, and then wraps around your wrist, entirely gobbling your hand. It's slightly painful, like a strong handshake. Not in a risk of wounding you, but it also doesn't want to let go, so you just kind of have a flopping fish at the end of your hand.
I wobble my hand with a plain face.
Do you wobble it in water, or do you like try to lift it out of the water?
A little bit out of the water, above the surface, like
I love that. Like a vision of you like wobbling a fish in front of the Vardes.
Yes.
And Bavardis just jolts being splashed with water. Sweet Death embracing me, what are you doing?
Don't tell me what to do or not. Get the
Please.
fish off me.
You were given specific order to not do anything stupid.
Bavardis, you got some bread?
I did not gobble the fish. The fish gobbled me first.
I bring out some bread.
Okay, make some crumbs and just make sure he sees it while you put it in the water.
At this point, an elven figure holding his hand behind his back, kind of wrapped, the way he's almost holding his fingers to the elbow of the other hand. So he has them wrapped behind tightly and very high up. And he looks at this, cocking one of his light blonde, almost pale white eyebrows. He also has very pale eyes. He's generally pretty damn pale. Looks old for an elf. Probably, like, if you were to compare him to a human, it's like a 50-something year old male.
Like me.
And he looks at you with the fish on your hand, and at Nero then. No smile, not nothing. He looks at you.
I point at him with the fish. And who are you?
My name would be Orion.
I'm kind
I
of
bow
sorry
my
for the
head
fish.
because I've heard this name so often. Then I know that he brings authority in this place, so I will
Lomez, just
bow
put
down.
I'm kind of sorry for the fish, but he won't let me go. I think he likes me.
Please don't, just back in the water. Lomez, just put it back in the water.
Are you sure?
Yeah, put it back in the water, because they're
Okay.
fish.
I'll slowly sit down and push my hand into the water and say, "You can let go of me now."
Roll another animal handling, please.
Please be a natural one. 11.
I don't see the result. Why don't I see the result? Oh
There
yeah,
it
now
is,
I see.
there it
Okay.
is.
Yeah, the fish lets go. You didn't exactly befriend it, but 11 is enough to not be eaten by one. So yes, it just very quickly like rattles its tail and like escapes into the deeper part of the pond.
Thank you, little guy. Or girl. Fish.
Like, the moment he has done it, I just step past him to stand in front.
This entire scene is even more funny when you think like the way Orion absolutely like no expression, no joke, no nothing is happening. He like takes this entire situation completely coldly, which somehow makes it funnier.
True.
So yes, Nero, as you approach him, he turns towards you.
I go to the next pond.
I
It's the
just
same pond. These are bridges above a bigger pond, so it's the same one. Yeah.
Luminous learn shapes and sizes.
What are those?
Yeah.
I just do like a respectful bow, like a closed fist in my hand towards him, saying, "Master Ryan," and just halfway I stop, drop my hands, stand straight up, and give him a big hug, and just say, "It's been too long, Dad."
He stops from this hold behind his back. If startled or anything, it's hard to say, but it takes him about 2 seconds before he lowers his hands and then raises one of it up and pats you on the back in a fatherly sort of pat. From him, that's a lot. And he does crack a soft smile and says, "Yes, it has been quite a while. It is good to see you alive."
Thanks. There is some things I really have to say or ask, but I think we need also Safed for that.
Yes. Well, I can bring you to him. He's tending to the rock garden.
All right. So let me just see if I can bring the rest also. Oh, by the way,
This is Bavardis. That's Luminous.
Nods
Bavardis.
slightly to you, Bavardis, and slightly to Luminous.
And
Maris, do you have bread?
Gunny should also be here, so I also saying that's Gunny.
Luminous, perhaps it's not the best moment.
But I feel bad. It kind of hurt me a little bit to see him get mad. I kind of want to, give him some bread.
There's probably someone already that it's his duty to feed them. Don't overfeed them.
But
Orion approaches you and puts his soft fingers on your shoulder, Luminous.
oh,
There's this, like, almost aura of authority that flows from the tips of his fingers into you, so you kind of feel like you should shut up and stand up. You have no idea how this works. He just kind of has this authoritarian power here, and he says, I think some bridges are broken beyond repair. That fish will not like it, Luminous.
Does he like UFO?
I've never asked, he says, and then it turns again to you, Nero.
Do you want to ask?
I think he ignores that, and he just says, I think you should allow your friends to rest as well as rest yourself.
Yes, of course, they can rest.
Yeah.
Safed doesn't go anywhere. You can meet with him after you sleep a bit and eat a bit and clean yourself up.
All right.
All of you look a bit of a mess.
I look fine. Out of character.
Okay, out of character, because the other things were not out of character. There was a lot. So,
All right then, Master. I will meet you at Safet then later.
he nods. And he then starts to walk away, against putting his hands behind his back, but then when he stops somewhere around here, he says, Nero?
Yeah?
He looks over his shoulder and says, I saw you fight. I'm glad to see the training didn't go to waste. That was quite impressive.
It's not something that I want to let go to waste, but I did not want to hurt anyone here. So
You know.
I'd rather not fight here.
He nodded and walked away. Hearing that something is quite impressive from him, it was actually quite a lot, but you did do pretty damn well. You were fought by, what, like 5 people at once, and you didn't immediately die. So that was pretty good.
Didn't I get credit?
Yeah, but you have an armor class that is seen while fighting, in a sense, because when other people in heavy armor don't get hit on an 18, that just means a sword crashes against their back, right? When you don't get hit on an 18, that means you actually dodged. So you did that quite a lot in that battle, I think like 5 or 6 times. Not an easy task when surrounded by enemy. So it's worth remembering, is what I'm saying. And, yeah, he liked what he saw. But he walked away.
Anyway, guys, let me just show you where you can rest for a bit. Let's just rest for a little while, just to get a bit better.
What is that?
What's what?
That.
What?
That.
He points at the sword.
Oh, that's a sword?
At the end of there's this, that I described it as a table with swords on it and a cloth, like almost.
They look interesting.
Luminous, don't.
Interesting.
Luminous, don't.
As you do,
Yeah.
2 monks stand in front of you. They both put their hands on their blades. Luminous.
I get the feeling that they don't want me to proceed.
Nah, you have the right feeling.
But should I?
You shouldn't.
Okay. I
Yeah.
talk to the monks and say, what are those exactly?
No response.
I turn to Nero and ask, what are those exactly?
Yeah, what are those exactly?
Those are the sacred swords of the founder of the Kensei monastery of Hatal. They are at this point unusable, probably, just because of age. Doesn't stop them from being a relic. From your knowledge, other than the cleaners, the people specifically chosen to tend to the blades, nobody has touched this thing for ages now.
when I
So this is
How
what
lo-
Nero knows. So you
Yes.
it
Thank
hasn't
you,
been
Otto,
said
for
yet,
the
but that's
host.
what Nero knows.
I have a question.
Yes.
How long did I wander around outside the monastery in terms of finding that
Minutes?
building and going back here?
Minutes.
When I enter this place, would the effect of my spell still be on?
Yes, it would.
Would I sense a magical attribute from the swords?
I mean, in the sense that your detect magic still works, yes, but you do not sense any magic from the swords.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. I guess I'll give a nod and sort of scratch my head and be like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything rude towards the monks.
Ganglir approaches you and says, "Yeah, you're very good at that," and like taps you. Like, jeez, just stop for a second, will ya? Just walks by.
I've never been here before, and it's so much curiosity. And those swords look really interesting, and this entire place looks amazing, and I just want to see everything.
Understandable, but control yourself.
Luminous, remember what I said? If you wanted to know, you can just ask.
Yeah, I did, and they didn't say anything.
You have to ask the right people. And we can
Oh.
ask him in a moment again, once we've rested up a bit.
Fair enough. So where do I go to rest?
Just follow. And I just showed him where
Yeah.
the other end and Telemon should be.
So
There they
Telemon
are.
is snoring in there. Everyone is resting. So I assume you get a long rest.
I'm just
You can talk through this long rest if you so choose for like
I'm
storytelling
just doing a
purposes.
short rest.
Oh yeah, sorry, short rest. Yes.
I'm just doing a short
This is
rest.
very cramped.
So, well, you usually just live here to train and study. Luminous?
I usually study in my room, which is a strange oddity to me. I don't see any desks in here.
Because we don't use the imperial way of recording. We don't really use books, we use scrolls.
Oh, well, I use scrolls too, but I prefer to sit by a desk.
There might be some at the library.
You have a library?
Yes, where all the scrolls are.
Can I see it?
In a moment, yeah.
Nice. That was
Yeah.
out of character.
Oh, okay. Me so excited for books.
Right.
Mr. Luminous, could I ask you to lower your voice and the excitement about the books and the area? Because I would like to get back to sleep and not be woken up by water or volume.
So we're doing a short rest.
That is
right?
usually why we sleep in separate rooms. I tend to get excited when there's books.
So, Greg, we're using a short rest, right?
Oh, if you so choose, yes. I assume that will be a short rest. If it's a long one, just tell me.
I'm just using a short rest. I'm gonna use a bunch of hit die for this.
Yeah.
I want my health back.
So everyone who wants to use his hit dice can do so now.
8.
I've never rolled a hit die before.
You just click hit die.
Like this? Oh,
Yes.
wizard? Oh, I can choose between wizard and fighter?
Oh, that's interesting.
Well,
Didn't
you
know
can
that.
only use one, I think, for fighter.
You can use one for fighter and the others for wizard. Yeah, that's how it should work. But it's interesting that the system understands that differentiation.
I want
That's
to try
kinda
fighter.
awesome.
Thank
It will
you.
be a bigger dice potentially. Yes, tell you what.
But I have 5 out of 5. Does that increase it to 6 out of 6? Or...
I don't. Sorry, could you? Let's get this one after another. So what would
Sorry.
Faye do?
She's gonna try for a long rest, which would be 4 hours for trance.
I understand. In which case, you just have to wait for your stuff then. Hopefully you won't be disturbed in the 4 hours. And then you'll be fully healed. Okay. So what was your question, Lemmy?
Is it always 5 dice?
It is the amount of dice that you have levels in a class.
Oh.
So you have 1 die in fighter, for example, if you're a first level fighter, and like 5 dice in mage, if you have 5 levels in a mage.
So I should have 6 total in other words.
Correct.
Yes.
Cool.
Then I use
So I'll
4 of them.
roll 1 for fighter.
I rolled really good on those hit dice. Really
That
good.
is so nice.
Yeah.
We all rolled pretty well, I'd say.
Yeah. Okay,
I mean,
so
I'm
add your health.
Full HP, yeah!
So
Nice.
whatever Borra did was good. It did help immensely. In fact, you feel a lot better.
I love those ointments.
If you can ask him, maybe if you want some for the trip. You probably
Oh
have some
no,
spare.
I that's fine.
Do we
Sure.
have any bandages stacked up anyway?
Did he say stacked up or stuck
Yeah,
up?
like in stock within our group.
No. Do we?
Maybe we should fetch some.
Does anyone have a medikit with them?
I don't think.
Actually, what is Theoden doing? Is Theoden also long resting, or is he short?
Yes,
Yeah.
4 hours.
Okay,
Yep.
so they are not listening at all.
I mean, they are meditating, so as elves, they could be listening.
Well,
Specifically, they could be. Yeah.
seems they're out for a bit. Then Telmon's just snoring next to us.
Yes.
Seems it will only us four that will be going in a moment. By the way, Pavardis, what was that? That aura that you used felt wrong in a way.
It didn't feel wrong to me. However, it's the first time it happened. But, like, it had to be triggered. But now I know the trigger and I think I can do it again.
This might be a weird question, but you still don't know which path you chose, right? The way you're learning. You told me your master was an open palm.
Yes, and he taught me the basics.
But you don't know.
And then things started going. Like, you wave your sword a little bit differently from the beginners over there. I started making this my own fighting style with the philosophy of what I learned with give me a sec, with Harbin as a mortician.
You know, this might be weird, but in a moment, I'm gonna ask him, but would you mind showing it to Orion then in a bit? Maybe he knows more about it. Because I feel like I've seen it once, but I can't put my tongue on it. Or I can't put my finger on it.
I can try.
Maybe he knows it, because it's not something that someone who was taught by an open palm should know.
And as far as putting your finger on something, I feel like I've been helped up. And that's something I also can manipulate somewhat, but I just don't know how yet. Not like this calling his presence.
Well, let's ask that in a moment. I mean, it will be actually great to know if you know what way you're following, right? Like if it's one known here in Ur, then that would be great.
Or maybe I will be a master of another new school.
That would
and I would get to learn to figure out a new name for it.
That would
I should
actually
start
be
thinking.
that would actually be very amazing if that happens, because that is really rare. See, that someone finds a whole new way of fighting.
Well, I did learn very fast.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, if I were to believe my master, but he didn't really lie to me, so I guess he's either very good at it or just he didn't lie to me.
By the way, are there any other monks here? Because there's a token in here, but is he actually in the room now? Or?
Sleeping, yes.
Okay.
On the floor.
I mean, wait. Oh, the token is not where it should be. He will be on one of the beds.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Oh, while we're waiting here, I just take out the bag of holding in front of me and I take like 10 rations out for everyone. Maybe keep this with you. I mean, there's still enough in there, but it's handy if we at least hold some ourselves, right?
That is true and appreciated. I'll take 10.
So, yeah. Uh, do I see Tay and Theoden's bag?
I mean, their bag, you mean?
Their backpack, or yeah?
Yeah, you would.
I put 10 rations in each of theirs.
Her bag, she does come out of meditation, kind of holds her hand out. It's like, what are you doing?
Putting rations in it. I thought you were asleep.
We sleep differently.
I
There's-
know that you sleep differently. I know. Don't. I know that.
But I've got already 11 rations in my bag.
Do you know if Theoden has any?
I open one eye. Well, if you know we sleep differently, then why'd you ask?
I didn't
Okay.
ask. I asked if you had rations in your bag.
No, but I meant to the other question.
Which other question? I
You
never
asked
asked a
if we
question
were
about you
asleep.
sleeping. Yeah, I thought you were asleep. But that doesn't mean that I expect you to open your eyes. Through it. Basically, that's out of player. Out of character. I don't expect you to open your eyes then all of a sudden.
No.
It's a meditation, right? It's your, or I'm sorry, this is out of character. I thought trance was a meditation where you are lucid in a sense.
Yeah, it is. The elves can be roused from their sleep by a lot more minor things than humans would generally.
It's
They
sort
don't
of
obviously
similar
s-
to a dog's sleep. Like they sort of sleep, but
I
they
mean-
would be
So basically, all of a sudden, we see Theoden on his back, just arms and legs in the air, and going one leg.
not
That's not really what I meant, you know.
Hey, you were talking about dogs sleeping. That's how one of my dogs sleep.
Because
You
they
fucking
are
people.
sleeping, but they are also very active and ready for something. Like
Very perceptive.
Yes, they are.
Anyway,
But
Like a
Theoden, do
power
you
nap.
have rations in your bag, or do you still need some?
I do not have rations.
Do you want some? And I just take 10 out for him. It's easier if you
Sure.
also hold some. Okay. So that means, yep, 150 ration. No, 50 rations came out. 10 to each except for Tay. Right?
hmm
Okay.
but before you do, like dig through my bag specifically, please ask me.
Thought I would just put it in. I'm like, okay, but I will do it next time. But I just didn't want to wake you up, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, of course, but you could have waited. It's just
Well,
I
4
don't
hours
want
is a
anyone to
long
have the
time.
wrong idea to just please ask me to touch my
Okay,
thing.
I will. I will.
Okay.
It comes to 100.
Bavardis would accept only
You should
5
always
because
ask
he already
anyway.
has some, and he is like 16 kilograms heavy, so he doesn't
Fine,
really need
then I
that
take your.
much.
Okay, Cox, then I take your 5 because math is hard and I don't want to do it. I need to add.
Okay,
I need
okay,
to edit the back, so I'm taking the 15 then. If you only take 5,
okay.
because math makes my Tinkerbox hurt, and that's not fun to with rations.
Good.
Right
Yeah.
now, I can put it on a nice weight of 200, so that's easy.
Okay.
Well, I don't think we should shout in case we should let Master Telemon sleep. He needs to rest
Anyways,
to
are you two
recover his
while you two
spells.
are awake now? Are you still gonna sleep or just a short rest? Because I want to talk about some things in a moment. And
We
yours usually
can
takes.
I want to see the library
briefly
hours.
rest. Also, you shouldn't, you know, go just randomly opening people's bags anyway, no matter who they are. You don't know what you might find.
What, a corpse? I mean, I already have that with Gungnir and this bag, Theoden. I'm not worried about anything anymore.
Yeah, Gungnir's corpse. What?
No, Gungnir and corpses. You know
Where
how
is
he is.
Gungnir?
He's over there.
Gungnir's corpse better not be in there.
No, Gungnir's corpse is not in there. Gungnir's over there, but you know how Gungnir is with corpses and this bag of holding.
Yeah, there he is.
Bag of holding.
Correct. He's just licking his wounds. I just don't know why quite literally.
Okay.
Is
That's
it
it.
something you learned on that Skaran of yours?
What?
It's just one of
What?
the
What?
traditions, though.
That was the Gungnir? Sorry.
Yes.
What? 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 Sorry? What did you say?
Nothing much. Continue.
Okay.
I just made a joke about literally licking wounds
Ah.
by Gungnir.
He
Okay.
treated him like an animal.
You didn't exactly hear that, so there
Right.
you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so
if you want to rest, we, as in me and Nero, can go to ask Master Orion about my newfound powers,
Well,
skills.
before this, he's currently with Savet, and it would be handy if everyone would be there. Most because he is
Oh.
probably the one who has a map of her.
Well, I mean, you went to Safed an hour ago. You've had a short rest by this
Right.
point, so
Yeah.
Okay.
things might have changed in the time.
I myself am not hardy as all of you, and I really do need to rest. I'm hurting, and in honesty, it's all right. You can go. I do not mind, but I do need to rest, and just resting for a short period of time, even then, isn't gonna make me feel completely well. So, if we have time to rest, then I'm gonna take as much of it as I can.
Of
Fair.
course, take all the rest you need.
Then could you keep a watch over the Archmage? Making sure he doesn't run off or something?
Um, I can try.
Right. I don't know how your very intriguing trance works. Do you see what you do what you're into it?
No, it's in the sense that you feel certain things around you, as obviously if someone is trying to lurk, then it's not quite that easy to pick it up when you're meditating. But if he
Right.
was to be loud or do many sudden movements or such as that, then obviously I could likely feel it, if that makes sense.
It does. It does, I think. I think it's sort of similar as to when I'm reading a very intriguing book and I sort of get lost in the text, I get lost in the pages. But then if someone is annoying in the background, I might, react to it.
I suppose.
No, it's certainly much easier for us to wake up.
Oh.
I would agree.
Anyway, and I just stand up because it has been an hour. You said correct, right?
Yes.
Or
Okay. Well, once you guys wake up, Theodore, I will introduce you to my dad because I think you have questions for him because you usually have that 2 hours elves, and I just walk away.
Well, I hope you two sleep well and
Well,
have
I
a nice.
myself need to rest. I don't know if you need to. I don't have.
Yeah. You all
Hold on.
seem to be strangely fine despite your lack of blood. We tend to use ours, and I'd prefer to replenish it.
Blood is good when you have it.
Well, they seem to be walking around just fine. There's some people who just had their blood smeared all over the stone out there.
Trust in Bora.
Yeah, it was pretty messy.
You should trust in Bora.
At this point, by the way, as you're talking, the orc lady enters the room.
I wonder
Uh,
if she's
hiding.
room then.
Well,
The orc
it's not
was
really a. Sorry?
No, I thought you said the orc was hiding.
No, the orc lady enters
What?
the room,
Oh wow.
Ah,
holding the
Master
blade.
Kali.
Ah, yeah. This thing is in a bad condition. What did you do? Like, bash it against a rock?
No, on a rock.
She like points it almost as if it was like a stick or something and waves it around, just
It's been
gesticulating
11
wildly. And
years.
she says, you need to take care of your weapon. What
I
are you
did.
deciding to do?
Okay, for the first 3 years I could not take care of it, but then I could.
Oh, just the first 3 years. Okay, then. She
No,
says,
two.
like,
I said two. I said two. I could not take it. I didn't know how to maintain a sword then.
it's fine, it's fine. I did the best I could, but in all honesty, you should probably find a new blade.
But that's gonna take a while, right, to craft a new one.
Well, yes, but I'm talking. I mean, if you come back or if you're staying, I would be happy to make one for you, but it would take time. This one might break at any moment. I mean, you need to be careful with it.
That was what I feared.
Well, time does that to both blades and people. And then she twists it around, holding it by the blade with both of her hands, with the handle towards you in a very regal type of passing of the blade.
I just take it and just hold in both hands,
Mhm.
just looking at it.
But yeah, and she did work on it. She did sharpen it a bit and applied oils to it. But still, it's I mean, it's a beautiful blade, still as deadly as any other blade, if not more. But you do see what she's talking about. You didn't know about this. She just confirmed it.
I will try to be a little bit more careful with her for her now until she has reached her end.
Her?
She then looks at everyone else and says, "And all of you." And she puts her arms on her hips and says, "You carry very interesting weapons with you. Weird
A
metals,
staff?
weird blades."
Yeah,
Staff?
that's a good question. And I'd look at Gunir. Gunir, do you mind showing her your spear?
Yes. I mean, do I have to?
Well, she
I
is.
mean,
Well,
you seem.
she might. Maybe she might know more about it, or maybe know something about the craft.
No.
Also, it's a
Well,
chance
would
for
be
you to
interesting.
prove the superiority of the spear over the sword.
Ah! And then he points the blade to, like, gives her the blade and she, like, weighs it, looks at it. Huh. Interesting. I have absolutely no idea what metal this is. She, like, inspects it. Is it durable? Very. Huh. Well, I mean, we don't really have those here. We rely on the blade. This is, well, I have heard of some monks that use spears, but not many. She passes it back.
Could
It is
you
a good sword. Good blade.
could you perhaps tell me about the metal of this thing? Master Telemann that is snoring so loud couldn't really get enough research done on it, but maybe since you know more about weapons, he's more into books. Maybe you would know, and I hand out the handle of the dagger. Of the dagger that has transparent blade.
She looks at it. Oh, it's a proficiency in a tool proficiency for her. Like smithing tools would be normal. But she looks at the blade and the blade, and she inspects it and then realizes that the blade doesn't end when it ends, and then with her nails kind of fingernails inspects the blade and says, "This is amazing. Where did you get this from?" And looks at you, Bavardis, with awe.
Well, a fallen enemy.
I think this is
Yes.
this is not made from metal. It is some hardened rock-like material, like obsidian, and deeply magical as well. But I've never seen any craft like that. It seems to be
alien?
Yes, she says, very intrigued. Very alien. Possibly
Mhm.
dangerous. She then kind of twists it around in her hand from holding it like blade going from thumb up, like she twisted so now it's aimed downwards from the wrist, 180 degrees.
So backhanded.
Yeah, backhanded, yeah, exactly. And still inspects it. Did you use this? Did it have any effect?
It was used on me, and I fell unconscious.
Oh, well. I think you have something very dangerous. Be careful with it.
All
Mhm.
right.
She twists it around and gives it to your hand.
Theodore is right now back in meditation mode, right? If I look at him?
Yes.
I just point at Theodore and saying he has something wholeheartedly unique, but it's not a craft in any way. I mean, you could ask him for it if he wakes up, but I've never seen something like it.
I don't want to pry. If they are interested, they will approach me, but I'm not one to reach for another man's blade, she says, smiling slightly. A weapon is a very personal thing, as you know. And you've always been the curious one, haven't you? She says.
Of course. I mean, there's a lot of things to see around.
That is true.
Like the library.
Yes, I was supposed to tell you that Safed and Ryan are waiting for you in the library if you want to talk to them.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Whenever you're ready, they will be there for the next couple of hours, probably.
All right. Then I will. Then I think it's best if we go there.
Can we read anything from the library?
You have to ask Safet about that.
Yeah, she
Oh.
says exactly. She wanted to say something, but as you said, she just kind of points at Nero.
I understand.
She turns around and walks away. And this is odd because, odd. She's a half-orc, but she's not ugly. She's pretty. But she has a very well-toned body,
Pretty.
Yeah. Just something worth noting,
Right.
She's not this archetype of like this giant brute. I mean, she is big. She is very muscular, but in a very like Amazonian athletic way, not in a monstrous way.
Luminous
Right.
has a secret hidden class. He's also a bard.
I wish! You have no idea how many
you're
times I wish I wanted to be a bard.
Charismatic is what charismatic does. Anyway,
Yeah.
so she sods off somewhere. You are being brought to the library, yeah?
No, wait, before we go, I just asked, so shall we wait for Theodore and Taylor, or shall we go now?
I think they want to rest. Personally. Well, they said so anyway, so I would assume. But that's up to you. I'm not going to wake them up from their trance.
I don't mean waking up, I just mean wait until they wake up or go now, is what I'm saying.
Well, you need to meet your master, right?
Yeah, but Kali just said that they will be there for a few hours.
Yeah, but you might talk to them for a few hours.
I'm sure there are other activities we can do at the monastery.
Reading.
God, he's so fast.
Okay, then let's go towards the library, and I just lead them there.
Yay, I raised my hands up.
Okay. Yeah, you do that. You raise your hands all the way up. And
Luminous, just so you know, it's not magic scrolls. Just so you know.
Yeah, of course.
Good.
Knowledge don't have to be magic.
No, but we have seen you with magic.
Yeah. Do you think they'll allow me to use their training grounds,
Again, just
They
ask,
might, but they shouldn't.
but again, Just ask, and it will probably be done under supervision.
Do you think they'll get upset if I destroy it?
Can you destroy it?
Yes.
Then don't do it.
Okay. Well, lead me to this library, please.
Okay, and I just lead. Yep. Gangnir before and
Field trip to the library!
Let's just assume that Gangnir doesn't go. Doesn't want to
Alright.
go.
Yeah,
For whatever reason.
He'll stay with his buddies, the elves, and the rest.
Yeah. And take care of Telamon, just to make sure
Yeah.
that they won't do anything to Telamon, and Telamon doesn't do anything to Telamon.
Very reasonable.
Yeah, okay. So
I would go though.
yeah, sure. So yeah, the library, you're being led there by one of the monks. It is a underground structure. It is actually basically an inverse of a tower, where there are floors that are. There's a balcony on each floor that circulates around a pit. And then it goes one floor below, one floor below, one floor below, with another balcony wrapping around this, basically a well, you know? And some of these balconies have bridges that connect to a floor above, or some of them have bridges that connect to the other side of the same floor. But all in all, it kind of goes down and down. And there's a lot of slots for scrolls. There are no books.
Interesting.
There are specifically scrolls. There's also a strong scent of incense in here. Everything is wooden or tiled, and these scrolls are being held in a kind of crisscross pattern on the wall. So you see the scrolls not from their sides, but from their ends. So you see that a slot in the wall that you can pull a scroll from, you know?
Interesting.
And you go to the very bottom, actually, where Orion is, standing in front of a book that is about 4.5 feet tall. It is placed on a giant, basically a structure that is there only to prop up this
pedestal.
book. Yeah, this pedestal. It's a wooden
So
little.
like,
yeah.
to bevar this tall.
Yeah. And then he does take a piece of paper and slides it to the side very, very slowly. It seems to be not written on paper, but more on like linen, like cloth, essentially. So each page is rather thick, probably difficult to destroy. And on it are runes in Draconic. Whatever that was written there is only to be known by the person who knows Draconic. But even that would be difficult, as Orion senses you approaching for a relatively long time, and
the small glimpse that I had. What did I see?
Roll me a perception before we do that. Yeah.
Also, are there any artworks on the walls?
Not really, no.
23.
There are ornaments in the sense that they are like dragon little endings to every piece of furniture here, every little like balustrade, like railing, you know. These things are like these almost, you know, the Asian type imperial dragon carvings on ends of things, and like claws and scales and a mane and a mouth, and that's kind of reoccurring over the structure. Okay.
Nero, do you have any altars of any deities in here?
That is actually a really good question. Since Nero is not religious in any sort, would he know that, Greg?
I mean, it's unlikely. It's possible with a religion check. We will see. Maybe he has heard something of something.
Okay. Because I am not religious in a way.
18. Apparently you are. Just kidding.
Okay, yeah. Well, you other religions other than the dragon Bahamut? Not really. This is basically a draconic, following draconic lines of the simple mythology of good dragon, bad dragon, good dragon fight bad dragon do bad thing, you know, that sort of thing. So it's Tiamat and Bahamut in endless conflict. Really simple stories, to be honest, but they carry universal truths. No other worship that you would ever hear about or know about. There might be, but it's just very minor, you know.
And they will probably
Okay.
accept that. Don't worry.
Yeah.
about it.
And even Bahamut is not like a required religion, you know. It's just the one that's here, you know. So anyway, what did you see? It says, where his blood fell on the ground, an island was created. Oh, sorry, not on the ground. Where his blood was poured on the ocean, an island was created.
Okay.
Yeah. And that is what you have read. It's a very simple thing. But then Orion turns to you and says, you have arrived.
Indeed.
I was waiting, doing some light reading.
The others are
I would
just
like to do the same.
resting still.
I wonder what he considers light reading.
Good
I
question.
mean, I just look at what's in front of him.
Well, yeah, it's a giant book. Yeah.
Where do you keep the oldest books here?
That is an interesting question, Luminous. Why do you ask?
Because I'm very interested in books, especially ones from an age lost to men and mere.
Well, you are also a man, and men carry motives with them. Some pure, some not. All of them not ours. And we are here to make sure things stay the same.
Hmm.
As it stands, I don't see a reason to allow you to read our books. They carry much wisdom, but they need to be safe.
Well, I mean, I consider my motives as pure, but do you consider my motives pure or impure?
I have no opinion about your motives, nor the ability to discern them. I only know how important this place is.
He will not take anything, Master. He just wishes to learn. That's just it.
That is it.
Learn what? Exactly.
Everything.
Well, everything's a bit big. Start with something smaller, Luminous. Something
99%
specific.
of everything.
Yeah, start with something specific, maybe, Luminous.
People who seek to learn everything usually end up badly.
Usually,
I can.
not always.
I can show you a book. Yes, I think I have a nice light reading for you. He smiles slightly. There's something alien to his smile.
Can I
Very
read it?
slightly.
That is appreciated, I think. What exactly is this book?
He says, I will bring it to you. In the meantime, Safed is waiting. And he points towards a curtain at the end, because this is a tower going down, down, down. And then there's apparently a corridor that is going to the side. It is being covered with a big curtain, gilded in gold. Well, gold color anyway. It smells of incense when you approach this curtain.
Okay. I slowly open the curtain so the rest can in.
Behind it is about 20 feet long corridor and another curtain. It's very dark in this space between spaces because the corridor is not lit in any way. But on the inside of the room, on the other side of the curtain that you now see on the end of the corridor, there is some movement. In fact, it illuminates the silhouette of who you know to be Safed over this over this curtain, almost like it's a shadow puppet show, He's there. You can see him. You can see him applying different, like he's clearly working on something that he has at his waist level on a table. Some small appliances being used and different like mortars, different some kind of like long cylindrical elements that he's using, some spoons. Looks like an alchemist at work or something like that.
Ooh. I clean myself with prestidigitation before entering.
Mhm.
And I just, lead them in.
Okay. On the other side of the door is this frail, kind, old man. He doesn't look threatening at all, but he does look wise.
Looks can be deceiving.
Of course, yes.
It can.
He looks positively
It could be the
ancient.
spy master.
In fact, he looks like the oldest person
He's
that you
not
have
the
ever
spy
seen.
master.
Okay.
He looks like the oldest person that you have ever seen that is not in a grave. Like 100, you know? There you go. As a token.
And that's still nothing compared to the elves.
Well, yes, but visually how he looks.
Yeah, I know.
He looks like a man. If an elf was at the equivalent of 100 human years, he would be 1,000 years old, you know?
Right.
So, yeah. Well, anyway. So he smiles slightly and brushes his hands through his really long beard. This beard is like to his waist, you know? And he has this big necklace of giant beads that are like giant rocks, spheres of impossible weight. He has a pauldron made of a symbol of a dragon. And all in all, is kind of standing tall. His age doesn't take away his ability to look dignified.
Hello.
He nods very slightly in silence, and you now see that what he is working on in the dimly lit room that he's working on is a how do you call this? He's working on incense, and he's just now basically has this table set up for a elaborate ritual. You know, the way these cultures make tea takes half an hour. The way these cultures like light a candle takes half an hour. So he has this like 10 different little appliances to. This is used to scoop up the incense and put it in here. This spoon is used to get some water and put it in. You know, that sort of thing. It smells intense in here, and between the darkness and the smell, this is almost an otherworldly experience to you immediately. In fact, Nero, you don't have to, but Bavardis and Lemmy, please roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh god. Natural one. Natural.
All those scented candles.
I suck at Constitution saving throws.
No, well, Mars doesn't. You don't either.
Nice. You're fine. Nothing bad. Nothing happens. I mean, other than it drills into your nostrils. So Safed looks at you and then kind of squints and says with his almost blind eyes, Nero? Is that you?
Yes, it is, Elder Safed.
It's years. Must have been 20 years since I last saw you.
No, 11. I left 11 years ago, Master.
She smiles. Feels like 20 by now. Do you want some tea?
Yes.
Very well. He turns around slowly and starts preparing the kettle for some tea. So what brings you here, children?
Well, questions, answers. It's just
Knowledge?
that, yeah.
He turns around and sits down, a process which takes him around 10 seconds. He has this wicker chair here that he slowly plops into. He is an old man. He then steeples his arms together and leans forward to both his elbows on the armrests and then arms steepled together as he looks at you and just says, then ask your questions.
Well, first, I just look at Bavars and Lunas.
have you ever heard about something called the Violet Eye? Seems to be a relic that's in Valchloris, which is our initial location of where we're going.
When you look at Bavardis, you notice that his eyelids are closed because, you know, the smoke is burning his eyes.
Are you okay?
Yes. I'm fine.
Are you really okay, Fo?
Yes, I have heard of it.
Oh,
It is a relic of the past, of times long gone, of wild and powerful magic flowing through these lands, through all land.
so it's
Magic.
real?
Yes, boy. Or it was. Might have been destroyed, lost to time, taken away. But it did exist ages ago.
Interesting.
It was an item that was used, from what short descriptions I have seen, to make worlds.
What?
I do not know what that means. There are things I don't know.
Do you know how long ago it was? Since it was lost?
I believe that was still before the Empire was forged.
600 years ago-ish?
Before that,
Hmm.
our kingdom, Ur, has been here for nearly 2,000 years. And that item is older than even us.
And it's somewhere in Valchloris. That's not good.
And that description doesn't sound very good either.
No, that does not. That is something we need to tell Theodore and take quickly, because either they left that out or they were not told that.
Indeed. This is
And
not good.
Valklaris, of all places,
Indeed, Valchloris.
Bavardis sighs. He reaches, still with eyes closed, pour the tea and takes a sip and puts down.
Do not be so judging of Valchloris. In times past, it was a grand place. It just fell like all things do. And from its
Yes.
corpse risen this husk. This might happen to us, this might happen to your empire, he says to you, Luminous. Things rise and things fall, and everything of worth is forged in the fire.
Perhaps. Things may break, but we can always rebuild.
He nods, agreeing, and sips some tea. By the way, Bavardis, you've drank the tea. It is a
Yes.
strong herbal tea. It is really freaking pungent, almost. It's difficult to drink for someone not accustomed to this taste. It's almost like drinking a swamp, is what I'm trying to say. But you do your best.
Yes.
Do
I will power through it.
do I notice
If I have
that? Do I notice that Bavardis is powering through it?
Again, sorry?
Would I notice that Bavardis is, powering through it? That he's, sour face a bit, stuff like that. That he's.
I would try not to disrespect the master with my sour face.
So I guess it would be a deception against an insight, yeah.
Yes, I would try to be deceptive with it. It's
Now
public and not advantage, so...
Mm.
Do I need to roll anything?
If you want to figure it out, yeah.
Which one?
Roll insight.
Inside. Inside. There it is.
Yep.
Okay. Well, then,
Wow.
yeah, you didn't pass that attempt of not being, clearly repulsed by this. You did your best.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
I mean, I tried. But they still know that I try.
Okay.
I just.
There's
lean
another
in.
thing that I would like you to do, which is roll me a charisma saving throw, Bavardis, since you're drinking, which you can choose to fail the save if you so wish, but you don't know what the effect is.
I would voluntarily submit to its effects.
Okay.
You die.
The calming effect of the spell Calm Emotions flows through your body. You are immune. You can suppress any effect causing you to be charmed or frightened. While this has no effect to you right now, just from a storytelling perspective, a calm washes over your body. An odd sort of calm, like detachment from any sort of physical problem. You're a carefree person in general, but now you're even more like chill. It's good. It's good tea. I mean,
Nice.
it's terrible tea, but it's a nice effect. Yeah, after drinking this tea, you can't even care about whether you live or die.
I just lean a bit too far and just say, if you want, I can try to make something a bit less sour next time if you want.
I can work with that, and I will reach to my bag for some spices, because there
Oh,
are
God.
spices to the tea, and I will improve the taste of my tea.
Oh, great. Then, as you do this, he has really long eyebrows. He has eyebrows that flow down his cheeks. And he raises both of them, like looking at you doing that, and then lowers them again. He was really surprised by what you just did.
Can I do a
I
sleight of
mean no
hand?
disrespect. I can
No,
probably
it's
haven't tried
fine.
it this way.
It's just an
May
old
I-
man likes his traditions. I'm terribly sorry if you didn't like it. He says. In the meantime, Lumi, you wanted to do what?
I wanted to do a sleight of hand in a sense and cast prestidigitation on the tea and make it taste like a good wine.
Okay.
I
Yep.
think prestidigitation allows
Can
you
prestidigitation-
to spice it up, not change the
It changed.
flavor up.
I can
not
change.
the flavor.
I can change.
I'll check.
Can you link it? Can you link prestidigitation?
One second.
Yeah, you can
There you
chill,
go.
warm, or flavor up to 1 cubic foot of non-living material for 1 hour. So you can make like
And
grass
flavoring
sound
isn't
better.
changing the flavor. I'm flavoring my fries with some salt.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean that
I think you can add to what is already there. I guess you can add really sweet taste to get rid of the sourness, or like a salty taste to get rid of the, like sharpness of it. You can do those things, which is good. It's still going to help, and you still do it, and it's easier to drink. Doesn't change the fact that it's not that easy. But I will tell you, if you decide to mask the fact that you feel terrible about it, you roll with an advantage. I mean, terrible about the taste.
Have you ever tried the new tastes of your tea?
What? What do you mean?
With all respect to tradition and as great as it is, there are ways to improve through trial and error.
I
And I'm
am not
offering
entirely
you-
sure if I agree, but I am willing to try. He
Um,
smiles slightly.
Then I will throw some spices into his tea as well. Give it a try.
They're poison.
And it's perfectly fine to not like it.
Mhm. Well, he does give it a try.
And this whole time, his eyes were completely closed. Just a reminder.
But he does give it a try, and then kind of looks into the cup with a certain, I guess.
Oh, I can do a Spicer Tools check.
Exactly. Do that. I will see what is his
It
immersion.
would be with wisdom, perhaps?
Sure, but it is a difficult test, just so you know, because it's against the tradition of a 100-year-old man.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're fighting against that.
It's difficult to convince him to try new things when he's 100.
Fuck!
Uh-oh.
That's going to be interesting.
He froze up.
It's very good. Yes. Roll an insight if you so choose.
Now I got good insights.
No, it's not. He tried to lie. He doesn't win.
Of all the times that I roll insight.
Yes. On the tee with a 100-year-old man, that is when you know what he feels like.
And
Anyway.
I immediately feel ashamed because like I did a blunder.
And anyway, Master.
This time I'm not hiding.
Yeah. Loomis over here wishes to read some of the scrolls that we got around here.
I do.
Allowed?
Well, you're looking for a powerful item. You're looking for dangerous knowledge. Wow. I just wonder. Knowledge is knowledge. It is not good. It is not bad. Left to its own devices, good people will do good things. Bad people will do bad things with their knowledge. But you are a friend of the arcane, are you not?
Well, yes. Did you by any chance notice that I changed the flavor of that drink?
No, but that is an interesting comment. He says, what I was trying to say is the arcane, even in the hands of good people, if they are too ambitious, can be bad. It can slip from your grasp. So be careful, boy. Be wary.
Thank you for the warning.
Monstrosities dwell all around, just ready to be released and claw upon your body.
Perhaps. But I believe I am a good keeper of knowledge.
Roll me a persuasion. With an advantage because Nero is backing you up.
Nice.
It's a good thing
It's a difficult test again.
that I didn't speak because
20.
There you go.
Safed kind of looks at you and says, I know all the scrolls within this library by memory. I've written many of them. Is there anything specific that you are looking for? As you might get lost in the mundane if you just walk.
Well, I treat knowledge equally. It doesn't matter if it's knowledge about specific things that I may not be completely interested in. Knowledge is knowledge in the end, and I seek all knowledge. However, my question to you would rather be, which knowledge would you be okay with me reading? Because I mean no disrespect in wanting to read valuable scrolls and notes that you may that may serve as a secret to your monastery. I don't mean to intrude on such.
That is very kind. We can talk and walk, and every time you reach for something you shouldn't read, I will slap you in the wrist. He smiles slightly and drinks his tea completely.
I just
That's
look
an
at,
interesting way.
I just look at Lewis and just nod like he will do that. I just nod like he will do that.
I'm glad I'm wearing gloves then.
Between the tea, the incense, the temperature here, and the half muted light, it's getting surreal, like for all of you, like hallucinogenic almost.
Dude, is Orion back already?
Maybe in the previous room. He's not in this room.
Master, is it okay if we leave for a moment? I want to ask you and Master Orion something specific.
Let me walk outside. Not everyone has to drag their way all the way down. I still can walk. He says as he stands up.
I help him up.
Yeah, he did actually need that probably. He's at the level when he's an old man that claims he can do a lot, probably can't. So yeah, you help him as a crutch, sort of, to go to the next room, which is.
I want to do something, but I don't know if I should.
He essentially moves at the speed of 5 feet around. That's his top speed.
Yes, probably.
You're giving him haste.
No, something else.
Expeditious retreat?
Should I do it?
Oh no, he has the spell!
No, I know what I will do. I will look at him and say,
Please not. You know how we're acting with teleportation.
No. I will say, so, I know by age it becomes harder to move. Would you like some help? I can prove to you that magic is not all bad.
I never said magic is all bad.
I can prove it to you anyway. It will be fun.
Roll a persuasion.
With
This time
advantage
with
because
no
Nero.
advantage. No, Nero is not helping you with this. Unless Nero,
I know,
are you
I know.
helping him with this?
I
assume
I
so,
don't have anything to say right about this.
Yeah.
Because he used the wrong
16.
He used the wrong sentence, basically, is what I want to say. He should have used the ultimate sentence.
I will have to thank you, but no, I am fine as I am. And
What if
so
I
is-
insist?
Then I will insist on saying no.
How much do you insist on saying no?
Luminous,
Until I die, boy. Until I die.
Luminous, just stop for now, okay?
It would be fun, though.
Can I, in the meantime, perhaps use your incense facilities? I'm running low on my own incense for my rituals.
He opens his mouth but doesn't finish because you have now entered the 20-foot long corridor. This was your trick, and you open the curtain to see Orion with a scroll in his hands.
Oh,
He,
hello
like,
there.
Points the scroll towards you.
Excuse me, out of character question.
Yes.
Wasn't it like Nero wanted to talk with Master and him alone, like not with...
No.
That is not impossible, but-
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Yeah.
That's not what I
Yes,
said.
we just choose to follow.
Yeah.
Okay,
I never said
then
that,
I
so-
wouldn't ask... I
For
wouldn't
the
have asked
instance.
the instance question.
Okay, cool. Well, anyway, so yes, you are all in the same room, and Ryan is pointing the scroll at you, towards you.
That's a fine scroll.
Now, take it if you'd like. Read it, if you must.
I would like. I wouldn't say I must, but I certainly would like.
As long as it stays here, I am comfortable.
Right here,
Yes, right
Oh.
here.
I will not move, and I will take the scroll.
Mhm.
Is there anything like a stool or chair where I can help Safat in?
Yeah, there is.
Or we could use some.
You'd really like to do that, wouldn't you?
I would.
Well, Master Orion.
Yes.
First, my friend here, Bavardis, he is also being taught in our ways by. It seems his master was from the open palm.
He looks at Bavardis and then looks back at you and says, "No, he has not."
That's no, not exactly like us, but he has been taught by a monk in a certain way. But
I am not entirely sure that's true either. Nero.
the way, how should I say it? He's not a Kensei, but he's also not open palm.
He's a person who is able to punch with his fists very proficiently, a dilution of a dilution. A man taught by a man, taught by a man, taught by a man of the ways of the monk. So detached from what we are that you shouldn't even compare those things anymore.
Vardas, do you just want to show it?
Do I want to? Moderately.
Could you show it? That might be the quickest way.
Give me a second. It's not. It will be just the second time I do it. I want to prepare myself. I will light my own incense, sit
How
in the
about you
middle
just
in
spar?
like meditative state, and then do the thing.
To the sparring comments, Orion says, young boys do spar quite often, but I don't think we're interested in that. Alright, so you do your thing, yeah?
Yes. Do you want me to link it?
Yes, please. Would help.
Hour of Reaping.
It's a weird name.
Well, that's the handbook name.
Mm-hmm. Each creature within 30 feet of you must succeed in a wisdom saving throw.
Imagine if he rolls a natural one. And just run away from you.
But those who drank the tea are immune. Probably aware of effect, but
I mean,
said that.
I don't recall Lumi rolling for that or accepting it.
No,
I did not drink the tea, no.
Yeah, exactly. So it's only you who has been drinking the tea.
No, the old guy
And
too.
since
Yeah.
I'm the one who suggested it, I probably took a few steps back.
Okay.
Just to
Okay,
make-
so
And I think I was
Sure.
unconscious when he last did it, so I would have known.
yeah. So I made sure that me and Savannah are at least out of it.
okay, so it's a
Come on,
wisdom saving throw from both the monks. Now my question is, because I don't recall, do monks get any bonus to their saving throws at any level? Like
Depending on
Don't
the
think of
level, depending on the level, they
yes,
get
they do.
everything.
where?
Let me look it up quickly because I think it is either 14 or 13. It is.
Yes, proficiency in all saving throws. Diamond Soul. Okay, cool.
Yeah, 14.
It's okay, so both of them would actually have the same bonus to this. So I'll roll for using only one of their character sheet. I just need to mark it as
Do I have to roll too?
And they will easily pass.
Yes. Yes. Just Bavardis doesn't roll.
What is
for
it?
Bavardis
Saving
wouldn't.
throw.
Yeah, but which
Wisdom saving throw.
wisdom?
DC 14. So
I'm
both
like,
saved.
are you trying to scare me?
Oh, nice job.
Can't scare me with that.
Apparently. So, Nero, you're left.
Wait, I was out of it, right?
Did you leave 30 feet out? That's not a couple of steps.
Okay.
You would have to either go 2 floors up or back into the room
Oh,
that
there
you
you
came
go.
from.
Everyone has saved.
Oh, thank God.
Which isn't
I
a difficult
look at
thing,
them
so I
in
was
the
wondering why did those guys up there failed? But
Okay, but still, describe to us, please, what is the effect that while it doesn't frighten anyone, they do still sense? Or
Well-
do you want it to be for the people who succeeded on it that they sense nothing at all? It's kind of your choice, really.
I envisioned it in my head that they would know, but not in the same strength, like vividity.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Vividity.
So it still means you get the right to describe what they see, which is as if death itself was behind you and helping you to intimidate them.
I wave at it.
Yes. There is a calm-looking small guy in the middle of the room with 3 incensey candles around him, with these lines of fumes going up from it. and they all are extinguished at the same time, and the remaining smoke seemed to be swirling, like the one quick rotation around the Vardis, and it disperses as something that cannot be seen, cannot be. What is really is defined by electrical. If you can think about things that you can see or smell or touch, then it's real. But in this definition, you feel something unreal because it's like something that appeals to a different sense in you, like sense of presence, like when you think, oh, I feel like someone is watching me even though I'm alone. It's this kind of sensation.
Yeah,
Like there's
anxiety
another
almost.
person
Yeah.
there as well, but it's not paralyzing because it's not this powerful as it was then.
So it is
Which
a
makes
feeling
sense.
of
It was,
paranoia.
Yeah, anxiety, like a spike of anxiety.
this
A feeling
unease.
like
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at this, everyone stands their ground, and both the monks seem to be untouched by the effect. Orion says doesn't twitch at all. Safed, his eyebrows and his beard kind of is moved to the side by the air, but nothing more than that. And Safed kind of leads the energy as it lifts up and out of the room, the like the wisp of air. It was a fast moment, but he kind of looks after it. Orion doesn't break eye contact.
Master, have you ever seen something like this?
Like I was saying, while there are similarities between the school of long death, and I understand why you might be misguided here, Nero, this is not something that you can just bracket into their school. This is his own thing.
Yeah, that I understand. I was just wondering if there was something more kin to what we knew.
I don't think there is.
I open up my eyes and I stand up. You mentioned this monastery of long death?
Yes,
What
there
is
is one.
that?
Well, there is a school much like ours. The monastery. It is filled with people who know how to operate in a world between worlds. It is led by Astra, and it's called Mouth.
Where is that?
Quite far away from here, to be honest. But if I understand correctly, you want to leave Ur, and you want to move towards Varclois, yes?
Yes, and I know there are two ways, and it would help a map so I can show the rest of it the way. But I know there's one that will lead us past the capital and Mount, or one that will lead us south.
Well, the lands of the monks of Long Death are east from us. If you were to travel along the mountains to the east, you would find them, maybe. Their monastery is not as easy to locate as ours, and I don't think you would learn much. Why do you ask? What are you looking for, halfling?
I'm on a pilgrimage, and like I described it before, this pilgrimage is not of geographic location, but of mind. And I just...
Well, very well. If you so choose, like I said, the monastery is east. I will provide you with a map, but you can't take it with you.
No, I just need it. That's okay. Just to show the two paths that exist. One is
quick to the east, or one is safe to the south and then east.
Very well.
Yesterday, it felt, well, a few hours ago, it felt a little bit different. It felt more. I felt like I was standing in front of the gate already. I saw what was on the other side. I just didn't walk past the threshold. I felt like it was perhaps calling me, but I was led to the other side, and whatever thing came, whatever led me to the other side, appeared with me on the other side. That's why it was more difficult now. I would have to practice it more. It's something I saw for the first time.
Well, if you want to consult about that, you could with the monks of Mal. But they are extremely, well, less than friendly, I suppose. Well, not murderers, they keep to themselves more than we do. And there's less of them than us.
That's understandable. It's sort of somewhat similar to the monks of Deathless Valley. Not these kinds of monks that would be martial artists, but more religious type.
I've never heard of this Deathless Valley. It must be far.
It's in. Wait a minute. Where's the map?
Gundir has it, because he never put it in the bag of holding, so I don't have them.
I mean, Bavardis knows.
The big
I
map.
just need
The
oh,
note.
the Imperial
It would
map.
be
There it is.
in the central.
Thule.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's in Provincia Thule.
By the way, guys, you both would know that what Bavardis is mentioning, the Deathless Valley, the monks of the Deathless Valley, Thule is one of the rebelling provinces.
Right.
Yeah. Just for reference.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, that would be that.
Unfortunately, I couldn't stay there for long because war was about to happen, and it did happen.
War. He kind of looks at you interested. You are experiencing war? I thought the Empire to be a peaceful place.
They are not. It seems there's a civil war going on currently.
Ah,
Yeah, it seems pretty stupid.
well, all wars are.
They are. I agree.
I agree. I mean, it will be difficult to find someone who disagrees.
That is true.
I will hope for a swift end of your war. Well, their war, he says, correcting himself. But you realize, Nero, that for the first time he referred to you as an outsider.
Hmm.
Yeah. By the way, Master, there is
Yes.
something else. As you might have noticed, there are some changes with me.
I
So,
did, yes.
besides the eye color and that I can now understand, speak, and write Draconic, I also have this mark on my back, this tattoo of sorts. It happened 4 years ago, and I just show it towards Orion and Safet.
That's Safed kind of chimes in. That is the symbol of the Platinum Dragon. How? Why? How did this happen to you?
That is something I'm still trying to figure out myself.
Boy, you have been marked for greatness. This must
What?
mean something significant.
I would like to incite the person that just said it. I don't know if it was the master or the
No,
old guy.
it's the
Yeah,
old.
same here actually.
Yeah.
Want to see if I sense any
Okay.
certainties within, and I don't.
Don't be so
yeah.
sure, he might fail.
I already know. You, she seems genuinely, genuinely surprised and interested in this. And he starts touching the tattoo. So, how did this appear?
I
Why?
don't know. 4 years ago, with my mercenary company, with my friends, and we got ambushed by. I don't know who they were. They were just there. Our, our one of our lieutenants killed our leader, who was a profound follower of Bahamut. And when I saw it and tried to go there, I just fell unconscious. And when I woke up, I just had this weird speech, this my eyes hurting and my back burning, but there were just corpses around me. Many were missing, but there was just lots of dead. I did not learn until a few hours when I reached the village that I had this mark on my back.
This might be a prophecy. Orion says, let's perhaps not jump to conclusions. We do not know how this occurred. But Safed is kind of already on his path and says, we need to send someone to the Forbidden City to ask, to inquire, to tell about this. This might matter.
Wait. What prophecy? What is this, also? This is what is this? Now I'm really, what's going on?
This is... And Orion kind of raises his hand. Perhaps let's not... But Safed still, shushes him and says, there are many prophecies of dragon marked. They appeared during the ages to achieve some impossible goal, usually dying in sacrifice to the greater cause. They were dragon slayers, people who ended or started wars, king slayers. They were always prophesied to die while succeeding something great. And Orion kind of says, but this is just a tattoo, and these prophecies are from times that not even I remember. So perhaps let's not scare the boy. To which Safed points, you're the only person who thinks of him as a boy. Nero.
Yes?
And he kind of puts both of his hands on his shoulders and says, whatever path you are taking, wherever you are going, know that the dragon is guiding you towards greatness.
I just look down and hold the necklace, the pendant of Bahamut, the equilibrium, just in my hand.
Yep. To this point, Orion kind of... And this is the first time you see certain emotion in him. He doesn't seem happy about this revelation. Orion kind of chimes in and says, Safed, please, do not do this in this way. We need time. We need to ask in the Forbidden City. Maybe this is just a blessing. Maybe this is nothing more than that. Let's not... Don't take this away. And he looks at you, as... And he kind of grabs your hand, if possible. And both his hands around your hand, he says, you can forge your own fate.
I know. That is what I'm doing. Just follow my own path.
Yes. So Safed kind of allows for this moment and doesn't say anything else, and Orion kind of leaves your hands. Well, this was very interesting, says Orion. Kind of, he's very collected still, and says, given the situation, I think this would be all, wouldn't it?
It will be unless Luminous and Bavardis still have something to ask.
Well, out of character, I would ask, do I know
Okay.
of this forbidden city?
No, you would not.
Oh.
Sadly. Or
In that
is
case-
distant.
In that case, I would ask, well, you piqued my interest. What exactly is this forbidden city thing? Place?
Oh, to Orion responds, looking at you with his pale eyes. It is, for the lack of a better term, the capital. The city from which the ruler of Kingdom of Ur resides and rules. He never shows himself.
Is he shy?
Are you capable of being serious?
Luminous, just listen this time, okay?
I can see that you are very happy for all the knowledge that you are gaining, but please do not turn things into jokes, especially things that matter.
Well, I'm very shy.
Doesn't look like it, he says while smiling very confrontationally and viciously at you.
I smile viciously back and say, yes, I am.
Yeah, damn. I suppose. He thinks about the response and says, "Good day," and turns around and walks away without giving you any more knowledge.
Good day.
And I bow. Thank you for your time and insight.
I bow as I open the scroll and read it.
And then I walk away.
Do you know Draconic?
Huh?
Do you know Draconic?
No.
Then you can't read the scroll.
Love it. Nero?
Yeah?
You can read this, can't you?
I just look at it. What does it say?
It is the story of Willem, a powerful caster who, well, skimming it, it is a story of a man who reached for the stars, challenged the will of gods, did all the things that a mage shouldn't do, and essentially exploded his kingdom. Like, this is the abbreviated version. If you were to read closer into it, there's a lot more, obviously, but yeah, you skimmed it.
Luminous?
Yes?
This is not... This is, I think, more of a warning. To
Go on.
say at least don't strive for too much. I think that's more the warning. You strive
I
too
always
much,
strive for everything.
Yeah.
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 You would not want to know.
I would love to know.
It basically destroyed his own kingdom.
Oh, that's not a very good thing.
Nope.
What else?
That's how it ended.
Yeah, I know. You said that. What else?
I mean, if you read closer into it, it says specifically what he did, but that would require you to sit down and read the scroll, which would take about 50 minutes.
Can he at least find what kingdom it was that he exploded?
Can I?
Yeah, sure. I will give you that for free before actually reading it. It was calling the Kingdom of Willem, and now it's called Willem's Wastes. Also known as the Dead God's Grave.
Ah, that sounds nice.
Right.
Dead God. Grave, you said?
Quickly, teach me Draconic.
The Dead God's Grave, also known as
What
the
are you doing
Willem's
to me?
Wastes.
Now I gotta learn Elven from Fae and Dragonic from him.
Yeah, I can teach Draconic, the guy who doesn't even know how the fuck he got Draconic.
Yeah, you better try.
I'm not.
Anyway,
Yeah, anyway.
about the other thing, Luminous. The Forbidden City is two parts, rather. And
Oh,
about its ruler, like I said, I told Theoden, like I told everyone here, we don't really have one per se. We don't even know if he still exists because nobody goes inside the inner city. You have the inner city and the outer. The outer is where the people live, basically, and the inner is just closed off with someone just going through it. Mostly it's an arbiter.
Has it always been closed out for the public?
Safet is still with us, right?
Yes.
I think Master Safet might know more if it was always closed off.
Oh, yes, it has since forever been a gate untouched by mortals. No one dares to try to go into the inner city, nor should they. It's a fool's errand and a suicide mission.
But you are to contact someone within the Forbidden City. Are you contacting someone on the outside or perhaps on the inside?
The outside with hopes of it maybe reaching the inside, maybe an arbiter. We don't know.
Interesting.
Neat.
Everything is interesting to you.
It is.
Smiling.
It really is.
Oh, that is.
Well, I can't really read Draconic, unfortunately. And I think that Nero here would rather rest and perhaps talk to his master, so I don't think he has time to read his bedtime story for me. So perhaps it would be better if you take this.
Just ask Monster Fett if you have any if there's any books here in common.
I mean, sorry, but this like one scroll takes maybe 15 minutes. It's not like a book. They are very abbreviated stories, so it's not impossible to get a couple of them in, even while reading by proxy, which would be torturous, I suppose, to. I can hear double. Am I the only one?
No, I
No,
don't hear
you don't.
double.
Okay. Yeah. So, what I was saying?
About scrolls, time, how long?
Yeah, I mean, it would be not a very pleasant experience for you, Nero, but you could conceivably, read them for 5, 10 scrolls. I mean, depending on how much time you would use.
Wait, how many of them are in
waste.
Draconic?
All of them.
What?
Really?
Why
There's
would you
just-
write not in Draconic if you're in the Kingdom of Ur?
I don't know anything about her.
I know, but that's kind of like it's like obvious for them, and
Right.
You know.
Because you don't speak Draconic, that's why you don't know anything.
I can breathe fire, maybe.
Helps. A
That's
lot.
not-
Helps.
Anyway, Master Safet. Then I just let him look at the pendant. Do you might know what this is then?
Sorry, could you repeat?
I showed him the equal pendant.
The amulet?
The Bahamut pendant, yeah.
It's a beautiful pendant. I do not exactly know what it is or means.
I think Bahamut guided me to. It showed me a trail of incense when I lit a candle of his.
Maybe that is what awaits you at the end of the road.
Yeah.
I think this path you need to explore on your own. No one can help you.
I just look at Bavars Luminous. I don't think I will be alone.
Well,
I don't think he will be alone. Unless
I
you
won't
want to be
allow you.
alone.
That's fair.
Right. Well, are there any scrolls you suggest me to read?
Oh, there's so many. It's so difficult. I'm sorry.
Luminous, just ask for something specific, like
really specific. What do you want to know right now?
I mean, it's...
Don't say everything. Just say what do you want to know right now at this moment, at this
How
very
did you know I
moment.
was going to say everything?
Because you always say everything. Has been your answer for right now the entire time, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Hasn't it before this? That he said everything on everything.
Everything.
He did.
Specifics.
God.
Da, 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 da.
Nice.
So any
You know,
I guess I could start with the history of
Could you? Sorry, my
Oh,
history
was
of Ur.
cut off.
Right.
About the city of Ur, you said?
Well, about from the very foundation. If you have the records from 2,000 years ago.
Of course, I can tell you this story.
And that he will, but that is
Oh.
for after the session, really, because it's a more complicated thing.
I understand.
Cool.
Thank you very much for that, then.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So you get that. You get what you want.
Cool.
anyone else of you, Bavars, do you still want to ask something?
No.
All right. Then, thank you at least, Master, for your time.
Of course. Be careful, Nero.
I will.
I wish you the best.
Thanks.
May the
And
key
there
be
There
with
goes
you.
Delverden, sadly.
I think just for a bit. Okay. So yeah, you got that. So what next on your itinerary, guys?
May the key be with you.
I'm gonna check on Tay right now first. I'm gonna check upstairs to see if she's still there. Because
And I'm gonna
she's over there.
keep walking with Nero.
Cool. Okay. Well.
Just for sake.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fun to hear. I just say halfway when we're walking. Oh God, I hope this prophecy is not a real thing.
Well, I don't really know what to say, honestly.
I'll see, this is the first time
Prophecies are a weird thing. And, well, some of them come true, others were just good stories.
True. More true than that. Well, at least we found something now a bit more about you, artists. Seems it's a king
Right.
too long dead.
I would really like to check that and examine a little bit closer.
Well,
They might have some way of looking at things that I didn't even consider.
again, if we're gonna take the quick route, it would be on our path. Although, exactly on our path, we would still have to look for the monastery, but we will be in that area, if you get what I'm saying.
Then let's go there.
Plus, we will also go past the Forbidden City, so. But then again, we also need to ask the rest of us how they want to go. If they want to go safe or quick.
Fair enough. Right now, I'm really curious to take a look at the map and see how the path would be laid out.
Yeah.
Okay. So as for the map, you will need to give me like 10 minutes to literally make the map. And in the meantime, could you just roleplay, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we would have reached. Say by now has it been 4 hours or something.
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah.
wake up
Sure.
yet?
And I
Okay.
stayed with him, right?
With who?
With
him?
whom?
The master. Didn't you say he was going to tell me until after the session?
I mean, let's just. I mean, he wouldn't be. It wouldn't take him that long. It would be like an half an hour of a lecture before he told you everything about the basic story of Ur, which is it's very dragon heavy. So what I'm going to say right now.
I think we might have would have waited, right, Bavardis?
Yeah. So then that conversation, you still get part of the conversation at the end of this. So,
Okay.
We can
Thanks
just
for
take a rations break.
Ooh, wow, that was quite a story, hey?
Oh, so if you want to learn, there is always something.
He mentioned dragons a lot.
Yep, we have drakes running wildly.
Do you ride them?
No, there have
Could
been
you
some.
summarize the story for me?
There have been some crazy people who have tamed before,
Taint?
tamed them and ridden.
Oh,
So it is possible, but it's extremely rare.
Well-
Although, you know, Gonir's mask that he has,
yes.
I
The
kind of
one
want
he
to
can
test.
talk to horses and stuff?
Yeah, I kind of want to test it out on a drake,
Oh.
and then mix it with draconic.
Well,
But
I
it
could
works.
barely tame a little fish, so I doubt I could tame a...
Oh no, not taming, just talk. See if it actually works.
Oh,
To see if a drake would actually understand if we use that mask.
what do you think he would tell you?
That he wants to eat me, probably.
Like, I will
Yeah.
eat
With all
you.
due respect, it sounds like a very bad idea. I just want to
It is.
say it, you know.
It is.
It is a bad idea. I agree.
It is.
But it sounds pretty fun.
And officially, I advise against it.
So do
Just so
I,
we're
but
clear.
I want to try it still.
Jesus.
Oh,
Anyway.
oh boy.
Let's see if Tay and Theoden are somewhere here.
I think they disagree with that statement, Phil.
You find Thay and Theodrin probably eating after rest. I think that's reasonable.
Mhm.
Hey, how is it going?
Where did you lose Gagnir? Ah,
Did you
he's
sleep well?
He's guarding Telemon, okay.
Well enough.
No and no?
Well enough.
She probably doesn't feel the bruises anymore.
I
Well,
hope
mean,
so.
a sore, but
Well,
I guess
did
this
hit.
is it.
We did hit something when we teleported. I don't even know what it was. How did it feel to you guys? I felt like I hit a wall or something.
It felt like I slammed into a mountain.
Yeah.
I
That's
think
It
that
felt
is
like a
the-
building collapsing.
I have
I've never
been
felt that.
in a building that collapsed, but I'm sure
Same.
it's about the same.
Oh, anyway.
Have you ever crashed into a mountain?
No, but I can maybe imagine it, but it definitely felt like that.
It did hurt. It knocked me
Absolutely.
right out.
Well, Tay, do you want to see something now that you're awake? I mean,
Some weird ways to phrase it, but
yeah,
sure.
basically. Yeah, basically. It's a weird way to phrase it, but that's the way I'm phrasing it. I mean,
no, sorry. DM is just
Very narrow.
I'm waiting for Orion to basically for a map, basically, so we can decide the way we would leave, as there are two ways. And basically, I don't want to leave until I know that Telemon can safely.
And in the meantime, you could perhaps try my new spices for a tea. Here.
Oh no, he's doing it again. That's a lot better.
That's pretty good, yeah. What's with those modifiers?
And I'm sitting, you know, anxiously like an old lady with a lottery raffle ticket, waiting for the wheel to stop spinning.
Do we actually have tea? Vardas, do we actually have tea to begin with?
With a wizard, all you need is water.
What a
I mean-
sentence.
We're in the place where we eat. I guess they would have some tea. I mean, don't ruin my scene. Come on.
Yeah, you seem to like the tea you tasted earlier.
Well, at least you missed something, Tay.
The tea offer was towards Thay, right?
She probably has her water skin. She was eating from the rations.
Eating from the
Just a
water
little-
skin.
Bavardis seems to be really insistent on giving
Nobody
us
drinks tea.
Taste it!
Well, is
What
there? I
is
mean,
wrong with you people?
if there was tea in the room, I mean, yeah, sure, yeah. I mean,
Bavardis is like, oh.
Right?
And now I'm trying to see if it's the problem with my spicing or if it's the problem with the Wiseman.
Do you taste it?
And now,
uh,
the
Damn
drum
it.
rolls, please.
so you offered her tea?
Yes, I'm
Oh,
offering you a
you
tea.
had tea.
Tea
Oh,
for
with
tea.
you.
With
Okay.
And
spices.
I was spicing up the tea to make it more flavorful.
Oh,
And I'm really trying to see if you would like it.
then I'll try it.
You can kind of feel the insistence in Bavardis, like, it's so cool.
Take a
I like-
sippy.
You feel Def I'm praising you.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Well, so what's the tea, Bavardis?
The roll was 20, so maybe describe how a great tea tastes.
Well, yes, it is an
Spices.
amazing tea, Faye. Actually, kind of custom made for your elven sensibilities, which Bavardis somehow in his past has learned and made something that other elves have liked in the past. And kind of since he aimed for you, it's really good. A
Oh.
personal.
It's great. I really do like it.
Yes, I still got it.
Oh, God.
Oh, she just gonna.
Just yeah, before just don't add spices anymore to green tea, okay? That does not work.
Seemed to work fine.
It did not work fine. You saw his face. He
Yeah,
not
it did.
I
like
mean,
It looked the same as it before you drank it.
Yeah, that's true. That doesn't really change faces that much.
Right.
Then shall we be leaving soon? Once
Uh,
the map has been given.
Oh, we're not getting it. Just
Oh.
we're just.
getting away. Plus, we're waiting for Telmonost. Do you?
By the way, Nero, you're pretty
Arrival.
good at calligraphy. Do you think you could copy the beneficial parts of the map?
No, calligraphy is writing, not drawing.
Yeah, I know.
So no. I know how to write well, not to draw.
All right, then I'll
There's a
try.
difference, sadly.
Do you
Then
have
I will
cartographer's
try.
tools?
No, but I have a quill
Yeah.
and I'm intelligent.
Yeah.
Okay.
True.
I think I have a nice little solution for that then.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
But that will happen. This will happen soon, not immediately now. But
Right.
what is happening now is you are being provided with a map.
Wait, who brings the map?
One second, I'm still working.
So we can still continue to
Yeah.
play.
Yes.
By
yes,
the way, Tay, you and Tioran are basically always interested in other elves, right? Or at least Tioran is, with what I've seen.
It depends what you mean by that. I mean,
Just talking, experience, maybe I think like that. Just sharing information, knowledge.
speaking to them, perhaps, but
I mean, if you want, you can talk with my father if you wish. I mean, Master Ryan should be somewhere
your
around here. And I
father's
just
an
look.
elf?
Yeah?
Are you half elven?
No.
Oh, adopted. Okay.
Yeah. I was left here when I was a baby at the gate, and he took me in and basically raised me as my own. It's
Right, you
also-
weren't at the orphan discussion. Okay.
It's also a reason why people here are a bit less happy with me.
Okay. So it would be essentially a random monk who would bring you this map right now and put it on the table.
Okay.
He would just say, each of the bars at the bottom is 100 kilometers. And he points like at this bar. We are here. He points. And
I
as you
Any
notice, there are
roads?
no markers on this map other than geographic markers. It's like just a map of the terrain. No cities marked, no roads marked, no, nothing like that. So,
and there are
That was an in character question because he never was in, or maybe there are no roads. So he just asked, "Are there any roads leading to there?" And I point to the middle.
well, Nero would know answers to this. This monk basically left. So,
The question was still asked.
right.
yes.
Just
So,
just
Nero,
just normal dirt roads, stuff like that. Not
yeah,
paved.
the villages are connected with each other by roads.
Ah, damn, I can't do that.
There are basically well.
No,
Let's first.
fireball is not advised.
Eh?
Yeah, okay, let's first start with the basics, maybe. So you know a bit how it is split up. So, as of course, we are here, and basically this area is, you would say, most, if you would look for monks there, mostly can say there.
What is that? I point to the map.
That's the capital.
Within mountain, they have class.
What?
Nothing.
Well, it's more of a plateau than a mountain. But you're right, it's plateau, correct?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
It's more of a plateau, not a mountain, I would say. I mean, the region around is a bit mountainous, but there are valleys, of course, with villages. So, as I said, there are two ways we can go. The quickest would be traveling towards Forbidden City, and then, god damn it, this will be traveling towards Forbidden City and then traveling here. This would be the quickest way to go, because there is a small passage at the waterfall here that will lead into a couple of forests. This is also, it's a small passage, so yeah, it's not really for many people in big groups to easily use like that, but it's the quickest way. It's also a bit the more dangerous way. And before this whole area is governed, you could say, by mounts along that.
Is it going to be a road the entire way?
Towards the capital, there is a road that we can.
It looks like a road here too, or is it a river?
That's a what? This river.
It's a river.
There's to the capital will be a road, but after that will be. There will be some villages, so there will be roads, but the actual passage might not be a road.
So, as long as we know which direction we are starting in, we can possibly just follow landmarks.
Yeah.
Are there any particular landmarks on the way?
Besides the river?
I guess the river is the best way.
How would I know a bit how the area of Mount would be a bit like?
Could you repeat? Would you know?
You know
what?
the geographic area of where the Long Dead are.
Right.
I know that a bit.
Well, the area of the monastery of Long Death is considered to be the most devoid of life, almost desert-like. There are hills, crags, and cliffs all around, most of them in grey stone. What the Long Death monks do to mark their terrain is they have these chiseled monolith rocks, almost like tombstones, out of the ground. And these tombstones are about 3-4 feet tall. And on the top, they are wrapped with cloth that serves as a sort of flag. But this cloth is usually white or like slightly off color gray. But it's very devoid of life, and you can walk through the terrain for, honestly, days without encountering a human. You can encounter quite a few beasts around that area.
I was going to ask, what kind of creatures could we expect on this journey?
Well, the apex predator would be the wyvern.
And what else?
Drakes are more common, of course, to see. And then, of course, you have your standard wildlife. I mean, there are some wilder orc tribes in the mountains, but they're mostly, if they come, they're mostly dealt with.
Mm.
If they choose to attack.
Yeah, occasionally there are also like more individual monsters, you know, and that's why the monks kind of go to hunt. So, for example, you've heard of a nag. That is also a possible. So, you know, like a cyclops or a chimera or a, you know, things like that can happen. It's not impossible, but they are very like, you know, you'll just meet one. You won't meet a tribe of fucking cyclopses. That would be crazy.
I would
You know.
like to study one.
You never know what you meet in Ur. But
So-
the basics are wyverns and drakes. Yeah.
So
Huh.
that would be the quickest way. The more safer way would us be going south here, and then going east. Would be more of a main entrance into Ur.
But the wyverns and drakes are flying up in the air and
Drakes don't
possibly
fly.
hunt all over, right?
Drakes don't fly. They're
Oh.
four-legged, wingless.
Well,
They
would
just
it
walk.
truly be quicker if we run into danger? In
Exactly.
honesty?
That's my point.
It's just the length of the journey will be longer. That's why.
Well, I think personally, if it's going to be as dangerous as it seems either way, we should probably head the fastest way.
Okay, that would mean the capital and then past mountain. That would be the quickest way to
Well,
leave
if
her into
there's
Valcloris.
any rough climbing or anything as such, then
No, there
okay.
should not be. It's more the void, and there is a
Avoid.
passage, if you would say, close to the waterfall that will lead down towards Valcloris. It's just, a small passage, so
Well, we have ways. We
don't
could just
fall.
jump off. And I look with a normal face.
I just think about that and see. I'm just thinking like, that could actually work.
Yeah.
Let's
Well,
just keep
for-
that.
for-
Let's
for
just keep this as
some of
a
us.
last. Let's just keep this as a last, minute safe, okay?
All right.
Because
Cool.
we don't know what's down there, and we don't want to fall in it.
At least not without a plan
But
and being chased by winged creatures.
plus, I think Bavardis would like to see the monastery from out. Yeah. But for that,
I
we will
would.
have- But that will be a small side trip.
I mean, if you don't want to, that's
I have
fine.
no problem with it. I mean, oh yeah, at that point, Tay, we learned something fun about the Violet Eye.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you knew, or if you just didn't bother to tell us, but it was used to make worlds.
Chika thinks about it, slightly pondering.
I'm looking around if, people in this cafeteria, mesa, or whatever, if anyone's in the earshot.
Well, I mean, if you choose not to talk in a more private situation, you would be able to. So
Isn't there an echo either way?
I will give you the ability. I mean, when people ask this sort of thing, are we talking in a corridor? I usually assume that no, they don't,
No.
because why would it punish you if you want to speak privately? If it's impossible, then it's impossible. But here, you can find a place where nobody.
Sometimes you just don't think about it.
No, I think we're just sitting in the open still, right, with the map.
So back to the map with the sleeping room. So I guess it might be there, and it doesn't seem like anyone is listening. You know.
Okay.
Well, we haven't said that we moved, so.
Yeah.
Tay,
You
that
say
is.
it very casually, but no, we didn't know. We don't know exactly what it is, but what we do know is that we are meant to seek it. And
It's a relic of the past that has been lost, but it's known that it was before even Ur. So it was at least 2,000 years old, at minimum, and it seems to have been used to make worlds. Then it was just lost. That's what we learned.
Yeah. It seems like a very dangerous item in the wrong hands.
and it's likely why we've been told to seek it. Makes sense,
Indeed.
but perhaps it's not exactly that way. As much as I'd like to say that they've told you this, which who told you this?
Safed, I mean, the one who basically knows everything in here. I mean, every scroll, everything that's written, he knows.
So he's saying that he knows of something that is beyond.
He heard about the Vial and he gave us what he knew about it. He told us.
Perhaps it has some truth, but you know how things are. Being told it from times beyond ours, it can be diluted. Perhaps it's true, but it's obviously something old and powerful, in which.
It's something we should remember, because even if it's not true, every story holds a grain of truth. So if the stories are telling that it creates world, then we do
Then
really
it's
be
then it's a reason that we must get it. It's
Yeah.
obvious that we were told this, maybe to prevent from. Cause could you imagine if like Malachard had this? It
Oh, you said this world was broken.
maybe he seeks to mend it. I
Well, regardless who has it, it's a dangerous item in the wrong hands. And perhaps it's good that it's lost,
With an
but
A.
nothing, but
A.
nothing, but nothing is lost forever,
It's AU.
right?
Yeah, it's real. Well, it's long lost. I don't even know. I mean,
Yeah, but as I said, no things are lost forever.
that is true.
well, others are already seeking it.
Exactly. And perhaps they know. I mean, I'm not assuming that this knowledge is something that anybody knows that seeks it, but your master does not seek it, and yet he knows rumors that could be very dangerous.
Yeah.
And if we
what
assume,
if
we
what
assume
he
that,
learned and told us is true, then it is very dangerous.
yes, and if we assume that the Empire already knows without telling us, then
Oh no, that is. Don't say that, Lunas. Please don't say it like that.
I wouldn't know. I'm just saying what I think, and I'm a very honest person.
That is true. Ooh, that's not something good. Well,
Well, we shouldn't speak of it to anyone. Now that we all know what it is, we shouldn't tell others of it.
I
think
look,
that would be best.
I look behind me. Is Telamon asleep?
Telamon is. Bavardis isn't.
Yeah, but we haven't mentioned anything critical, so.
Yeah.
Well, define critical, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. I don't think you have, but just
Right.
just as a small reminder, yeah, Bavardis is in the room.
Yes.
oh, then let's wait until Telmon leaves before we go. If any of you still want to do something, just ask me. I can show you.
Well, if we are leaving, if we are leaving soon, perhaps we should just let him sleep. I mean, he can find his way back.
Yeah, but I rather want that he can safely leave here. Because he still.
Do you want me to leave midnight?
Can you even get Midnight back then? If we're
I
not
mean, I can flick her back whenever.
Yeah, but
And she can get back whenever.
I thought you
she
were full out, with senses.
Right.
If you were inner. Then we're not going up, and we don't have a horse or carriage, so it will kind of be tough to take you with us.
Perhaps.
I mean, we can just wait. I mean,
I could leave a message with Midna and ask her, or rather, in the letter, tell Telamon to write a letter back to ascertain that he has made his way back. And if he doesn't reply, then we can assume that he's either dead or didn't get back or forgot.
Maybe, but we can just wait. I mean, once he's awake, he should be able to leave.
I just don't want to waste any sunlight.
But
daylight.
How long would it take for an owl to fly all the way there?
Plus, wouldn't you like to see the forge, Luminous?
I would, but I would. Damn it! Why do you... Knowledge.
Because we're
I
friends.
Why
might
do you
have
do
an
this to me,
faster way
knowledge?
to check if Telemon was back in the in Rock Abling.
Well,
Uh,
if he teleported
well,
away, we won't know.
Exactly.
Plus, he said it was a lot safer for him to go back than here.
It is.
Anyway,
well, you were thinking about sending Midna to see if he got back safely, right?
Right.
It would take a very long time for you to be without Midna to receive the message back, and on the way back, Midna could be attacked by a predator, for example.
No,
And
no,
you
no.
wouldn't
You
be-
you misunderstand, my friend. I was saying I would leave a letter with Midna here, saying, please write a letter to Luminous, and then 4 or 5 hours from now, I will just flick my finger, and she will return back to me. She's not going to move from here.
Oh, all right. All right.
It's just an idea.
oh, anyway, say if you wish to talk with my master, I mean, I can bring you to him. If you want to just talk.
I
How
mean,
long do you think you will take?
Well, besides, I don't know. And Luminous, don't forget, and I tap my ear. We have that.
We do?
Yeah.
Yes,
So I can always contact you.
that is true.
I
But I'm just
mean,
asking because if I'm writing this letter now, we're leaving in like 2 hours-ish.
Well, let's first see when he wakes up. And if he's
Is we
been
waking?
for
well, I mean,
5
are we
hours or so.
leaving now, or I mean, I don't have to
No,
stay
no,
long.
we'll leave when Telemon leaves. That's what I would suggest. Just when he's safely, when he
It's about.
Don't you
safely left this
don't
area.
you trust the monks?
I trust them. It's just,
I don't trust him.
it's just I want it for myself. I just want him to see him safely leave. I mean, he still got us, so I wanted to thank him that he could at least get us here. I mean, I know he did something extremely dangerous, so it's just more something I want to do myself. Just thank him.
All right. Well, I guess you speak to your father, and I will take a round around the monastery and look on the surroundings. Do you want to come with me, Bavardis, or are you heading with them?
I'm good either way.
All right.
Um,
Well,
could you repeat where they were going?
they were
and
going to
who are
see
they?
Nero. They were going to see Nero's father, and I am going to check the parameters around the monastery and check on the nearby surroundings.
You just say parameters?
Parameters. Parameters.
Perimeter.
Perimeter.
Perimeter, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Parameters.
So do you wanna?
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Fair enough. And I bow my head towards Nero and Faye, and I assume Theodore will come too. Have a good one.
Yeah, I think Theodore
And
would
I-
come.
Walk out.
Yeah.
It's
And
a
I'm
shame
gonna.
he's not here right now.
This close.
Yeah, that's a. You walk the wall.
That's a wall.
Well, I
Are
mean,
you coming?
He's coming.
Where are you? I'm lost in this building.
Oh boy.
Should I activate Thaumaturgy? I'm thinking in my head.
Luminous
The
is
Bardis came back,
panicking.
so he's next to you again.
I think I found it.
Jesus.
Oh no. Well, at least he won't get killed.
Okay, so again, he ignored it and went the other way.
Am I walking on a wall?
No, this is a wooden path.
Oh,
You're fine.
fair enough. Pretty badass one.
Okay.
Anyone
Now
like
you're
that?
next to a rock formation, yeah.
Yeah.
You can see Orion and Safed talking, and as they see you approach, which happened way before the point that you are standing in right now,
Damn
they
it.
stop their conversation and look towards you.
I say,
Safed takes a slight bow. Oh, Orion takes a deeper bow towards Safed, and Safed starts to walk away.
I look towards Bavardis and say, I feel like we interrupted something very interesting.
Orion approaches you.
Oh. Hello!
Hello.
How are you feeling?
As usual, how are you?
Is that good or bad?
It is as usual.
Right. I'm feeling pretty good, actually. This is a very beautiful place, and I've not seen such architecture before. Did I interrupt a very serious conversation?
It is now over. All
Yeah.
that needed to be spoken has been spoken. Is there anything you would like to speak before you leave?
I mean, a lot of things.
I am listening.
Was the conversation about us?
Partially, yes.
I thought so. Well,
I just stand behind, sort of behind Luminous and let him talk, but hands behind my back and not actually like a perfect bodyguard who just wouldn't do a thing
Sure.
unless provoked.
now let me just get this straight out of character.
Yes.
This guy is the father that Nero is talking about, right?
That's what Nero said, yes.
Right.
Was not he hugged him, he said, "Good to see you, Dad. You saw this." So yeah.
Alright. Just making sure so I don't be like, your son asked for you, you know?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, for how long have you been in this monastery for?
You asked him for how long he has been in the monastery?
Yeah, I just asked it weirdly because I'm weird.
No, it cut you off slightly. So his response is,
I've been here for several hundred years. I studied in the way of Kensei and saw many other grandmasters live and die.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Must have been hard.
It is life of an elf in a world that is not solely made of elves.
Fair
We
enough.
learn to allow things to pass.
I suppose that's true. Are there any other elves in Ur?
There are. Not here, but there are. Quite a few, in fact.
Are they of your kin?
Whatever do you mean?
Your family.
No, they are not.
Interesting. Well, what do you think of this monastery?
It is home.
It looks old. In a good way. Like a fine aging wine.
he looks at you thinking for a second before responding.
It is a necessary place for tranquility of the soul. And it is necessary for the safety of the people living in all those villages below.
Fair enough.
It
Have
is
you
a
found
burden.
tranquility here?
Yes. Yes, I have.
It's good. Interesting. How does it feel to have full tranquility?
It is difficult to describe.
He thinks
Does
about
it
it
feel
for a
as-
second.
Oh, go on.
Did you ever experience tranquility? And he looks at you with a side eye. By the way, he starts walking, again holding his arms behind his back. And he walks here in this direction, expecting you to walk behind him.
I follow suit.
Okay. So yeah, he asks if you experience tranquility.
I think at some point I may have been close to it, but my inner peace is possibly something of the past. But I am seeking it, and I believe that I will find it eventually.
Perhaps, he says. And then he starts climbing here. Without taking his arms from behind his back, balancing, he starts climbing. So each topographical line is 5 feet up. So while this is not like a stair, this within essentially 10 feet goes 5, 10, 15, 20 feet up. And he climbs up it without much effort. It's almost vertical, and he doesn't need hands to go there. And as he climbs, he kind of stops and looks behind, expecting you to walk after him. And gets on the top. And even makes some place for you guys to get there. So do you follow, or will you talk to him from like 20 feet away?
I was going to ask, the little cliffside up, is it very steep?
Well, yes, it's about, for 5 feet, it goes 20 feet up. So it's like 75-degree angle, probably, up.
So for a normal person, not a monk, it would be something that would be...
It would require an athletics climb check, yeah.
Well, I am a sophisticated mage, so I will not do that.
Right.
I am going to burn a second level spell slot.
And?
And I am going to cast Levitate on myself.
Cool. Okay. So you cast Levitate, like...
I'm going to sit down in a sort of half meditational state, like sort of like, those people that fake themselves sitting in a position with like a mirror and stuff.
Oh yeah, you mean you're going to already fly in a meditative position, is what
right?
Okay.
And I'm gonna have like a relaxing pose and just.
Okay. Very much reminds me of like a meditating Doctor Strange type of look.
Sure, let's go with it.
Okay.
And I will levitate just next to him.
Cool. Bevardis.
I will probably stay here and just fold my hands and lean my back against the wall.
Yes.
I don't feel the need to show off, and I can hear them from here perfectly fine.
So Orion repeats. A man of your appetite for knowledge will never know peace, sadly.
Perhaps. But I like to believe that there is no such thing as impossibility, especially with knowledge. And so I like to think that one day I will know enough and I will know peace.
If you can attain that without hurting others, then there is nothing but blessings from me. But I have yet to meet a man that would strive for knowledge and find it peacefully. For the knowledge that you are looking for.
I do not want to seek pain of others. I don't want to seek the death of others. But I will gladly give my own life for the sake of others. And I sigh.
My son, he says as he's looking at the valley, is going to travel with you to a land and a fate that I do not know. Protect him like you would a brother.
I will. I will do my best to not only protect him, but all those around me. I may have failed in the past, but I will not fail again. And I know that is a slightly arrogant thing to say, but I will abide with my promise.
He nods and looks at you, and then looks at the area. You both spend a good half minute just looking at the area. He honestly doesn't have anything more to add, so
Right.
unless you do. If there's any question you have or something you wanted to talk about, that would be the time.
I guess I'll add. How did you meet the Nero, your son?
Well, he was just a child when we found him at the gates. I took him in. I trained him. At first, I took it as pride to make him the best warrior he could possibly be, but after a time, I grew fond of the child. I didn't expect I could be fond of anything at my age, with my experience. He's a good person. Better than most.
He is. He may be young, but he has a good heart.
He
When he's
side eyes you.
this-
Yeah.
When he was speaking about this pride and ambition of making him the very best there ever was, I just smirked, smiley, condescendingly, and I did the opposite of nod, like the
Shake,
nose
slight shake to the
shaker,
side.
yeah. Like, I expected more from a master.
He doesn't say anything more. He just says, "Good luck, Nero." There you go.
I wish at these moments I would have more questions.
If I was, I was still guiding Tay and Theron to look for Orion, right?
I mean, the elves look for Orion in the meantime? Do they
I
want
was-
to talk to him?
Well-
I know what I can ask now. Go on, you can
Oh,
keep
no.
talking, but I know what I will ask.
Sure.
Pull it out. Hold on.
So, sorry, so yeah, the elves. Would you be interested in talking to Orion? Because Nero kind of suggested it, but you...
Oh, I mean, I agreed once he was like,
Okay.
do you want to? I was like, yeah, sure. But it's okay. I mean, obviously, it's
Yeah.
okay.
Alright, well. Yeah, then going back to Lumi, what is your
Are
question?
you coming, Luminous?
Eh?
Speaking to you, he said.
I shake my head, assuming that Bavardis
Probably
pay
sees it.
attention.
From that
Yeah,
angle,
I
he
would.
barely does, but does, yeah.
Eh? What did you say, Greg?
From that angle, he barely sees your head shake, but he does see it.
Right. Well, being an elf, you probably have seen a lot of things, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a scroll that contains information to such an extent in which, if you read it, you gain knowledge that you previously were not aware of and the possibilities of? Does this term, what's the word for it, remind you of anything?
Sadly, no. I don't think I know what you mean. Apologies.
I understand.
I mean, for Bavar, this is any book because he learns something new he had no idea that he could learn.
Yeah.
Because he barely reads. And it shows.
Yep.
Luminous just sighs and like makes weird sounds because he has thoughts and ideas that he possibly anybody near him would understand. Like he wants to ask something, but he's unsure of how to put it into words and how to phrase it.
Right.
Hoping that someone catches up on it.
Well, I guess that if that happens, there is no mercy from Orion. We're
Right.
just gonna,
Yeah. I guess the last thing I ask before I go is through all your years of living, have you ever found a book that was so bad you wish it never existed?
He thinks about it long and hard and says, as a kid, I really hated math books.
I can see why you are Nera's father.
He cracks a smile.
Fair enough. I appreciate your wisdom, except the last remark. And I appreciate the conversation. Now, I believe that your son, as well as one of our comrades, wanted to have a conversation with you. And I believe they will seek you out. But perhaps you should do them the favor and, go half the distance. And I smile at him.
He nods. There you go. He's a very a person. Didn't give you a response or anything. Just nodded.
Right. And I give a bow, and I float or levitate down from or rather up in the air, and do a little U-swing and give a bow, and then I glide down after Bavaris.
He while standing there like a commander or something, still his hands folded behind his back, looked at you only through his shoulder and then nodded slightly, then got back to looking at the valley.
Right.
Okay. So
what did you think, Bavaris?
Well, I wasn't really interested. I wasn't really interested in that conversation of yours.
Damn.
Well, you were staring.
That's brutal.
I'm surprised that you could see that.
Well, you did whisper to me with your ability, so I assumed you were looking at me.
Well, that's a very astute observation.
I try.
Gagnir taught me this word. Astute.
I'm proud of you. I'm glad you can learn words from Gagnir.
Mm-hmm.
I've been willing to talk to you.
Oh, you are?
Again, sorry. There is something that can give me a rest. You remember we were one day asked out for a drink by Lord Einar?
Yeah, I remember that.
The thing is, I don't really remember much from it. I remember us going there, starting to drink, and then it all started becoming hazy.
You drank so much about this.
And then I remembered we talked about some very deep philosophical questions near the fountain of the Hanseslossen. However, I don't really recall more above that. But the next day, I was given the stinkiest of eyes from Thay, then she didn't accept my healing potion. Everyone else took, and they were fine with it, but she wouldn't.
Well, she's a
And
cleric,
then
to
she
be fair.
just told me to, leave the room. And I was starting to wonder if I did something to offend her
Nah.
in my,
First of all,
drunkenness.
and I point towards the tree in this green part here. We should sit down. It's a nice weather, and surely it's a lot more relaxing to sit down and talk under a nice tree.
All right. I still
Well,
follow him.
I wasn't very much paying attention to the conversation that we had with Lord Einhar, because it was more of a everybody was in a drunken stupor. They were drinking a lot. You were drinking a lot. I mean, I'm surprised you remember the conversation.
I mean, I probably tried to keep pace with you, but I weigh way more. I mean, you weigh way more than
Thank
I.
you.
Yeah, what? I didn't mean to
I
imply that you're
know. I
fat.
know.
I'm just saying that I'm not as strong with alcohol intake.
When you are a wizard, you can just, alter the drink a little bit. That's how I do it. You don't have to get drunk.
Oh, that's an interesting trick. Why would you drink then, though?
Well, I drink because it's, social drinking most of all. And sometimes it's pretty delicious with a little wine taste to some steak. But I'm not very fond of getting drunk. It messes with my arcane sense. And it's
Understandable.
pretty hard to read a book when you're drunk, because when you wake up, it's like, oh, what was it about? I wouldn't recommend it.
Also, reflexes are slowed down.
They are. Just imagine if someone is coming and punching me from behind. I wouldn't be able to just react to be like, pew! I would most likely be punched in the face. Like Telamon.
Nero was attacked the other day. I mean, after coming back from the drinking party.
By a horse?
No, by some guys, right? On the breakfast, he told us how he was mugged and he broke his arm.
You mean that Nero was mugged and he broke somebody else's arm?
Yes.
That makes
And
more sense.
should they attack me, I might have been unable to defend myself with all those reflexes. They might have stood a chance against me then.
Well, you may have drunk a lot, but surely you weren't mugged, as you walked out of the place with me and we talked by the fountain. And then you and I walked right back.
All right. I mean, I wasn't mugged. I'm just saying, I was so drunk that if they were to mug me, I wouldn't even remember it.
Right. And I'm surprised you're remembering this much. Because, sir, you drank a lot.
Well, it's sort of like the halflings taught me.
Yeah, I don't judge you. I've been growing up with dwarves around me. And they do drink a lot.
I wouldn't be even trying to keep up with dwarves.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I loathe getting drunk and reading. That's sort of where that story came from.
So
yeah.
You don't remember if I did something to offend Miss Day?
I don't think you have done something to offend her, personally. I mean, everybody has a bad day. I sometimes lash out at people, and I feel pretty bad afterwards. Like when I lashed out at the training grounds and made it explode. That was pretty rude.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the way she looked at me reminded me sort of home. Because
isn't that a good thing?
When Sister Ulma gave me this look, I immediately started explaining myself and apologizing. She would even do it without knowing if I did something wrong, and then immediately I would just find out. And I immediately, I was sort of afraid of her for a second.
But you're not afraid of Faye, are you?
Well, no.
She's so sweet. And tiny. Not that that
But
has...
so am I.
Yeah, I was going to say. But you are sweet too. You all are. Most of you. Sometimes.
A little. He keeps reducing it a little.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. But yeah,
Alright.
I don't think you should be too worried about it because we are friends here. I want you to know that. We are friends and we are here for each other. Everybody in this group has a goal, a destination, perhaps dreams even. And sometimes what people do and say can trigger something in their minds which they don't like. Maybe that's what happened to Faye and you. Maybe.
I just felt like apologizing, and I didn't know what for. It's just a mystery for me. Don't worry about it. It's just some rambling. Forget I asked.
It's fine. I'm not going to forget. I very seldomly forget what people say to me. Unless it's very boring. But this isn't boring, so I'm not going to forget. And don't worry, you can ask me anything. We had a pretty pleasant conversation by the fountain. Kinda.
Then you must have remembered it. What was it about?
Yeah, I remember that it was nice. Just like I remember that wine is delicious, but I don't remember, if all of them is.
Then it must not have been that important.
It probably wasn't. I mean, it could have been important, But then again, it could also just have been me talking about wine or pastries. Do you like pastries? Maybe I asked you at the fountain if you like pastries or not. Do you like pastries?
Pastries are good.
They are?
Unfortunately, they didn't offer me any at the bank.
Why would they offer you pastries at the bank?
Oh, you weren't with us. If you have a lot of money, they do their utmost to make sure that you'll come back with more money to them and not to anyone else. So they want to make you feel comfortable. They will offer you, for example, pastries.
Interesting.
And I was only accompanying Elves and Mr. Ganknir to the bank because I've already been there before.
Yeah.
To have a checkbook. But since they were creating a new account, they were offered all those pastries.
That's unfair. I was never offered pastries when I went to the bank back in the days.
Because you probably didn't bring a big chest of gold.
No, it was already in there.
Oh. Then I guess you're right to be upset. Because they should have.
I love pastries. What kind of pastries do you like?
Cinnamon rolls.
They're pretty good. I like ones with blueberries. So good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I believe that was the conversation we essentially had. We could have had at least. Wine, pastries. I mean, that's a pretty good conversation to have by the fountain.
True. Especially when I'm drunk.
Yeah, just imagine. You may have said some weird stuff there, but I don't remember, so it's fine.
But you remember interesting things, so I guess it was boring.
Wine and pastries are pretty interesting. Once you try the blueberry one, you'll never go back. Trust me.
Should we check the other parts of this area?
Sure. I mean, we visited that part. I was looking over here. It looked like there was some kind of cliffside leading. Oh, you're going that way. Okay.
Looking at this. Oh, you're already gone.
Where are you going?
I
Going
will
inside of
carefully
this.
go around it. I will not step on it. I wouldn't dare.
Lovely.
He stepped on it.
Just
Oh,
on the
no.
outskirts.
Yeah.
It's like the he killed the
I'm
chicken
going-
in Skyrim.
I'm going. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to look around me. Are there any? Are there any here?
What? Beetle? No.
I'm going to put my hand into the sand,
Jesus. Okay, yeah, you do that. You just did it.
and then
You
I
leave a
walk.
nice little indentation of your hand in the sand.
Where are you? There's you.
What he did. I'm just gonna look around. This is just what he did. Oh my. Oh no. Oh no.
Am I cursed now?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
I think he just put his hands in a sand garden.
I will be just moving my token around, and
Yeah, sure.
I assume that we're continuing the conversation, but I
With
want
all
to move
this,
the
do you wanna go over
spotlight
here?
Sure.
Oh my god. Imagine like a map and you're like... "Da, da, da." That's a climb, guys. That's like what,
Yes.
I'm gonna do it
25
just
feet
for the heck
up.
of it.
Yeah, 25
Maybe
feet
he
up.
still has
Wait.
the levitation on.
Wait, why don't we just go over here?
Wait, what?
What is going on?
Why don't we just go over here?
I mean, for me, it's easy. You saw how easy was for Nero's father.
Yeah.
And you fly, so why not?
Why not? Let's do it. I'll climb. I'll find the easiest spot to climb and I'll climb.
Roll like athletics, please.
Yeah, natural
And I
one.
will
Here we go.
wait at the top.
Bavardis, can you help me?
Well, I mean, Bavardis also needs to roll, but he's
Oh.
not like magic.
Oh my.
Athletics.
I haven't rolled that.
Athletics.
You should have that.
Yeah,
Oh,
had
no.
I
that
rolled
already.
better! Yeah!
Okay, well, you attempt to climb, you don't succeed.
Can't we make it like I climb up first, and then Bavardis comes, and he's about to fall, and I catch him?
Oh, you can do whatever you like. I mean,
I guess I'll sit up here, and then I'll talk with him while you guys do the rest of the RP. Okay?
Over to you.
Yeah.
Back to the studio.
Have fun!
so who's next?
I think we would have been looking for Orion the entire time, and I would be
Yeah, I'd
leading
be walking.
Theodren and Tay.
I think
Okay.
Theo would stay just because he's
Really?
not
Theo,
here. Because if he
Really?
was here,
Theo would stay?
if he was here, he would. If he was here in a sense
Yeah.
talking with your dad, there'd be a lot of dialogue.
Probably.
Yeah, that is kind of what I was hoping
So,
for.
so
Yeah, but we can't do anything about that, sadly. So yeah, let's just work with what we have.
But very
Yeah.
strong.
because I mean, if you want, we could wait. I don't think he's coming back,
I don't.
I get it.
either.
but
I mean,
if you don't mind, I just that's why I was like, it's just me.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's just work with what we have now because the other option is just to cut the session here, I suppose. But I don't want to do that at this early an hour, so let's just
Yeah.
continue.
Okay.
So you do find Orion talking on the training circle with Gangnir,
Oh.
because Gangnir was also like walking around.
Well,
Yeah.
I am walking with you.
Yes.
Yeah, I just noticed them.
So what do you want to do, Faye?
Oh, I was gonna ask him a question.
Let's just walk up to them first.
Do you know much about your father's past? Like, how do you know how long he's been here? I'm curious.
About his past, he has not really much told me about it, about his how long he's been here. I think he has been here also since he was young, and he's currently 630. No, wait, that was when I left. 647.
Then he's
So,
always. Do you know if he's always been here, in a sense? Because I'm quite curious, which I don't
well,
wish to impose, obviously.
you can ask. I mean, I know that he has trained every other grandmaster after he became an elder. After his when he was done being a grandmaster, he has trained every one of them, and he has done a couple of generations now. So he has been here for a while. Yeah, I mean, I never really asked much about his past. I mean, you can ask him. I don't think he will have a problem with it. If he will really not answer it, he will probably tell you.
I mean, you don't think it would be rude, would it? I definitely am curious, but I wouldn't.
Questions are not rude. It's the way how you ask it.
Mm, I suppose that's true. Given how Theo sometimes can be quite demanding of it.
Yeah, he does have a way of asking them. That is true.
I do not mean to. I don't tell him I'm laughing. Okay, it's just it's his charm.
Don't worry. If you don't want him to know, I won't say.
But why why did you leave? If I can ask, um you speak so highly of this place that I do wonder why did you leave? Especially if you have family here.
Because, well, I was gonna say, I was just curious. I mean, I knew there was just more in this world, and I want to see it. And yeah, I liked people here. The opposite, however, is not entirely true.
When we
But
arrived, that gentleman, I don't I'm sorry, his name escapes me, but he seems so unhappy of seeing
yeah,
you.
he just doesn't like me. Although most people just don't. Mostly a mix of just maybe envy and disappointment.
I
I
couldn't
mean,
see who
a,
wouldn't
a,
like you. You're quite pleasant to
a,
be around.
a tradition here that we have is that when a child and parent choose to walk the same path, it's up for the parent to guide him. Said simply, if a child wishes to become the same like the parent will teach. However, and since Orion took me in, basically, basically became my father. But Orion would only teach the next Grandmaster. So I've basically been taught by someone who only teaches the one who would lead us. So people have a bit of, disappointment because I never took it, I never did anything with it in that sense. And a bit of just envy, maybe. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think bad about people here, and I understand why they would just
Oh,
have this feeling towards me that way.
could
But I won't blame them for it.
could they not themselves travel or leave?
They can. I mean, many that think that they're done with their training usually leave to help in or in neighboring countries.
Hmm.
So yeah, they can leave. I just chose to explore.
So
You
then
seem
they
well.
expected you to be a grandmaster because your father
I-
trains grandmasters?
I think they expected me that I would maybe be one that could take up the mantle in a way, or maybe they just thought it would be a waste to teach someone who will never become it. Was that Bavaris just jolting around like that? Okay.
It was just me, cocksheek. Don't worry, he was still there at the cliff.
Yeah, that's mostly it. I mean, I just left because I was curious. What's more out there? And I learned a lot. Saw a lot. Now learned that the world that we know is even smaller. In a way.
Oh, especially with oh, never mind that. But I can understand that. And traveling is wonderful. I mean, it's scary at times, but seeing different people, seeing different things, it's wonderful. And this place is beautiful. And
Yeah.
I'm glad to see
Just
it. But
just don't pop in like that next time.
yes, I think that was probably something we won't do. I just wish Telamon would have told us. I grew suspicious when he gave us the potions, but yeah.
Well, at least you're well versed in the art of healing. So that worked out.
Oh, it didn't work out because I don't remember landing here. Only you being
You were
surrounded.
unconscious.
Oh,
You were unconscious. The moment we landed, it seems.
you were surrounded by those monks and quite terrifying. But I'm I'm glad we're okay. At least that. It was just a very unpleasant meeting, I suppose, and they don't I hope they don't blame you for that.
No, well, some might, but I won't hold it against them.
Oh, but yes, I would love to talk to your father, but if he's
Oh,
busy, don't mind.
I think he's just finishing up at Gungnir right now.
Right. Yeah, so you actually do see the two talking. So it is in fact your father who would approach Gangnir. Gangnir was there first, just at the edge, and he would ask him, "What on earth are you doing?" And Gangnir, looking in the distance, says, "Look, that man is chasing a cat." And he's pointing at something a mile away because he can see the entire valley and a couple of villages. And he's like pointing at random spots. You only see roofs, you know. And I have been here for an hour watching. This is amazing.
That is unexpected.
To which Orion looks in that direction vaguely, as perceptive as he is as an elf. He says, "Yes, I suppose it would be." And to that, you do approach the two.
Master?
He turns around and looks at you.
This is Tay, also one of our companions.
Oh, hello. It's nice to meet you, Neo,
He nods.
Nero's father. And she kind of puts her hand out to shake it.
Okay. He will respond in kindness to that, with no delay. It's not like he doesn't know how to behave. And he shakes your hand very slightly. He's very soft hand. And he says, "It is a pleasure to see all of you."
Um, if if it is that you would have time to speak, I was curious to ask a couple questions if you would not mind.
Hmm. Well, of course. I I am available, he says.
Nero told me a bit that you've been here for a very long time, but I was actually curious to see, perhaps, before you were here, I've wondered, perhaps if it is you remember of, well, of our people, if you know, perhaps, of, have you heard of the hidden cities where our people would hide away from everyone else, stay hidden?
He smiles slightly and looks at the others, then says, kind of calmly but inquisitively, "Are you sure you want to have these conversations with others around?"
She thinks about it for a moment. Mm, I trust Nero and Gugnir, and they've known of what it is I've been looking for. Perhaps not particularly some specific details, but
Well, very well. He kind of interrupts you and then looks at the valley. And Gangnir chimes in, "Oh, and now a dog is in there as well. This is amazing." As the master Orion says, "I've not only heard of them, I've been in one. It was a long time ago, and quite a bit southeast from here, in the sands of the desert, that one of the remnants existed. See, I'm old enough to even remember the times before the elves left this world. I remember the times when we had cities open to men. And I remember when the gates closed. It is sad to remember how hateful and mistrustful both of the sides have become. I wish we were better. But I was just a child, I didn't understand. I was younger than you are now.
there
My
was a
family,
reason.
they wanted to leave. There was this great argument between those who wanted to stay and those who decided to leave. And when we did, something happened. The flying city we were using to move between, he says, not knowing exactly how to phrase this better, it shattered, as if hitting a wall in the air, and fell, scattered across the desert. I was one of the survivors, and from what was left, we built a commune, a small little husk, a derelict, but it was home for many, for a long time. I left. I wanted to find something of this world. Both my parents and all three of my sisters have died, so I had nothing to do. I built a new world here. Well, I built it all around, but I ended up here. And I've been training people here ever since.
I'm so sorry. I
We
didn't
all
mean to
lost
pry.
things. It's all quite all right. That was quite literally several lifetimes ago. I've learned to adjust to a world that moves quicker. But of what I've heard of the Empire, I've heard very little. But the elves there were treated differently.
than they were outside of the Empire. I've had my amount of hardships from men, but I found this place. And here we are safe. Well, safer, I suppose.
Well, it's hard because there's both sides of the fact that fear makes people do awful things, and yes, the Empire has done not the best by our people, and hopefully they do change, but that's only with time.
He kind of smiles and says,
Before we left, we were not saint either. It's crumbled from both sides. I was too young to understand, and I am not informed well now to cast judgment, but it didn't seem to me like the sins of men and virtue of elves. It seemed somehow equal in violence and disdain. It's just we were the weaker ones after our cities crumbled. I wonder what would happen to men if we were still here, if we attained our greatness, as someone deciding to stay was saying that we should stay and fight against the Empire, that we should claim this land as our own. That was a long time ago.
I have my thoughts, but I don't particularly think them to be what I would hope for.
Well, tell me.
he says kind of openly, he's curious. Yeah. I mean, just as a small sort of reminder, Gangir, while distracted, is sometimes a very perceptive and keen-minded man. So it's very possible that he's even now listening. Just doesn't have a comment. I'm just going to put it out there because I'll leave it to Jacob if he will have an opinion after listening to this. So yeah. So when you look about like at the two, like Orion just says, "Oh, we will have time to have these conversations. I've decided to escort you at least half of the way through the kingdom. I have a horse. I have the ability to leave the monastery for a while. I guess I'll spend some time with you."
Oh,
These are dangerous lands, and I would like you to be safe.
that would be great. And honestly, speaking to you has been quite wonderful. It definitely has rubbed off on Nero how very calm both of you are.
Hmm. Well,
Thanks.
there is no smile, no change of expression to Orion. He's just kind of a wall. But he seems tranquil, very at peace.
But thank you for. We can definitely speak more of it some other time. But it's after 15 years ago. There was an attack with the undead, and my family has gone missing, as well as my beloved Theo's grandfather, and it is why we seek to find our people in hopes that perhaps they're safe.
Well, it is my hope that those who managed to get through without crashing went back to home, whatever that means. That I do not know. I've heard tales of this place called the Gold Kingdom from even my elders, but that always seemed like a distant dream, not like something attainable, not really, truly real.
It's real.
Well, I've been told that it is real. It just doesn't feel like it. He says, not with like a bitterness to his voice. He just kind of is matter of fact about it. You realize now that you have more experience with true elven culture than he ever had. As he looks in the distance,
Um, if you would allow it, um, I can I can show you, but in a memory.
you can.
Mm-hmm. And she does it, just kind of pulls a string from her temple, just kind of handing it to him.
Whoa.
Simply,
Okay. Jesus.
simply touch it.
He looks at it so sort of reluctantly, and then looks at you, Nero, with a kind of "what is this" type of a look. Doesn't know what to expect.
It's a memory, it seems, from her. So if you touch it, I think you can see what she saw and remembers. Although that's how she explained it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forget that you've told me magic isn't quite uh yes, it's harmless. It's just but a small vision. You see from what I've seen, but for a moment. It's nothing
Is it safe?
Oh, absolutely.
Very well, he says, kind of warily, and reaches towards the strand and like touches it, like you said. As at which point I believe it dissipates into him. And what vague memory or recollection are you giving him?
Pretty much when we landed, we saw the Golden City in the distance, the green lands, the trees, the
Okay.
wildlife, and then within, it's like jumps quickly, where within, I'm walking within the palace itself, the embroidery on the wall, how defined and just perfect it was, and seeing the people lounging about and relaxing, and then of course seeing the three council members, but for a fraction of a second, and then it just dissipates.
Oh, okay, so you give him quite a lot. Over which point he blinks. There's a like a shadow of confusion going over his face as he blinks a couple of times and looks at you and says, because he believes like what you have shown him just by choice. So he like blinks and looks at you. So, how, how is this possible? What, you were there? How old are you truly? I don't understand.
I'm I'm young, and so is my beloved, but we we did have a chance to see it, but we had to return. I can't tell you more. I'm sorry.
Why would you? How did you get there? He presses on.
I cannot tell you. I'm
I.
sorry.
He. Okay, he has a lot to process. so, so you. So he just responds with, "You can't tell me."
I can't even return.
I need to understand this. I'm sorry. It's if that truly exists, then why are we here? He says very slowly. Closes his eyes, opens them, and there's a newly found fire for solving this problem in his in the mind of this old man.
who didn't truly believe in anything like this, but now does. Nero, did you know about this?
She only told me and only saw this. I don't know how they got there, but as you said, not everything is supposed to be something you need to know.
And he looks back at you, Thay, and says, if you went there once, then you could again, could you not?
Not in this time. Perhaps later in this time. But first, there's much that we have to do, and I'm sorry I cannot tell you more. And I hope you understand. It's. I know what you speak of what happened. I understand it, and it's hard for others to understand it. But know that in time, and the people at home, they are trying, and they have not forgotten us.
He like thinks about this and then points at you, Thay, very calmly, but there's still that crack in the armor of this calmness, and he says, we will talk quite a bit more before our travels together end. I wish to understand this fully and know how I can commit my abilities to help. Because this is far more important.
She kind of seems to try to restrain herself, right? Because she like wants to.
Problematic situation, shit. Yeah.
My beloved will most likely wish to speak with you, and I will tell you now, he's much more blunt and very irrational at times, and
No, he's eccentric.
I hope
I
that
think
you.
that's the word we're looking for. I think he's
He,
very eccentric.
yes, he is, and I hope that when he does speak to you, you will not take it as any insult of just how he speaks, but he will definitely have much to talk about. But
it is curious that you need to apologize for your beloved before he ever spoke to me.
Yes.
Yes. He says kind of confused.
You will understand when you speak with him, Master.
I find it difficult to believe that he will say something that will throw me out of my balance. But
let's just say if you already have problems with Luminous, Theodon is a man who. Tay, I'm sorry for saying, he always wants the last word.
Well, you see, I've had to pry him from a conversation with the Emperor. If the Emperor if he not fears the Emperor, I don't know what he does. In honesty, I do not.
Perhaps you?
She starts laughing. To an extent, perhaps.
Very well.
But
when are we leaving, if I may ask? Because as I see it, we could depart as soon as possible. I could provide you with horses so we can start driving.
The plan was until Master Telemon safely returns back, basically with the way we came here. But for that, he needs to rest, it seems, and
that shouldn't take too long, should it?
No, he's been resting for a while already now, so once he wakes up, he can probably leave again.
He's a man of age. I'm sure he just needs a little bit more time.
Very well. We shall await his awakening. That sounded weirdly ominous, he says as he starts walking away. We shall await his awakening. Okay.
She kind of looks at Nero. Your father is so cool.
Yeah. I'm now kind of glad that Theo was not here for this.
Yeah. Well, he leaves, going to tend to his duties because he's not like he's absolutely devoid of them. At which point, Gagny kind of raises up and just says, "I'm kind of hungry. Let's go eat." And and goes to look for something to eat. Yeah, leaves you to have a private conversation if you so choose, or like a walk. You can see the two. Well, actually, what do you see? Where are the guys? What?
Where are those two? I have not found them. I saw before this once run away, and that was it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can
Where
I
are
can
we?
see weird drawings in the south tier.
What is happening? What? What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Why?
Demons
I mean,
will say
I had some. I had some time to.
Can you
do
just
a
show us
drawing.
can you show us the full maps? You know, remove the lighting effect, the shadow effect. Just let us show.
I mean, sure.
Do it. It's fine.
This is something that the stream needs to see. Also, there's people watching.
Yeah, of course.
I think it's something in the left.
Yeah.
Oh my
bottom
god,
left corner.
they done.
We haven't done much.
What is wrong with you guys?
What have they done?
A lot. That's what's wrong with us.
Yeah, I can see.
The lighting is messed up. What is happening? I turned it off, by the way.
The demons have taken over. Soon.
Oh, there you
Soon
go.
they will feast on your soul.
And there you go. Now should be fine. I hope.
Holy shit, what have they done?
I did only the dark red circle without the wavy things and
Yep.
the text below it.
Yep.
What have you guys done?
I think now the lighting should be okay.
Yeah, there's no lighting anymore.
Cool. Yeah. Well, anyway, is there anything else that you like have from RP perspectives that you would like to go through before leaving? Oh yeah, but that's why.
They can do
That's
that
solely
somewhere
why
else.
Orion is traveling with you, because we can then have that scene. So it wasn't planned, but I'm
Can
obviously
that be done
going
out
to-
of session, Fo?
Potentially, we'll see. If Theo finds time, but
Right.
because you'll be traveling on horseback for a while, so. It's
Oh,
pretty
we get
possible.
horses here?
Well, now you do, because
Oh,
horses
it's
are
the
provided
perfect
to.
shape.
Horses are provided to you as the.
Yeah,
That's very kind for someone telling us to leave as soon as possible.
yeah, that was not my that.
Well, I mean, the
Yeah.
conversation with Orion kind of switched things around, to be honest.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because he has a horse prepared for travel, and you have horses provided for travel. Orion will take them back. And Telamon does wake up, kind of groggy, like stretches on the patio, like looks at everyone, and says, "Oh, blimey, this was a long nap for me, but I'm well rested.
I'm glad to hear
So
that.
what are we doing? Am I leaving? Am I staying? What is happening?"
You can leave if you wish. Must-
Splendid.
I mean,
Oh, it's just been 8 hours. Nobody would have noticed. I was on a picnic. By the way, where is my basket? He looks around.
oh shit, where is his basket?
I also,
Do you need the basket?
I mean, I did also lose a tooth. Can anyone do something about this?
Just say
I
you.
haven't been looking for
Just
your
say
tooth,
we
no.
run into some trouble on our trip. I mean,
Very well.
What's a common creature that happens outside of rock?
Right,
What's a
so
common creature that happens outside the capital?
I'll figure it out.
Rock.
Anyway, if there is anything that I should say or do in the Empire, if there's anything you can think about, tell me now, because I'm not going to be contacting you in the future unless ordered by the Emperor. So,
Don't have anything. I mean,
Okay.
it's Einar who's the only one who knows that we are here. Or he knows where we're going, he does not know this.
very well, very well. With that, I've bid you farewell, and I hope that you won't die.
Yeah,
Hi,
we were close to
Bavadas.
dying.
Hi. If you need to contact us, feel free to reach Unreal. He knows how to reach me.
Unreal, you say? Oh, very well.
Well, he would be in the capital for a few days right before reaching south. So he'll have a way to contact me.
Noted. Very well, I shall contact him. In the meantime, oh yes, by the way, if you have those potions which you have not drank, I would like to have them back, please. He says, opening the basket.
I gave mine to Tay. Because we needed someone to get us up in that moment.
Well, they are not cheap, so...
He looks expectantly at everyone around.
Oh, well, I have the one here. She puts it in the basket.
Don't look at me with your puppy dog eyes, that doesn't work.
He takes all of his stuff back from everyone.
Yeah, I give my potion back and tell him, I hope you have a safe landing.
You
Okay.
said, don't worry about it, just keep it. And now you're taking it back. I mean, I'm
Well,
handing
if you
it
don't
over.
use it, which means you
begrudgingly.
don't need it, which means I can have them back.
By the way,
I was busy being knocked out.
Telmon, I have a question. Was there any way we could have done that safer?
Later, he claps and disappears.
He knows a way. He knows something.
And -1 to potions of healing number.
He knows
Hmm.
that there was a safer way.
It was literally like a Batman throwing a puff of smoke. Like, there was an actual puff of smoke. Now you know how teleportation looks from when you're not the teleported one. It's like your form changes into a smoke that dissipates to the side, blown by the wind.
Yep.
There was an audible like when that happened.
Well, with Artis, at least I still have your healing potion.
Yep, that's true. If you haven't given it back, yeah, you won that one.
I've only given the one. I've given the one from Telemon to Tay. The one from Artis I'm keeping for now.
Okay. So, you get to travel through the beautiful, endless valleys of Ur on horseback.
So are we taking the short route?
The short to the capital.
Yeah.
All
Let me
right.
just put some mood music for you.
Oh, I turned
You
it
want?
off.
Oh,
You
I
want-
forgot music exists.
Yeah, I mean, you want to see Maud, right? With Artis, then we have to take the short one.
Right?
Well, we'd probably take the short one anyway.
Yeah, true.
I guess that music doesn't work.
Yep, there's
Yeah.
no song coming. There it is.
There it
There
is.
it is. And nothing currently.
And now it's
And
coming.
now
music.
it's
Crazy phone.
That's weird. Maybe it will work.
I know exactly which one this is.
Yeah, we can.
I was
move
looking for that
sliders.
music. I know exactly which one this is.
Hmm.
That's you took a good one.
So,
You took a good one.
which gate are we leaving by?
Well, I mean, you mean as from the monastery?
Yeah.
Well, you left through one of the gates, and you are traveling now through the valleys already. It's just basically, as of right now, you have this landscape that's rolling in front of you for miles, and the weather is soft and warm. The travels are relatively calm and peaceful, and you cross a couple of villages on your way as you travel for days. You're going to skip this a bit.
Okay.
You accompanied by Orion, you take the best possible paths, and you also realize that the villages are very friendly to you because you are monks. It might be, we are not monks, but you have monks with you. There is this clear expectation that a monk will be fed and taken care of when traveling through your village. In exchange, this village is safe because it has a monk in it. And that's why you don't need to take off any rations. The villagers take care of you with great happiness to do so. So you always are met with hospitality of the local people who are... you do notice that they live their lives very simply and very much following a pattern. Like there is a person responsible for just making wicker baskets, and that's his life. And he's a master of that art, you know? There's another person who's responsible for making horseshoes, and he only makes horseshoes, and he's amazing at it, you know? So one thing you do it forever, and it brings you a certain serenity, you know? So the villages themselves are small, often 5 or 10 buildings in total. And they have these little ponds with fish, these little rice fields, little pens with chickens. It's all very little, like miniature societies with maybe 20 people living per village. It's kind of nice. So, on your travels, you get some time with each other. You spend it as you want, you know. I don't have anything planned. Orion would be a very calm presence. He wouldn't talk, he wouldn't do anything really, he would just guide you. And there would be also moments in which he would just say things like, "Follow this path, Nero, and we will meet at the village at the end of the day. I have something to do." And he would disappear for 16 hours, then come back and clean his blade. So you have a guardian angel, you know? Yeah, he just basically cleans. He does things during the day. Unless asked, he will not say what he's doing. But yeah, he just
Like father, like son.
If I may ask, what had happened?
I've heard of some drakes attacking a nearby village. I've decided to intervene since I've had time. I haven't traveled like this in a very long time. I could almost say I've gotten rusty at what I'm doing.
And you
I
just went
do my
alone?
best.
We could have helped.
Yes, but that would slow us down. Both of us. You and me.
Oh.
Yeah, he doesn't smile, he just cleans the blade perfectly. Occasionally he takes glances at Nero to see how Nero treats his blade, treats his horse, things like that. Very slight aura of judgment, but no comments if Nero is doing things right or wrong. You know, just kind of do your thing, boy. Yeah. And it does so happen that during your 4th day of travels, as you are reaching the center, you get into a forested area that is interesting because it has these rock formations that you travel on that are like tiny little plateaus, and these plateaus are connected to each other by bridges. Below those plateaus are valleys of mist, and sometimes you can see crowns of trees under that mist, sort of. Over that mist, I mean. So below is a misty forest, but above are these beautiful areas that you can just kind of weave through as long as you know which bridge to use. On those travels, you do encounter a place that Orion says, "We will be stopping at a roadside inn. These are not common here, as people don't really travel often, but I've always liked that place and I would like to eat there once."
And that would be great.
He shows you the building and you see it in the distance. It's actually interesting because these are 3 buildings attached to each other and ornamented with golden dragonic figures at the top, like these imperial dragonic figures. But before those buildings are 2 statues. The feet of these figures are somewhere in the valley below, like I said, covered in mist. But their tops are of these 2 praying monks, except these monks have bird-like faces and wings. They do kind of remind you of
Asmonde.
Yes,
That's fine.
Asmodai.
That's-
Yes. So it's been a while, but they kind of look like him. But since the bridge that is connecting the island, the tiny little island, with on which this roadside inn is, it's not an actual bridge. It's more like a tangle of roots of a fallen tree connecting the two islands with each other. That's not something that the horses can travel on. So Orion steps off his horse, which is a jet black horse, and yeah, and attaches it to a nearby lantern, because the lanterns are marking the path here. And he points to other lanterns so you can do the same thing. And he just says, the horses will need to stay here for the night. Follow me, please.
They'll be safe alone?
Oh no, I will be with them during the night. But for now, I think we can safely leave them. You can stay in the inn, he says.
That's
And with
awfully
that,
kind.
he starts to cross the bridge.
Oh, at that point she'd be like, no, okay.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna let him stay outside.
I don't have money.
Don't worry. It won't be
Okay.
that expensive.
I can sleep outside, it's fine.
We have
Lunas,
coins.
Lunas, it won't be that
Yeah.
expensive. Plus, like I said,
I have 0 copper.
Lunas, don't worry about it, okay?
So,
I'm not.
I...
Yes,
This
Greg?
is the map of the inn area.
Damn.
That's hot.
Yep.
Wait. Oh, never mind. I thought it was
That's awesome.
Where's the face?
Sorry, could
Yeah, it is. Never mind. No, I was
Yeah, it's
asking
like
if
a
this
bird
was a
face,
face. Yeah.
So, these three buildings are kind of standing there with their wind chimes making sounds as the sound of a nearby waterfall kind of weaves them together into a beautiful sort of music. Orion, with no fear, starts walking through the tangle of roots. For everyone else, it's kind of freaky, because you could see at some points between those roots, and the entire structure is kind of stretchy, very slightly, but stretchy. So it's freaking you the hell out.
Oh dear. I don't want to die.
I just,
But he doesn't think about this, so he doesn't turn around to tell you, like, it's fine. He just walks. So who walks next?
I just stand. Yeah, if I want to halfway, I just stand and look at these statues a bit.
Mhm.
Like if I'm on the bridge, just halfway on it, just stop and just look at the statues,
It's
and also look down.
It's beautiful. Naturally, it is pure stone, but it is overgrown with moss. The statues themselves have eyes the size of manhole covers, and those eyes are shining with an internal, like, ruby light. They are... You don't see their feet, but in scale, they are probably, like, good 70 feet tall, probably. But they dissipate in the fog below. And you can't really see what they are standing on. You do hear the waterfall and the running of water somewhere below. You just don't see that water.
Very interesting. And cool.
I just
And well done.
say if there's anyone around me. Glad we got back here. Glad I got back here. I didn't take this bad last time.
Who's
I'm
the
glad
next
I got
person
to see
passing
it.
the
Have you been here before?
Oh,
Oh,
I'd go.
Okay, so Lumi, you stop to talk to Nino for a second as Tay kind of walks past you, and I think, and just Orion stops at the stairs, kind of here-ish, to kind of comment on, like, look behind at you, still walking through. And the entire structure is kind of wobbly, especially since more people are walking on it. It doesn't feel nice, Gangnir is not freaking out. He also just walks through.
Hmm. Okay.
So what did you want to say, Luminous? You stopped, right, to talk?
Yes. I asked if you've
I
been
would
here
go in
before.
as well.
You're asking if I've ever been here.
Yes.
No. Last time I went south, but I was told I was the other way through the east when I left. So I never had a chance to see these.
Have you heard of this place before?
Not really. I mean, I'm more surprised of the golden statues over there.
Yeah, they're pretty intricate. They look very well made.
I'm more surprised that they're gold.
And you usually don't make a statue very well made unless
I
there's
just remembered we don't use gold here. Everything goes to the Golden City or to the Forbidden City. Ugh. Everything goes to the Forbidden City.
Yeah, gold is pretty cool, I suppose.
I'd have to ask it in a moment why there is still gold here. But
Well, you know, it might be sacred,
that's
and you usually don't
true.
take sacred objects from a sacred location unless
true.
you're a plunderer.
That's true.
Considering your master knows about this place, or your father, perhaps it's a place where only monks of his rank go?
Maybe.
Orion, by the way, at this point, entered the inn.
Anyway, shall we log over it?
Yeah, I'm seeing something interesting on the ground over there. I would like to inspect it.
Where?
Over here. And I point towards this. Oh, I have the wrong.
Yeah.
This.
Okay. Wait,
Yeah.
can you even see that from down there?
Well, I mean, not really, but let's assume this conversation is happening as you enter the courtyard or something.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't pay attention to this elevation here.
Yeah.
So Wesley will be standing here when he said that he knows something.
Yeah, I assume we'll be walking, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I will be heading inside later. I would like to inspect the surroundings if that's okay.
That's always okay.
Alright, well, you know how to reach me, and I tap my ear.
Of course I do.
Alright, I'll inspect the circle while you can proceed with the rest.
I assume you want to roll an Arcana check.
I suppose I will.
Then please do.
Alright. Fuck. 12.
No idea.
I've been rolling below 10 this entire session.
Yeah,
No, you had one good roll.
maybe. Well, it's nothing you would know.
Alright. No, I was looking at this very intricate circle on the ground. Do you see it?
Is it? I thought it perhaps was just some, like, perhaps clan symbol or of. Oh,
It could be.
But it doesn't have a dragon on it. Actually, now that I mention it, can I take a look at it with Lumi?
Yeah, I mean, if we would like to roll an Arcana as well. Please do.
Thank you.
You can do it.
Oh
Oh!
no.
Uh,
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
so-
Only
so-
that. It's a demonic summoning circle.
Take, quickly,
Yeah.
ask Theo. He's the only other one who knows Arcane.
so
She doesn't know that's a one.
So,
True.
Faye, I mean, she kind of does, because what's happening, Faye, is you reach down to, like, kind of inspect it, and you just absentmindedly kind of put your foot on it, and then you scratch it and take the foot off, realizing you have broken the circle with, like, smudging it, essentially. This is, however long it has been here, it's not very permanent in the sense that it can be smudged, so you just did. It's like you just, scratched Mona Lisa, you feel like.
Ah,
my
Faye, you should
God!
probably move away from that.
I thought it was like I thought it was like engraved into the ground. Oh my god, she kind of is horrified. She's putting her hands onto.
It's okay. It's okay. You don't have to apologize. Just step away closely, slowly.
Okay.
I
I'm
hear
so sorry.
screaming, so they are probably under attack. What happened?
Yeah, we can all hear it.
Circle.
Gankir, by this part away, says, "Guys, relax. Nobody noticed." He says.
Yes, circle. Go on.
But
I look towards Bavardus and say, "Don't step into it."
Whoa, is it like magical?
I honestly don't know, but
Okay,
I
so
get the
there's
feel.
like
Go on.
6 people looking at the circle and at the edge of it, from different sides.
Guys, why don't you just ask? From here.
Exactly.
Oh.
I was about to suggest that.
I just meant it as some passive research. I didn't mean this something that I would intrude your father on.
It's not
But,
intruding as long as you asked it in the right way.
Mr. Father,
So
He's
everyone's
inside,
right?
by the way. So
Okay, I'm going inside.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Nero. I don't know if it was anything important.
I-
But I'm so sorry.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what this is, and if you can... I just put my finger on the line and just,
Yes.
go past it. Like, does it really come off and stay on the finger?
Yes.
If this was supposed to be here permanently, this would not have been this.
Yeah. I mean,
I do not know what this is.
this is an area in which it does rain, so first rain would probably completely dissipate this,
So, whoever made this made it not that long ago.
do you
Probably.
recognize the symbol? Perhaps it's one of your monk clans?
Do I recognize it? What do I have to roll?
History for that, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, great. The one with the 0.
Oh shit!
The one with the 0.
Oh, 3.
No, it's nothing. Oh man,
Yeah.
this circle became like a central thing. So all of a sudden,
It became our chair.
Yeah.
I am far
It
away
became
from
our
the circle.
chair.
I am like on the balcony away from the circle. I'm
Luminous, if you
banished
really want to know
myself.
There, I
about
fixed
circle,
it.
Luminous, if you really want to know about circle, just ask, okay?
All right.
If
Mr.
someone,
Father!
huh? He does come out after you scream loud enough, I suppose.
I didn't
Yes.
mean it as super loud.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
then he
no,
didn't
it's
hear you.
I mean, it's only like what?
He's inside of a building. There's a waterfall somewhat nearby. I assume he won't hear you through a wall.
I
There's
don't
a
know.
waterfall.
Yeah, there is a waterfall.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Oh.
over there. Like, if you look
Well,
behind you,
in that
there's
case, yes, I was yelling.
Okay. Then he walks out. Yeah. I think he's like, yes.
Do you know what this is? What is it for? What is that symbol? And why is it here?
Ah, interesting. He looks, well, this is a good luck symbol. It
Okay.
is-
What if
Quite
someone
common.
accidentally smeared it?
it will have
It
to
does
be
that bad luck?
repainted. To the person who smeared it,
Yes. Oh no!
So that means both you and Nero.
It was an accident.
I wouldn't know. It is not an issue, it can be repainted. It
With
is
paint?
repainted pretty much every week, so I wouldn't
Oh.
worry about it too much.
Is there a reason why they paint a good luck symbol in this particular area?
Well, it's a threshold crest. It will save you from bad spirits who exist within this kingdom. Or evil spirits and monstrosities. Yes.
spirits, you said?
Well, occasionally, yes.
And I just look if I see Bavardus, if he heard that.
He's inside.
He would probably hear us. He's inside too, right?
I mean,
Talking from the door.
yeah. he's
Well,
in
these
the-
are the robe of eyes, not of ears.
You do have
Uh,
ears.
Well,
And you just heard spirits, a very uncommon word.
he says, "Do not worry. I will talk to the lady, and she will remake it."
And he doesn't even investigate who did it.
By the way, Master, question.
Yes.
Why is there still gold here? I thought everything was sent to the Forbidden City.
He like looks at what you're looking at, I suppose.
Yeah, the statues on top.
I would be guessing it's not gold then.
Hmm.
Golden paint, perhaps.
That could be true.
It has to be, otherwise this place would not exist anymore.
That's fair.
And with that, turns around, walks in.
Thank you for the information.
Okay, inside, Bavardis, you're inside. It's a small little room. There's only 2 tables for guests, and one of them is taken. There are some people here.
Good. I hope these are the dwarves that played music for us last 2 times we saw them in inns.
Whoa, that would have been random.
That would have been awesome.
Amazing.
I will introduce the characters as they appear to you. 1. This lady, kind of dashing, kind of brave-looking, adventurous, foreign-looking girl from the south is how I would describe her. She doesn't look indigenous to here. She looks more tanned, and looks like either a scholar, explorer, or someone like that. Looks at whoever is approaching with curiosity and not fear.
I mean, Bavardis would look at her without looking at her, so she wouldn't know
Right.
if he even noticed.
That is such a good thing you have.
Yeah.
A young monk-like looking gentleman in very pristine robes, maybe 25 years of age, and looking a lot more indigenous to the area. His clothes have the sand-colored, like white going off into sand-like color robes. And then there are 2 people who Nero would have recognized, in the sense that they are a typical representative of the guards. Like the Ur doesn't have an official military or anything like that, but these people are there to travel through the roads, and they are not exactly monks, but they do work for the whoever rules this place, you know. So there you go. That is the entirety of the dramatis persona here. And they all kind of look at you as you enter. So first at you, Bavardis, then at Faye, then at Nero. Lumi, are you still on the outside?
Well, I guess, yeah.
Okay. There you go. Gangir would come inside and look for the table. There's only 2 tables. One is taken. The other one is not. So he takes a seat there. As Orion approaches the counter where an old lady sits. She's like this significantly past her prime, over 50 probably, really tiny lady. She's like 4 feet something, you know. She smiles to him and says, "Master Orion, I haven't seen you in a while. Please take a seat. I will prepare the best of foods." He responds with...
With a text message.
He responds with... "It's not necessary for you to strain yourself. The basic food will be enough. Thank you." And with that, he comes to sit with you. And he does. He then actually realizes something, gets up again, and tells her, "Oh, and your threshold crest has been disturbed slightly. An accident on our part. We apologize. If you were to provide me with paint, I will gladly repaint it." To which she says, No, master, I will do it. Just sit down and rest. You have had a lot of travels. I will take care of everything." She smiles to your entire group, by the way, as guests, you know?
They kind of whisper, it's like, "Yeah, Gagnir, why'd you smear it?"
I'm sorry. Says, looking sheepishly around. In the meantime, The entire four are side-eyeing you pretty significantly and severely, as they sit there. Lumi and Nero, you are being invited inside by the lady who walks out and says, "I will take care of it. Please just come in. It's getting cold."
I am inside. It's just it's
Okay.
such a small area.
Oh, but she says this to Lumi, right? So
And Theo, or is he already inside?
yeah, Theo is working.
Because this is such a small area, I don't know where the table would be.
I would-
it's
I
tiny.
would like-
Yeah.
I would like to watch the skies for a bit, if that's fine.
If that is what you'd like, sir, she just says as she paints.
I
And
nod and smile.
You do notice that she looks at you like 3 times and noticing very specific, like eyeing your horns. She's not devoid of fear of you. Not completely, anyway. And she paints the
very
crest
upsetting
really
face.
well, protecting from evil spirits. Then walks back in with the paint and the bucket and the brush.
Alright, I'll do that then.
Careful, that's fresh paint.
Yeah, it is very fresh.
Right. As you are back
Can I?
in, can you what?
Oh no, I thought you heard.
Okay. Well, as you sit inside, Orion sits down and he gets served first, but he immediately moves that towards Faye. Then he gets served second, and he moves that towards Theo. Then he continues to do that for everyone involved, and he gets the food last. But every time it was put in front of him by the old lady. The old lady is really looking at him with a certain admiration, but he's very, ambivalent and stoic towards it, but kind, so he thanks her. And the food in front of you is some sort of soup, yellowish in coloration. Smells nice, of mushrooms. And he starts eating. I would like for all of you to roll a perception check for me, please.
11. Ugh.
Whoa, that's reception.
Well, they will. But they will, obviously, yeah. Let me see.
Well, we have 125.
No. 11. 11, yeah. Like I said, it's not passive, so it's not high.
okay.
There's a difference between passive and normal. Passive,
Theo
hey,
and
21.
Gangnir as a very like, oh yeah, this is good, yeah. no.
What is this soup made of?
But Valdis, you're noticing that the lady is looking at you very keenly, scanning through not just your forms, but also your gear and your demeanor. She seems like a very perceptive person, and you notice her looking at you. But you also notice the monk looking at the back of the neck of Nero. And the monk starts getting up, but she extends her arm and grabs his wrist, looks at him. Yeah.
When you said that the woman that was scanning us, you meant her?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So she just grabbed this monk's wrist as he was trying to stand up, and he darts and looks at her, and she kind of shakes her head and no, don't. But he very slowly, not terribly violently, but kind of wrestles away, wrenches his hand away, and moves towards the group. Gets up and starts moving towards Nero.
I will talk to Nero's mind.
Yep.
I have a weird feeling about those guys. They're eyeing you specifically most than others.
And at this
and
point,
I will still pretend like I'm eating just his, just eating what I have in front of me. Probably with my back towards them.
Right. And at this point, Nero, this guy would be standing behind you, and you haven't realized this until slightly too late when he says, "Hey, you,
Yeah.
your blade,
Yes. What about it?
show me."
Then I just take it out and show it to him.
He smiles slightly and says, "You're a Kensei."
That's correct.
He squints slightly, looks at the entire table. Orion is looking at him calmly, as the guy looks back again to you, Nero, and says, "Duel outside now."
All right. Then I just stand up and just stretch a bit.
Wait,
Arm
Nero,
breaking time.
we perhaps we shouldn't. I mean, we have to go.
Orion puts his hand on your hand and kind of leans towards you and says, "It's all right, Thay."
Okay.
Are those the rules of this land or something?
Just looks a little worried about it.
The guy opens the door and walks outside.
So, may I at least know which school you're from?
I want to watch,
Yeah. He smiles to you and looks at your blade with a very are you still holding your blade on the outside out of curiosity? Because I'm not sure.
If you gave it back, then I'm holding
Yeah.
it backhanded right
Well,
now.
actually, if you just gave him the blade, then he's still holding it, but now he throws it your way, basically.
Yeah. Okay, then I catch it.
Yeah.
Then just hold it backhanded.
And he just says, "Hatella. I am from Hatella."
Oh boy, that's not good.
Do I see
What?
this?
Well, I mean, yes.
I'm kind of behind the house here, just looking up at the distance. So I see. Do I see what's going on?
Yeah, you see them walking. I mean, yeah.
I use my earring and I whisper to Nero, "Is everything okay?"
Yeah, and I just, while stretching, I just then put one finger. Yep, just tradition.
So yeah, so at this point, Orion, by the way, while inside says, "It is a common tradition here for monks when they meet on the road to challenge each other in a friendly duel. A blood might be drawn, but they will do their best not to kill each other, and this is all done because the different monasteries want to learn as much as they can from each other. Wise and old monks take this as an opportunity to learn. Young and brave ones take this as an opportunity to show off. I wonder where Nero is."
He didn't seem too friendly.
No, they rarely are. They consider this a competition, especially the young ones. Go watch if you'd like. Keep them safe.
It's alright. I'm sure Nero will finish it quickly, anyways.
Gongir kind of goes, "Oh ho, I'm going to watch this." It basically runs out. Yeah.
I'm standing in the door frame, sort of, so that I would be able to watch the duel and her as well.
The guy kind of stretches his shins and ankles as he rotates them and then says, looks around and says, "I haven't had a duel with a Kensei in a while. The last one I left bloodied, almost crying. You ready for that?"
Yeah, I got no problem with that. And I just, with the sword still backhanded, I just bow to him. Nero Shibusawa. Might I know your name?
"Aram," he just says. And with that, he kind of prepares, almost whips into a position of fighting. And the way he does this, it's this rigid, really fast form. While Nero has this flow to his blade, this guy is like a rattlesnake
Snappy.
in his movements. Yes, snappy. But then he kind of realizes something and smirks and says, "You want to make this more interesting?" And shows with his eyes and slightly cocking his head to the side at the bridge.
sure?
Yeah,
Made for fighting.
we'll be fine. Well, I'll be fine anyway, he says as he starts walking down there.
I just look towards Orion to see which expression he gives a bit. If I have a view on him.
But Orion is not here. Orion is eating his soup inside, perfectly trusting in your ability to,
Damn it.
do what needs to be done or whatever.
Do I still see Luminous?
I mean, depending.
Maybe
I
not
just-
from there. If you move a little bit
Yeah.
closer to the bridge, you will.
I just looking past. I just look at Tay saying, "Get that slow fall ready."
I was supposed to say, can I was going to ask. I mean, if either of you were to fall, I would not allow it to happen. But
Yeah, just don't allow us to fall.
Don't-
Then I'll just look at him.
don't kill him.
I won't. I can't. I'm not even allowed to.
You hit a horse.
That was to stop him. There's a
Okay.
difference.
You sure did?
I heard that Luminous in my ear.
Oh, I forgot to turn it on. Sorry.
Oh, she's there, so I can
Uh,
move as well.
Yeah, correct. She moved through the door, kind of whipping it open in a slight irritation towards what the guy is doing and like shaking her hand in disapproval. Now, everyone is there. I assume since everyone left, Nero would as well. The only person who's like kind of disinterested in this entire thing is Orion. Who's like just eating noodles or whatever, Every brutal attack you can imagine cutting to him, kind of taking another spoon, So yeah. He like stands, prepares to an attack, and like says, "Are you ready?"
Horse.
Horse?
Let's do this. Not horse.
Oh.
Horse.
Of course.
I know, I'm just teasing.
Okay. So you can hear the waterfall in the background, but it becomes more quiet and quiet. The monk kind of shapes his position, both of his legs and his arms, kind of, changing his guard. Your blade to the side kind of grabs the vapor of the waterfall, and these droplets of water are kind of condensating on the shiny steel of the blade. The waterfall grows more quiet and quiet in both of your minds as you size each other up. And roll for initiative.
Yeah.
I would like to approach the lady from behind.
Wink, wink.
And quite quietly. I know that with the waterfall it's difficult, but I just don't want to. I just want her to hear me, and not necessarily everyone else, but still using my vocal cords though.
Right.
Don't worry. I'm more interested by you. You already know how many weapons we are, how the escape routes look. I know that look. You tried to stop him and it was a right thing to do. But don't worry, it will just be a lesson.
Okay. Well, when you started to say this, she kind of got startled and like jumped like a cat,
Hey,
and
where
then
did my
jumped towards
initiative
you.
go? Where did my
It's
initiative go?
It's 17.2. I can see
Yeah,
it.
it's. I don't see
It's
mine on
gone
turn
from-
order anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay,
It's not on turn order anymore for me.
It is for me, so I guess
That's
there's a
weird.
mistake with the macro. I'll figure it out later.
I used the macro for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was 17 anyway.
So you start. So he lunges towards you, but you're faster. So what do you do?
Quickly switch the blade that I hold to just backhand it, and just swing it. Yeah, I swing it towards him.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, that will be one-handed.
That is a hit.
Okay, and I use a key point for that strike.
Go for it.
Death
that's
strike?
Deft
Oh, I was like, what the fuck is that?
It's I will link it. Give me
That would be my skill.
that's not the same. It's not the same. It's depth, not depth.
Gotcha.
Here, that's that.
That's 6 of it. You're saying you can't do. You can't say weapons. Granted, get the following, but how you can say weapons? Depth strike. When you hit the target with a can say weapon, you can spend 1 key point to cause the weapon to deal extra damage to the target equal to a martial arts die.
Yeah,
You
so
can
it's
use this
1d6.
feature only once on each of your turns. Okay, so extra 1d6 essentially.
Yeah, it's
cool.
1d6.
Interesting.
So that would be. It did not do the 1d6. That is.
It is.
Oh wait,
Depth
it
strike
did.
on
Yeah.
the top,
Okay, it did. So that would
So
be.
70 plus 9.
Yeah, and then I do a quick. Yeah, just a quick kick towards him.
Go for it.
That's a 10.
That's a miss.
Yep.
So you kick, but the blade did nick him. But the kick, he's better at kicking, so he kicks his back, essentially.
And I use my bonus action for another unarmed strike. 13, fuck.
That is another miss. So this time,
Yep.
what do you do? Not a kick? What do you do?
uh,
Oh, it might be another kick, I guess.
yeah, just another kick was that.
Okay. So this one he completely dodges to the side, you know. And it's his turn. As he repositions himself, let's say here, and starts with his attacks. So yeah, first goes a classical fist attack. Fuck me. Okay,
Wow.
that hits. For 10 damage. Holy shit, that's max damage from him. Okay.
Well,
And he's going to use his technique, which allows him, if I remember correctly, to push you back. Where is this? Right, open hand technique.
Oh,
yikes.
I believe he has to do his flurry of blows to activate this feature. Yeah, so he will attack you twice more from his flurry of blows. By the way, he's level 6. Does this mean he has 2 attacks normally?
yeah, 5 is extra
Okay.
attack.
So yeah, so he has. This is still his normal attack.
Yeah,
16.
that's a miss.
Okay. And now the flurry of blows.
Miss.
1
Miss.
and 2. Okay. Now, does his flurry of blows needs to hit for him to use the open hand technique thing?
Whenever you hit a creature, the attacks granted by flurry of blows, you impose one of the following effects on the.
Right, but he didn't do that with the attack granted by the flurry of blows.
Therefore, it doesn't count.
Therefore, it doesn't count. Yes, but he did use one of his key points to do the flurry of blows.
We're both down 1 key point.
Yeah,
Right now, we're both down
And
1
it's
key.
just a hit.
And he will also activate his key point to get patient defense. Oh no, he did it.
How
use
many
his
bonus actions that?
Yes,
He,
sorry.
he cannot because he used
Yeah,
flurry
yeah,
blows.
I'm saying this. I already said it. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. He's not allowed to.
Okay, so yeah. So he slides to the side, decks you with an open palm in the face. You almost fall. And then you see him pace for this slam attack that you know what open hand can do. He would blow you clean off the bridge, but you roll out of the way. Then he kicks you twice, you roll again, and you're out of the distance of that. If that had connected, you might have ended in the ditch. Yeah, there you go. Your turn.
Alright. That's why I don't like open palm. And I just do a quick strike again with a sword.
Mm-hmm.
This time two-handed.
Go for it. That is a hit.
Okay, it's without death strike, so it's a hit. 13.
That is certainly a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And then I... You know, fuck it. Stunning strike on that one!
Oh, here it is.
Go for it.
Yeah, I did.
You have key, why not use it, right?
Yeah,
I
use your
stunning
key.
strike on it. So, let me
He
link it
has
for
to
you.
roll a Constitution
go.
saving throw.
Yep,
Go for
he needs to be the 14.
Cool. Both.
14.
14.
He does save.
14. 14.
Oh,
I
he's
said.
still saved. He rolled a
Okay.
total of 18, so he's fine. So it's a good hit. You can see this effect rolling through him, but he stops himself, recenters, and this didn't work.
All right.
Remember to subtract. Oh yeah, you did. Cool.
And then do a unarmed strike against him.
That's a hit. Nice. Well, you can safely say you're winning so far.
Yeah. And after that, I use a key to go patient defense.
Nice.
And I take the dodge action.
Okay. Well, he'll just attack you with everything he has. So, first melee attack. Woof.
At
That's a
this
miss.
at disadvantage.
Oh, yeah,
That's
sorry.
a miss.
So-
That's a miss. Like that's already a miss.
Okay.
That's
There
a
we go.
miss.
He will then, interestingly, he will roll away from you and run away from you, not provoking an attack of opportunity. He deftly rolls out of the way and stops himself, let's say, over there. 45 sounds good.
While he's running, how does he look physically from our view?
He looks pretty bad, like beaten pretty severely already and slashed, but he's willing to fight still. Like, if Nero continues at this speed, this guy is not going to last the next couple of seconds. But the guy really deftly dodged your attack, rolled through there, then stood up and did this basic extension of the arm and then invitation, like, you know, beckoning
It's
you to...
another key point he spent.
Well, maybe.
I mean, there's no other way.
There
With
is.
the open hand one.
Step of the way.
He uses
No,
well, he used his bonus to run away without me doing so. He disengaged. So
yeah.
he should not have dodged. That's just for beta. Fuck. Like he's just doing the only
Because
hands up.
if
Like,
we're talking the open hand to
he's
take
just
away
doing
your
the
reaction,
hand sign of-
he would have to use the flurry of blows, but he didn't.
yeah.
I mean, I don't want to go into details of what he has, but I will tell you that he has the mobile feat, which allows him to move away from people who he has attacked in the turn,
So
regardless of he has hit them or not.
Okay.
So he's just doing the motion of
Come
combat.
at me, yeah. So
I
just trust me that I know what I'm doing, you know? And yeah.
I just sigh a bit, like take 2 steps back, turn around back towards him, and just take a defensive stance in dodge.
Fascinating. Okay. Well, given that he's mobile and that he's a monk, he will be able to get to you, yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
Yeah.
I use my action for dodge for that, not the key.
I get it. He runs towards you and just attacks. I mean, if that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
And disadvantaged attack number 1. Disadvantaged attack number 2. And now he has his bonus that he's going to use to...
Attack, so that is 2 down.
Yes, well, he's done with his attacks.
No,
now.
I'm talking to myself. Like, no attacks, I don't have agile parry, so it's 18. That is fine. Just need to remind that for myself.
Yeah. He is going to... Actually, too late. Doesn't matter now. He is going to roll away 10 feet away from you because he still can. So he does that.
True. Bavardis is already at the table. Again.
Yeah, or this is then Bavardis, you come back in, you know. For a second the door opens and the sound of the fight and the waterfall is heard, then the doors close and it's again silent. Orion kind of looks at you and pushes the bowl that you were eating from towards you, inviting you to the table.
Yep, I continue eating.
Cool. Okay, your turn. Yeah.
Okay. I take 2 steps towards him and do a two-hand attack against him.
That's going to be at a disadvantage.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
As expected.
He's burning his key points as fast as you are. So that's a miss.
Then 1 strike.
Luck.
That is a hit.
Yeah.
Nicely.
10 damage.
Shit. Okay, he drops to his knee after this attack, but then looks up at you, still grinning and happy of the fight, if a little bit irritated. Is that all?
He's right now on 1 knee, right?
Yes, in front of you. Yeah,
Yeah, I use 1 key to go in patient defense.
that's smart of you. Okay, he will reposition himself to move himself here. Actually, no. Let's be fun about this.
Uh-oh.
He will go for a punch against you.
Yeah.
Let's start from that because that's funny.
Oh, here we
At
yeah,
a disadvantage.
Agile's on, thank God.
Melee. But that allows him to roll away because mobile. And from this position, as he rolls away, he will throw a dart at you. Just because it's cool. And we go for the rule of cool, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
25 feet, so already...
Yeah, from here.
The range is 20, right?
Yeah.
Throw it.
Which is annoyingly small.
Throw it. I double dare you.
Distance. Yeah, let's go from here. And he is throwing it.
It's poison.
Oh, yeah.
And
It's
sadly, he
disadvantage
misses.
anyway, so...
Yeah, exactly. And he continues to move
Monks,
away.
man.
He continues to move away because he can. He's fast, man. He's really fast.
Didn't he leave the bridge?
Well, I mean,
Wasn't the battle within the bridge?
oh, no rule was stipulated.
Why is Battle on a Brick Bridge music not playing right now?
I know, right?
Like, Battle on the Bridge. Why is Battle on the Big Bridge not playing right
I
now
mean-
for Final Fantasy?
Yeah.
I don't have that, but we can do this. Okay, go for it. Okay, your turn. Neo.
There's nothing. So he's just running away the entire time, right?
Yeah, he's very fast.
Can I use my earring?
Can you use your what?
My earring to talk to
Earring.
Nero?
I mean, yeah, sure.
I
Might
will
be
just
distracting,
say
I suppose. But
no. I will just say, hey, don't get too far. I won't be able to use my spells if you get too far away.
I just say nothing. Like the bridge is just made out of roots, right?
yes.
Okay. Nope, I take 1 step. And just take 1 step forward and just
Okay.
take a dodge and just say to them, you wanted to fight, right?
I am fighting, he says, as he throws darts at you.
Oh man.
This is fun. Okay, dart. And a dart. So you deflect both of them with a blade, like ting ting, and they fall down. He will move forward a bit, just for, drama.
Ding.
Actually, here, yeah. There you go. Let's go for it. He moved.
Okay. And he just threw 2 darts at me.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, stop.
He won't stop.
I mean,
Why
are
are we
these
doing that?
vines hard terrain?
I mean, I will tell you that he's drawing the darts from like a belt that he has around one of his legs, and he had a total of 6 darts. He already used 3 of those, so
Okay.
3 of those this round.
3 of those in total.
Yeah, total. Yeah.
Also this round, yeah. Oh, the last 2 rounds, I suppose.
I just say to myself, fuck it, and I just move towards him. And I attack him again with sword
Go for it.
to end. Normal or disadvantage?
Disadvantage, sadly. He also is like using his bonus to go for into that.
God damn, he should be out soon.
Wow.
Woof!
Okay,
And-
tell me what happened.
I mean, you try to attack him, but he slides away, and you kind of embed your blade into the roots accidentally. It takes you a while to get them out, and a new chink appears in the blade.
Damn it. Damn it.
Yeah.
I just say that, and what would cheating actually be if you cheat the sword?
Sorry, would cheating be an action?
Yeah, if I just put the sword back. what
No,
would
I would give it to you as a free action just because it's cool.
Okay. Can I just then, cheat it
It's
back
within
and
the
then?
rules as well.
Yeah, sheath it and attack him with the sheath. Yeah, sure. If you do
No,
like that.
not that, not that. If I,
Yeah.
Can I then quickly take out the dagger?
Yeah,
that I
sure.
Still had.
You can do
Okay.
both at the same time.
God.
Interesting.
Well, that was unexpected, and that was a bit annoying. So,
What's the
thanks for
matter?
that, buddy. Well,
Go for it.
yep, one arm strike. God damn it! There, that.
Wow.
Like what is a crit? The other was a natural one.
It's fate, man.
Okay, so the dagger falls out of your hand.
No,
and-
not a dagger. Unarmed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then you're fine. Yeah, nothing bad happens. Then
Yeah.
your hands don't fall off. Yeah,
Yeah, I thought already.
but he did block you very humiliatingly. Like you to go for a punch, and he grabs your punch because when it comes to fists, he's better. And he grins at you, saying, "What's the matter? Not so good without a sword."
I just hold back, and then just both hands, like the move of just breathing out. I do, and I
Mhm.
just spend a key point on patient defense again.
Smart. You're running out of key energy.
Yeah, he should also be out right now.
He's close to it. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're both running out.
He repositions himself here, and let's see, maybe he'll achieve what his dream. He will go for a full-on attack, flurry,
Wow.
attack.
Fucking
Attack.
monks, man.
On the last one, he will attempt to push you the hell away. You need to pass a strength saving throw or be pushed back 15 feet.
Saving?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
No, wait, that's a disadvantage. What the fuck? Why am
Yes,
I
you rolled
disadvantage?
normally. Roll again.
Fuck.
Okay, well, he knocks you in takes first hit. You block it with your arm. Second kick, you block it. Third hit, you again. You stop it, sliding out of the way.
Ooh.
But then he recenters himself, and then open hand slams you into the solar plexus, and you feel the air escape your lungs. You fall back 15 feet. Now, this is a rule that I have always used, is you have a right to a dexterity saving throw to grab yourself at something when you are falling. We are going to be using this in this campaign as well.
Okay,
So,
well,
roll me dexterity. If you do well, you're going to grab something in the way.
the saving throw or just dexterity?
Dexterity saving throw, because you're saving yourself from tragedy. So yeah, that will be enough. So you fall here and then down to these vines, but grab the vines over there with your dagger, like slamming your dagger in there. And you're not off the bridge, technically, not yet. But you're off his eyesight, actually. He doesn't see you from where he is. Your turn.
I don't see him right now because he's behind the statue, right?
So
Yes.
So where am I currently? Hanging
You're-
behind?
It's this
Hang on.
this vine kind of goes down in an arc, so you're maybe 10 feet below the bridge, and then 10 feet away on the bridge, So 20 feet away from him in total.
And how would I be able to get back up?
I mean, athletics climb will be fine.
Well,
Yes, you can.
'Cause
Nero can. Lumi cannot. You can.
okay.
So
well,
I'm saving my action just in case.
Athletics, then strength. Here we go. 17.
So he knocked you
Okay, never mind.
clean off the bridge, and then kind of, thinks he won. But then 6 seconds later, you grab the edge with the dagger, pounce up like a tiger, and you're in his face again. You can see his surprise.
So I am here?
Yes, you are in front of. You are wherever you like within your normal movement.
Okay.
You can be in front of his face, and he did not activate patient defense this turn because he used his flurry of blows to knock you off the bridge.
Okay. Can I still attack, or did I use my action?
No, you can attack. Yeah, you just
Okay. Yep. Attack with the dagger.
go for it. That is a hit. Okay.
9.
Well, he's still standing, but barely.
Punch.
That is a miss. He's barely standing, just so you know.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm going for it. Flurry of blows.
Go for it.
Last key point.
Yep.
Yes!
Roll damage, please.
Yeah, he's dead.
13.
But please say it's not lethal, okay?
It is not lethal. It's with a fist.
Well, I mean, fist
You
can
can
be
kill
lethal,
with
but
fist.
you can...
It's a
you can-
not lethal
Yes.
duel. That
Yeah.
he gets.
Okay, so you can see his shock and surprise as you pounce up, and you had 2 attacks that hit with the dagger and then with your fist. Please describe to me what do you do to this guy.
So it's just. Wait. So this is how do you want to do this? Okay.
This is how you want to do this, and also you
Okay,
can
yeah.
assume you hit him with the pommel of the dagger as well. You don't need to
Yeah.
cut him if you don't want to. It's your
Yeah.
description.
Basically, I like do a backhand strike with the dagger. The moment he tries to block, I throw it up to catch it with the other one, to just and then just straight up, punch him with it across the face, like with the pommel,
Mhm.
and then I quickly do an uppercut in his just in his stomach.
Okay, so as you uppercut him in the stomach, as you deck him in the face, you can see his face sort of distort with the punch. The typical momentum of it kind of carrying it to the side. And then you deck him in the stomach, he grabs his stomach, falls on his knees in front of you, barely breathing. It was a very, very fast sequence of movements. You basically slingshotted up there. And he falls down unconscious, or at least breathless in front of you.
As he falls to the ground, I'll use Fama Virtue to create the sound of a gigantic bell, signaling the victory.
Ding ding.
Yep.
That will echo through this valley.
It
Yeah.
will!
Yes. Ding, 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 ding.
Tay, can you get him up?
You need help down there?
He broke.
He's
a rule.
unconscious.
Do you want me to bring him up here?
He might be too heavy for me. If someone
I'll
was
get it.
I just help him up. Yeah, I just carry him.
From there.
Yeah.
I
From
was-
there.
Yeah, I
Go.
mean, if he's going to carry him, it doesn't matter.
Well, he was arguing. I mean, not arguing. He was talking to Faye, so it is perhaps possible that you're going to do something. I don't know. It depends on your description. That you were just faster in doing something.
Well, I suspect that Luminous would immediately just reach out his hand towards him, then show his palm,
Mhm.
and then he would do a little incantation,
Mm-hmm.
and he would pull his hand upwards, and that guy's body would just lift.
All right. Cast the spell, please, just so we know what you're using. I know what you're using.
Yeah.
Wait, doesn't levitate do?
Okay.
Oh,
As you can
up
see
to,
within
up to.
range, yeah.
Thank God, up to. I was afraid because it says up to, so you can choose how much. Thank God.
Okay, so you lift him up. So yeah, he gets lifted, his arms laying to the side, so he can be carried on air. At this point, the lady clearly goes with God damn it.
I walk up towards the rest of the group and I slowly carry him in the air with my hand movement and put
Yeah,
him right here-ish.
Okay.
I'm just with Nero. Are you okay, Nero?
Yeah, I'm good. I think he just broke a rule. Because that was he tried to kill me that way.
It looked pretty interesting.
Tried to push me off a bridge.
The girl kneels in front of the guy and says, Adam, God damn it, Adam, wake up! She like slaps him slightly.
Give me 1 moment.
I used levitate to make him hug her.
Go.
Which one? The lady?
The lady.
Okay, she slides out the way. She doesn't want to get attacked by a levitating target.
He's basically following her like past down.
Get him away!
Lumi, stop. Give me a second. I'll get him up. I need to be still. I'm chasing after
I
him.
just snicker under my hand like.
Stop! No! No!
Lomas, stop. You're being really disrespectful
fine.
right now.
I'll put him down on the circle.
Okay.
Oh.
So he lands in the middle of the circle.
With the fresh paint.
That is fresh
Yes. Oh, it's fresh paint.
paint. It's fresh paint.
Oops.
Oh no.
They were fast with that.
Okay.
At least he'll be awake.
It's a good luck charm, I heard.
His eyes kind of flutter open, and he's like, "Wow," and looks for you, Nero, with his eyes, and just says, "Good hit."
Thanks. Next time, you're not allowed to kill people like that, throwing them off bridges. It's just a friendly duel.
He like wants to say something like counter argue, but then he gets slapped in the face by the girl, and she's like, "Don't ever do that sort of thing again. Are you crazy?" He's like, "Oh, girl, all right, God," and like covers his face. What happened?
Are you married?
No, I am his boss. I employ him to protect me.
Oh.
The monk kind of sits up and says, "Yeah, sorry about the bridge. So it would have been fine. I mean, how far is it down? You're a monk. We're monks. We're fine with falling."
You do know that it gets a bit harder the more you hit me, right?
Ow.
To survive.
He like thinks about it for a second. Sorry.
Good.
He apologized.
The girl kind of drags him away to like, "What were you thinking? This was insanity. We don't have time for this. We have an important job." And yeah, that's the conversation.
Where are you heading?
She like looks at you and says, "None of your business."
True.
She's too
But where are you
angry.
heading?
She's angry and she's talking to him. Yeah, she ignores you basically.
Do you know her? As I look towards Nero.
No, I've never seen her.
That is true.
And yeah, I just walk here and take out the sword to just inspect it and just sit there.
The robe she's wearing.
Not many more hits it can take like that before it will snap.
Oh.
Great.
How loud did she say that? Like, how loud is she scolding him?
Yeah.
About as loud as you scold Theodrin occasionally.
Okay.
Loud.
Yes.
But
That's a good
her
representation.
I sense a certain kinship.
Greg,
Yes,
her
yes.
her robes, do they carry any sort of insignias, or is it just something meant to
No.
cover her?
No, she looks completely nondescript,
Oh, that music was ominous all of a sudden.
Yeah, all of a sudden, battle music.
If you'll allow it, I wish to kind of skim through her thoughts.
Oh.
Well, that's interesting. Let's think about that. How does that work? Sorry, because I don't recall, to be
Can
honest.
be done while she's
Detect
talking.
thoughts.
She just linked it. Holy cat.
Okay, so read left target self. For the duration, you can read the thoughts of certain creatures. When you cast a spell, and as an action, You can focus your mind on one creature that you can see within 30 feet of you. If the creature you choose has intelligence of your own, doesn't speak a language, this creature is unaffected. You initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature, what is most on its mind in that moment. As an action, you can either shift your attention. Okay, sure.
So I'm not
If
gonna
you
force
probe deeper, the target must make a wisdom saving throw. Okay, the first thing you realize, her surface thoughts are anger and irritation. No, I think those are pretty surface right now. She
Mhm.
seems to be driven by some important job she has and takes it quite serious. That's what you have from like surface. If you want to go deeper, you can. But that will require a wisdom saving throw.
From her, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Then
But
you
she
can
will
perhaps
know that
shift
you
the
are probing
attention
her mind.
to
No,
the
no.
guy.
She only knows if she succeeds. It says.
Either way, the target knows you are probing into its mind.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing anything besides just seeing the surface. She doesn't want to cause any trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So she was just
Okay.
curious exactly what she was
Yeah.
thinking.
I get it.
Can I just ask her then?
I mean, yes, you can.
I'll say, so who are you exactly?
I'm a researcher, and I don't have time to talk to you. I'm sorry. I'm busy talking to
Well,
him. She points at the guy.
I research things as well.
Good for you, he says, and then continues stabbing the guy with the finger. And he has this, geez, okay, sorry. God, it's a tradition. You wouldn't understand. You're not from around, just says. And she just goes, not from around? Not from around? Ah! And annoyed walks away from it. The guards kind of help the guy up, and the guy looks at you, Lumi, and says, he looks specifically at you and says, don't talk to her. Just don't.
Is there a reason why I shouldn't?
It's my job. Don't talk to her.
Oh, he failed miserably. I did talk to her.
Such a rebel you are. What kind of job are you doing exactly?
But
He turns around and walks away. And these guys follow. So there you go.
I look towards Gungnir and say, that's really suspicious.
Tell me about it.
I did. What do you think?
It is really suspicious, yeah. A lady like that in the middle of here, researcher, that doesn't sound right.
I look towards Nero and say, is there anything here in that would be worthwhile researching?
I think it depends what you're looking for. I mean, if you want to research history, then probably.
Well, she knows about this location.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like the kind of place that anybody would just go to sightsee.
No, but if you've heard about this place, would you not want to sightsee it?
Sure. And I kinda am. Do you think she's somebody important?
Well, there's the thing. She does have two dragon guards with her.
She has what?
Dragon guards. They are only protecting the city. That's why we're here.
She did have some sort of, I don't know, elegance amidst a tomboyish persona. It made me think that she may have some nobility, perhaps. I've spoken to many people in my life, and something about her just seemed out of the ordinary.
Okay. Well, just don't. Just remember to share.
Just remember what?
Just remember that not everyone wants to share what they want.
Of course. but it makes you wonder.
It does. Right. Well, if they have dragon guards with them, maybe they're also good.
That's a good probability.
You never know.
We never know. But I get the feeling a researcher. No.
Well, then maybe
Practice
next time, just ask where she's from first.
I get the feeling like that she wouldn't tell.
Just ask nicely.
Didn't I?
Bit forceful.
I guess it's part of who I am.
Yeah, that's true. Just you don't have to change that part.
Maybe not. Does it look like she's walking out of the shrine area?
Not yet, no. They're just having a conversation there. A longer one. Heated one. The gods are kind of making it difficult for you to see without being seen and all that. Gangir doesn't really care, he just kind of stands there.
Would you be upset at me if I did something?
That depends. What are you planning?
I want to know what they're saying.
And what are you gonna do?
And I flick my finger and Midna appears in my hand. Do you mind?
No, go ahead. Just don't do anything too stupid.
Alright, keep a watch over me. And I'll go down this pathway here and sit against the cliffside.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'll tell Midna to be conspicuous and head behind or above the building, seemingly out of sight, and do not make a scene.
She can land like here, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
And activate that
You
sense.
should have a token for her.
Yeah,
Oh,
I have a portrait, but the token is wrong. So that's just a temporary one.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I think I have an all token for now, which we will use.
Yep. All right. What do I hear?
Well, before we get to that, out of curiosity, I would like to. So, inside of the inn, just I want to know, like, Bavadis, you came back, you're eating with Orion, and then Thay, you come back. As you come back, Bavadis and Orion are kind of. Orion all but finished his food, and then he looks at you and says, "So, did he win?"
Of course, yes. It's just the other tried to push him off of the bridge, and I don't even know. Well,
Oh, he did.
fine. Yes, he pushed him off the bridge, but of course Nero, like, I have no idea. He just forced himself up like slingshot almost, just back up, and just pummeled the guy. And then now the guy was unconscious, and his companion was scolding him. But yes, Nero did win.
Hopefully he learned his. Well, he paid his price, I suppose. Well, I wonder about those guards, though. It's not common for people to travel warded by Dragon Guard, especially here. We are close to the capital, but where is she going? Yeah. It doesn't really matter.
May I ask, I'm not too sure, but what are dragon guards besides just guards? Is it like,
They are the guards of the Forbidden City. They exist all outside of it. Excuse me, someone knocked at my door at this hour, so I want to see what's happening. 2 seconds.
Okay.
And it was at this moment just got.
It was in that moment Greg knew. It was
He
the
fucked
end.
up.
Yeah, that too.
It was Piotrek, for sure.
He fucked up.
Yeah.
Was at this moment Greg knew he fucked up.
Yeah. I get the feeling that Midna will not hear anything interesting.
No, probably not, and I would have died. No, wait, I could have survived. Now, the more I think about it, I could have survived. There's a waterfall down there, so there might be water.
True, but there might also be a lot of rocks.
Yep. And I can I am immune for the first 30. Wait, let me check what the thing was again.
You're a monk, that's it.
5 times. So yeah, that is 30 feet. That's the first time I'm immune for the first 30 feet. After that, it's normal damage. Now it kind of sucks that I don't have Theoden's grappling hook, but then again, I forgot the whip is a martial arts weapon.
Yeah.
And I cannot use it yet.
Okay, I'm back. Right.
Welcome back.
So he said, yeah, he was talking about the dragon god. He's saying, they serve the king, whoever that person might be, whoever rules the Forbidden City.
She seems like she's expecting something. She's much better at detecting danger than her guard.
Well, I never seen her before. She doesn't look like from around.
Oh.
Huh. Oh well. We will be arriving to the city tomorrow. If they are moving in the same directions as we are, then we will have time to perhaps get to know them a bit better, if they will be keen. Hmm. I understand. Well, I understand. Well, might be very important to her, but irrelevant to us, he says after thinking for a while.
If it's irrelevant to us, then maybe we should wait a bit and let them go first, because she looks like a target.
If she is that a target, then I will not allow her to travel unprotected. We have blades
Very
for a
well.
reason, he says.
Well, she's quite paranoid in terms of looking for ways to escape, of counting how many people there are and what are they carrying. She was very subtle, but interested in us. Also, she's with 3 guards. That very well may be true.
Okay. So yeah, Yuritsu, going back to the outside, you wanted to hear what they are talking about. I guess, what's the stats of an owl? Do you have them in front of you? You should
I
have
think
them
you
in
had
Midna.
the
Yeah, okay.
plus
so,
3 perception, if that's it.
I have my book with me. I can put it
So
on.
they are whispering. So they are She would.
Would you like me to roll for you?
She would either have to sneak closer, or you roll for perception with a disadvantage to maybe hear it.
Owls have advantages on hearing and sight.
Okay,
Yeah,
then that will be
correct.
normal roll, but still.
Stealth is +3, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I said it.
And yeah, so your
Oh,
choice.
for September.
She can either perceive from where she is with the risk that she won't hear it, or she can sneak with the risk of being seen.
How does the layout look up on roof?
I mean, it's the tiled roof, 4 slants. There's a connecting like ornamental little.
Yeah, but
Nope.
like this area here.
Right.
Is,
What
is
about
it like is it like walled off so she could slide downwards without being noticed?
I mean, where they are standing right now, they don't see this roof. Yeah. So she should be theoretically able to get basically right above her. The only person who would have a chance to see her would be Aram, because he's talking to her facing this way. Nobody else would have a chance to see her. And he has a limited chance to see her because she would be above him more than in front.
Right.
Sure call.
Yeah, I know. Is this essentially for disadvantage or not disadvantage, or is it just a hypothetical?
No, it's a either or. From where you are, you require a perception to hear,
Mm-hmm.
but there is no guarantee that you'll hear anything. And from here, there is a guarantee that you will hear something, but there is no guarantee of being unseen. So you will have to roll stealth.
I'll roll stealth.
Okay, go for it. More.
So 1d20 plus 2.
Hmm.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
So the fragment that you do hear is she is still saying, "You don't understand. My king demands results, and that
Mhm.
matters. That is more important than anything you are doing. And you were supposed to help me. I have a report to do, and I need information." And that's what that you have that she mentioned her king, whatever that means.
Does that end their conversation?
No, but that's what you hear, basically, because they do have a larger conversation, but I don't want to roleplay the entire thing, and there's nothing that catches your attention other than that aspect.
Alright. Midna would take off from there and fly over this area here.
Oh, you would learn her name.
Oh!
It's Mira.
M-I-I-R-A?
There you go. It's
Oh, okay.
Mira.
Alright,
So
but you
you
heard
found
what
it-
I would do with Midna.
That she will just fly away?
She would just fly away casually over there, over the
Yeah.
into nothingness, and then I would flick her away.
Okay, cool. And you're back to your eyes.
I lean back and I toggle my earring, and I will say to Nero, interesting. It seems like she has connection with the king of this area, and that she has a report she needs to do. I also learned her name, but may or may not be important in this to this context. That's all.
Quickly, but this area? This area? I mean,
Well, I'm referring to Ur.
but that makes no sense.
Yes, I do know that one of your masters said that they may or may not have a king or stuff like that.
No sense at all. That make
Do you think you could call out your master conspicuously?
I think it's easier if you would do it.
You think so?
Yeah. Because right now I do not want to face him.
Why?
And I just look like, and I just keep looking at the blade.
Oh.
That blade, is it okay?
It's cracked. And it might not last the next fight. So no, it's not okay. I know Kali will kill me. Oh. So yeah, there's that.
Perhaps you should give the sword to your father to take back to the monastery for repair.
Maybe, but I probably won't be back. At least not for a long time.
Maybe. But at least you know when you get back, it will be repaired.
True. That's true. Maybe, yeah.
Nonetheless, I don't know how long they will stay here, but I get the feeling that they have urgent news to whoever their king is. And
Right.
I don't know what side your master is on, but he's not a bad person, that's for sure.
Well, if what you're saying that she serves a king, then she probably does not serve. Because it makes no sense to have a monk and 2 dragon.
Sometimes when nobility asks you to do something, you don't have a choice.
Yeah, that's the thing. We don't really have nobility. in a
Well, if you
sense.
have a king,
We
surely that speaks a lot.
We maybe have a king. Is just a. We maybe have a ruler. We don't know.
Assuming you have a ruler, that probably speaks very loudly.
Plus,
And I
if
think your
she-
father would know more about that.
Plus, if she really was somehow related towards whoever ruled us, then I don't think it would be just dragon cards. I think there might have been an arbiter then here.
Unless she is a very important researcher, in which you don't want to drag too much attention towards her.
Could be.
I mean, if we hadn't passed through here, we would have no idea ourselves.
Yeah. But if you want to know more, you can just ask him.
I don't think I'm going to approach her with this information anyway.
Not her.
Oh,
Alright.
I thought you said her.
No, him.
Yes, but I should probably wait until they have departed a little bit.
I don't think they're paying attention. Because I think
Maybe
it would be
not.
more suspicious if you stay there.
Perhaps. Maybe not. Oh well. Let's see where it leads, I suppose. And I walk up the path and walk by as closely as possible to this area here.
Okay.
Do I hear anything?
You hear them becoming quiet as you move past and realizing that they spoke for a while. So she calms down, he calms down. She passes him a potion, he drinks it. They go back into the inn. That's
Oh,
what
they
you
go
see.
back into the inn?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Poof. And I think this is where we're going to end today's session. I think this is a good moment. I hope this was interesting. You all get level 7. So,
Yay!
level
We
up.
get level
It's
7
been
this time?
Yeah, you fought so well that we all got experience from that.
Freaking Nero pummeled that guy. We got
Yeah.
another level, dude.
I was gonna say
That
that.
crit at the end, man.
Like, get
Yeah.
level 7.
Was a really dramatic fight with a lot of things happening. The only thing that could have happened that was more dramatic is if he would hit with that dart, which he would grab and throw back at him, and then he would grab it and throw it back at you again.
I was
I
hoping.
don't have to throw it back because throwing back
I
costs
know.
key.
Yeah. Even if you were to grab it, that's just a cool thing, you know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
to happen.
You could have grabbed it and put it in your pocket and just sneered it.
Sweet. Well,
Yeah.
at least me and before does now have evasion.
Yep.
Yay, I can bomb you with fireball.
Yay.
Wink,
Well,
wink.
let me first put myself on level 7.
Right, so you can level up to level 7. This was really cool, really fun. I hope the new NPCs are interesting. I will update all of them in the
I like new
Delverden thing.
NPCs.
Yeah, it's been like 6
All
this
of
session, I
them.
think.
So many names were dropped. I don't recall any of them.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's a lot, but it's like an organic place that Nero knows, so I had to like give him a
That's-
background, so he has
Yeah,
something
that's
to
why
do
I'm.
then. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
why I'm so
Yeah.
glad I have the cheat sheet.
Yeah, level
Yeah.
6.
Oh yeah, you're 6 now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
I'm just thinking.
And I really like
because-
Orion. It's just I didn't expect to like him so much as I play him, but I like playing him.
Mm.
Nero was so cool and smooth, right? And I was just
Yeah.
like, literally, Nero gets that from his dad. Like, I can see how they're
Yeah.
similar. It's like that is where Nero gets his like cool, calm, collected kind of vibe.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess
thanks,
yeah,
at least.
that's a nice analysis. That's cool.
Now's the question: will I roll or will I take average for hell?
Your choice. And by the way, as
I
of right
love this
now,
level.
on the map, you are around here-ish.
Okay.
After 2 days travel on horseback.
Finally.
You know, fuck it. We're taking the cleaner approach. We're rolling for that hit die.
Cool.
Fuck.
Yes, that is certainly fun.
Oh well.
You'll be fine. You're a
At
monk.
least, at least I'm not more organic.
Oh, this was good. I
Also, you got a +3 modifier.
Yeah, that's true. Well, at most it would have been 8, which put me at 59. Now it puts me at 55 total.
guys, I really enjoyed this session. Just so you know, I really
Same
liked
here.
it. It was
I am-
really fun for me.
Glad. Because you said you don't like the whole philosophical character.
I mean, for me, it's difficult
Religious.
to sometimes portray, but I'm doing my best, and I hope
Yeah.
I'm doing good enough.
you are.
You did good.
Yeah.
I mean, you do pretty much everything good, so.
Level. There
Because
we go.
the types of personality that I have played today are not the types of personality that I have, you know. I don't think.
Yeah, this is still here.
Oh. No, but she was muted.
I think everyone's busy with how they're leveling, etc.
Yeah.
I
Are
just
you
checked
going
one
to bring Theo up to speed, or will I have to like have
All right, HP. Yeah.
get together with him? Cool. Okay. If you have any questions, I can always answer them, and Orion is still here with you for a conversation in the next session.
Hey Nero, I got the same HP as you.
I know. Yeah, man, it's your average. That's
And
good.
I always take the average.
4 plus 0. Yeah.
I've used the average for beginning, but right now I'm just thinking, yeah, fuck it, why not roll? That's more fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the only one who also does this guy here. He's the only one.
Apparently, there's a prophecy about you, so you need
Yeah,
to be strong.
that's the one you fucking like. Well, you might still, because we're going to the place where they were gonna talk. And yeah, that was the one I was not happy about. Oh fuck, prophecy. Oh yeah, they always die. Okay, good to know. Well, that means that I will die fighting Malakar now, or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, certainly.
Yeah, certain death.
And my fucking sword is basically, just a one-use item now.
Maybe.
It has reached the point of, yeah, one use.
Me, I love food. I
Oh,
love
damn it.
food.
11 years is not a good thing at all. Especially now that it's used.
11 years for a sword is a pretty long life.
That is! Most swords go by 7.
Spring rolls? Spring rolls is delicious. I love spring rolls.
Oh wow.
Oh, come on. It's
Grandpa.
I'll have to sleep
Sweet
90s,
stuff.
happy
Nope.
hunting outcast. Thanks for
That
Now
was-
Grandpa Gugnir.
Hopefully you enjoy your rest. See you next
I
time.
popularly treat the Grandpa Grandmaster. I mean, he's a bit of a grandmaster.
And Mr. Father.
It's a high level monster. I want to
He
say
is a
no,
former
it's not that
Grandmaster.
difficult to beat her, but it's RNG.
You
Man.
never showed Tinar. That was surprising. You never showed
That is true, yeah.
Sometimes you get good ones.
There were a couple of, like, I took out a couple of characters intentionally to, like, outline the fact that things change, because they do. Potentially create a plot hook, if someone would be interested, but you're obviously have important stuff to
Oh,
do,
I
so...
will still ask, but that's mostly next week.
Yeah.
If that was not something I could just ask plainly there.
Hey, well, so that will be that. Thank you for today. I think I'm
Thank
going
you.
to be leaving now, but I'll be back probably after the summer. So, enjoy.
So basically, we gained XP for surviving an onslaught of monks and me kicking and me winning a duel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how we.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Oh, I am like I was like, wait, if you push me from the angle, ooh, I might still be able on something. And thank God you said, oh yeah, you can grab something. That's always something.
Yeah.
But I thought,
That's
oh,
a
thank
rule
God, I still have a
that I
chance.
use, that you have a right to one reflex saving throw to grab the edge of the cliff or whatever, because I find it more interesting when people are hanging off cliffs, because that's literally a cliffhanger. I think that's very exciting for stories, for someone else to pounce and help, for the guy to come back dramatically, you know, that sort of thing.
Weddington, let's go. Send you guys on an adventure. Moist Weddington.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Must
you
be
finally
good.
have. You finally. Yeah, you have 4th level spells now, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes! Oh, the Dimension Door is great! It's 300 feet away. I know where I was. Let's go there!
Yeah, it's good. That is the
Yeah,
best
it's
one.
the best one, especially because you can do it on yourself.
Yeah.
That's the best one, especially because you can do it on yourself, and especially if
Yeah.
you know animals. That's just.
Polymorph is amazingly good. Can be. I love it. I love polymorphing into crazy
next
animals.
level for me.
Turn things into other things. Polymorph, turn things
Do I
into
get a
other
spin
things.
at this level? I don't even know.
You get. No, wait.
No, you don't at 6.
Fuck
You don't get the
Yeah,
4 spells until you're level 7 of wizardry.
You gain.
Right.
You get more spells of the same levels. You don't get new spells of higher levels. Which, you know.
But does that mean that I get to choose one more spell level?
No. You have one more spell slot, basically. That's what you gained.
But it says that. Okay.
Every
gains-
time you level up.
Yeah.
I'm reading. It's
You
gained
can
another spell,
prepare
more
an
spells.
amount of your
But it says my
plus
total.
your
It says.
intelligence.
It says my total spells for third tier goes from 2 to 3.
Yeah, that is
That's how many you can.
true. That's
Yeah.
how many
That's
you
a
can
spell slot.
cast.
That's
not
how many you can
have.
cast. In other words, you can now cast 3 level 3 spells.
Yeah.
Right.
But how many of them you know depends entirely on your book. You do get
Yeah.
them once you level up, but I don't think on this level you get
Yes.
any new spells.
No, you don't. You only
But you
get
can
one
learn
new
them obviously
spell.
from books, which you have had access to, and you have a lot more spells than typical casters
Wizard
have on this
gets-
level.
Everybody talking at once. Shut up. What did you say?
Wizards get new
they do.
spells every level.
Yeah. Each time you gain a wizard level, you can add 2 wizard spells of your choice to your spellbook. Each of
That's
these
what I was
spells
asking.
must be of a level for which you have spell slots.
Yeah,
So in
and
other
I
words-
said, can I add for level 3? For third level?
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
add 2 level 3
Thank
spells,
you!
or you can add one level 1 and one level 3. And you gain